Yeah, I'm great.
PKA 539 with our guest Brandon Herrera. Taylor.
This episode of PKA is brought to you by ExpressVPN and Lucy. We got Brandon Herrera, long requested guest, finally nabbed him, busy man. Thank you so much for coming on. Last second, by the way. Cleared his schedule. He had a funeral, and he said, I was never even that close to my grandma.
I know where to find her if I need her.
Yeah. Genuinely grateful.
She's not going anywhere.
Yeah, that ship sailed.
No, it's good to be on, guys. I appreciate it.
Yeah, good to have you.
Yeah, you were saying before how, like, you must, how old are you first?
25.
25. Okay, you're an old-looking 25-year-old. In a good way. You look fit.
A lot of miles.
But he's like, I remember watching Kyle's videos when I was 16. And I was like doing that like meme math where I'm like, is he younger than I am? Oh, that sucks. Like, so, yeah. You've been watching him for a long time. You said you watch Mail Monday on Woody. Obviously watching my same Zombies gameplay just as much.
Absolutely. I was gonna say, I've been watching you two for forever. And Taylor, you're really funny.
Oh, thanks for that. So yeah, thank you for coming on. It's really apropos this week because there's like 5 different gun things going on. There've been multiple shootings over the past few weeks, and then there's that the gun control, like 5 measures or executive actions, executive orders, whatever it was. I was watching your video, some of that beforehand, and I stopped in the middle because I'm like, I don't want to learn everything before
I don't want to get tricked into learning something.
Yeah,
absolutely not. And so yeah, is that kind of your bread and butter following? I know Donut Operator, some of those guys do like the shooting breakdowns. Do you do that as well, or more just the gun side?
Definitely more so just on the gun side, but more like in kind of the comedy entertainment. Like I tell people, people ask what I do, and I'm like, I'm a professional retard on the internet.
Me too.
So, it works pretty well.
It's a great job.
But, yeah, no, I don't do a lot of the shooting breakdown stuff like that. I try not to get too political. Or at least do videos on politics all the time because that's just really dry. And there's a lot of preachy people that do that anyway. So I'm like, I don't really need to. But sometimes, not gonna lie, it gets the clicks. So that's kind of nice.
Dude, I want to talk about that.
Yeah, I agree completely. Like maybe, and if it were me, like in that particular space, like there are some of them that you just don't want to cover. Like there's no right opinion to even have on some of this stuff. It's like you're just going to alienate 50% of your audience if you even take a side. It's almost better if you're just like...
I'd never limit myself to just having the correct opinion. I'm wrong half the time at least. I want to talk about that chick. The chick that shot the dude with the taser.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there a video of that? I haven't seen it.
There is
but we
video.
Can't watch that shit.
Yeah,
you
can't watch it, but I can. I'll break it down.
Someone being murdered.
Here it is. There's this guy, super skinny dude, and he's doing that thing where he's like not fully complying, right? The cops have wrist control, and he kind of sits back in the car. He's not like actively swinging and taking some stance or anything, but he's just not like, putting his hands behind his back. Like this, he's on a resistance scale of 1 to 10. He's giving him like a 3 or something.
Yeah.
Right.
Can I just jump in real quick?
Please.
As someone who's been arrested a few times, there was zero resistance. There was a point where like I instinctively kind of put my hand. They were like, "Are you armed?" And I like opened my coat to show them that no, I'm not armed. And they're like,
"Show them your cool gun."
Yeah, I was like, "You're goddamn no." I'm like, absolutely not. Do you want my jacket on or off? And they're like, if you could slip it off carefully. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to do it real slow, maintaining eye contact with you, sir. I hope you're the first one to shoot if you see a gun. Hey, if you see something, shoot. But I got nothing. Like I'm so compliant.
Yeah.
I'm like, which hand do you want behind my back first? And I'm being like extra flexible because I know what it's like to handcuff somebody. I've handcuffed plenty of people, believe me. It's hard to get them on sometimes. And I'm just like, hey, if you could not lock the joint, that'd be great. I'm not going anywhere. And every time I ask them not to lock the joint, they don't do it. They've been really cool about that. Because like in the movies, you see that chain between handcuffs. That ain't how handcuffs work. They've got this hinge that they can lock so that your hands are just like they don't go anywhere. There's no moving around back there.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, every time I've been arrested, like maximum compliance, 10 out of 10. This is not the part where we alpha the 5 guys with handguns.
All right. So this guy isn't exactly alphaing them, but like I said, a 3 out of 10, right? He's just, I think he even like sort of sits down. He's not like jerking himself away, but he's slipping and
back in his own car. He's sitting down, or
yeah, I think so. I assume it's his car, and the cops have like wrist control on him, and the cops are kind of like, wrestling is an overstatement, but they're controlling him, and he's mildly not complying. Meanwhile, this chick, and you can see it on her body cam, is like behind the male cops that are like wrist controlling and sort of like they're about to pull him out of the car and handcuff him and such. And she pulls out what she thinks is her taser. And now she wants to help the boys lock this guy up. She is like a 50-year-old, out of shape, worthless cop. Absolutely worthless. And this is a physical situation. This is a job that involves taking dudes who don't want to comply and making them comply. And she is not qualified for this job because she can't fucking carry the groceries by herself, to look at her. Yeah. And she grabs what she thinks is her taser, and she's like, I'm going to tase him. I'm going to tase him. And the cops are still like working on the guy, and then she yells, taser, taser, taser. So they spread clear, kind of like the paddles, at the surgery. They don't want to be touching the guy while she tasers him. Well, she's got her Glock in her hand. She fires a shot into his chest and goes, oh, I shot him.
She says, "Oh, I shot him."
Not again.
This is a pretty good play-by-play. Yeah.
As the guy speeds away, like when she shoots, he speeds off in the car.
I would argue he sped away after the shot and because of the shot.
Yeah, he was probably like,
see it that way too, Brandon? Yeah.
You know what I would do? I would drive away too. I'd be horrified of the woman who mistook a taser for a gun and was firing wildly.
His last words were, "Oh fuck, that wasn't a taser."
Tasers really hurt.
So the way I remember it, she shot him. He's like, "Oh, damn it, they're shooting. I better drive away." He does. Yeah. He doesn't make it very far at all and dies. Yeah. And now there's a question. They're charging her with some kind of manslaughter. I think second-degree manslaughter. And now we're outside of my depth. Yeah. So my friend looked it up, what second-degree manslaughter is. And give me like 15 seconds. I think I can find it.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, while you look at that,
I got it.
This, of course, brought up other cases of this happening. And so after we're done talking about this one, I've got a completely different, but exactly the same story to tell.
Another taser mistake. So I did see something, like I haven't seen the clip, but I did see like some stuff floating around online where it's like the weight of a fully loaded Glock is like 3 times that of the taser or something.
It's
something
noticeable.
It's a very
also
significant
like
thing.
bright and yellow.
Taylor, if everything is heavy to this woman, she's worthless as fuck in a physical confrontation.
Yeah, after Woody reads the third degree thing, I want to talk the difference between a fucking Glock 19 and an X26.
Even the handle on the taser is so little.
All right. Next.
Yeah, go ahead.
Manslaughter in the second degree. A person causes the death of another by the following means is guilty of manslaughter, yada, yada. The first condition, the one that applies here, the person's culpable negligence whereby the person creates an unreasonable risk and consciously takes chances of causing death or great bodily harm. It's the consciously take part that I struggle with, right? Was she negligent? Undeniably, right? This bitch can't do anything right. She whips out a taser or a Glock instead of a taser and actually pulls the trigger and kills somebody.
Yeah.
I just not sure about the consciously takes chance.
All right, so
consciously. Go ahead.
So the two weapon systems will come, like probably a Glock 19. That's what I see most of these people carrying. I rarely even see a 17, but it's pretty hefty, especially fully loaded, right? You've got 17 rounds in there and probably one in the pipe, or at least 17. I don't know exactly what it weighs off the top of my head. Let's call it 2.25 pounds or something, just making that number up. The grip, the everything about it is noticeably different than an X26 taser. Not only that, an X26 has a safety on it. It's got a thumb safety on the left side. Okay, so like, I'm just putting myself like if you blindfold me and you put both things on the table, instantaneously I know the difference just by feel. And if that doesn't work, I know by weight. And if that doesn't work, I feel a little more, and like everything is different. Even the trigger guard on an X26 is kind of this weird thing. On the Glock, it's completely different. Like just the grip texturing, the knurling is completely different. The fact that there's a fucking safety that you would have to disengage before firing your taser should just be like oh wait, this doesn't have a safety on it. Also, they're usually the way I see cops do it. Obviously, I've never worn a taser. I've used that particular taser before for stuff. I've shot people with it, but they've got their Glock on their right hip, if they're right-handed, and then on a cross draw, they've got the X26. They got to reach across their belt and draw it from over there. That's how I usually see them wear that system. Hard to get that mixed up. What you have is someone who is, Woody kept pointing out how she's physically unqualified for the job. The real issue here, the failure, is a mental inability to do the job.
Here's why. Let's say that she wasn't a woman. Let's say that she was a little person, right? She was an
actual midget.
Yeah, 3'6" tall.
No. We were talking physical, not mental, Woody. So the fact that she's a woman's irrelevant.
If she was 3'6" tall, then she would have the same problem. She would have to be working through her weapon systems because she was fucking useless.
No, that guy would be alive because her little dwarf finger couldn't reach the trigger.
Yeah, she shot him in the thigh.
The problem is this solution should have been putting cuffs on a dude, right? And if it's a couple guys, you might get in there and everyone grabs a wrist or an ankle or something. They grab them out of the car. They do whatever it takes. But because she had nothing to offer in that category of police work, she had to fucking start grabbing Glocks off her hip. That was the problem. There should be a physical qualification for a job that involves wrestling criminals. Period.
Also, probably not being colorblind, I think, would help, considering she waved a clear Glock in front of. In the video, she's waving it around for like a solid 4 or 5 seconds at least. And I'm like, "Ooh, that's a Glock, honey. That's a Glock. Yeah, that's not. Nope, not taser. Yeah, fuck. Nope, too late."
Yeah, now he's dead because you. Yeah, I mean, it seems like a mixed bag. Like, if she was smarter, then she might have been like, "Oh, the guys are doing the heavy lifting. I'll just stand here and do my easy job." But the whole "I got to be I did my part. I'm doing my part" kind of thing is like
Paul
she
Verhoeven,
pulls out her Glock and blows the guy away. Like, yeah, I already saw that she resigned, which is which is basically like, "You can't fire me. I quit."
Oh, it's not even that. It was a situation where they called her into the office and they were like, "You've got to go. We don't want to fire you. If you resign, you'll probably get part of your pension or this or that. Like you should resign so that, you get these benefits and it looks better on your record." And that's what happened. It's a sweetheart deal.
It was her and her chief, I think, resigned.
Good.
Yeah.
But that's not good enough.
I heard
if
that
that's your brother who's dead, it's like,
yeah.
I heard he attempted to resign. I don't know what to make of that, but that's how they described him on the news.
So the one thing I think they are doing right, though, is that they're charging her with something reasonable. Because what they normally do is this stuff gets political really quickly. They're like, "Oh, we want first-degree murder," and you overcharge. And it's like, well, no, it wasn't. Like, by definition, first-degree murder. Nobody, he didn't break into your house in the middle of the night, tie you up in the basement, and kill you with a chainsaw. It's like, these aren't the same things.
Right.
And then they overcharge, and then they burn a city down when they don't get a conviction. It's like,
that's what happened in the Rodney.
All right, so
mixing it up, but I don't know that they even charged. This might be an overcharge. The consciously takes chances of causing death. I'm stuck on it. I don't feel like she consciously made this decision to shoot a guy. She negligent, but
is that what that means? Consciously takes chances of. I never know when I read legal stuff. Yeah, I'm looking at the image that you said.
A good lawyer could argue that she consciously drew a weapon and pointed it at the guy and pulled the trigger.
I considered that angle. Yeah, maybe you're right. I don't know.
So this brought to light a different situation. Might have been in Florida. I don't have the details in front of me, but I watched the video a few days ago.
Not another taser mix-up.
Exactly, another taser
Jesus
Christ. So here are the broad strokes.
We need to make guns heavier, way heavier, apparently.
It was another female, wasn't it?
It was a man. So the situation was they were doing like an undercover sting where they had set up this felon who was wanting to sell guns. And so they've got like the sting car with the hidden cameras in it, and the undercover is buying these guns from this guy, and he's just like, "Yeah, it's a German Luger, and he's selling this guy this handgun. And then like the rest of the cops start pulling in. This guy gets wise. He jumps out of the car and starts sprinting away. I don't think he has the gun on him at this point. I think he's just running. He's like running for his life, and they're chasing after him. and one of the cops involved is some sort of a 70-plus-year-old like reserve resource officer or something like that. I don't even understand exactly.
Retire that man. 70?
Like he's some sort of a reserve, like he's not even like a full cop. He's like a reserve officer, whatever the fuck that means.
At 70, he should be running for president.
And he's literally like 70.
You beat me to the joke.
He should be leading the free world, not chasing guys on the street.
You gave him a gun. He should have the launch codes.
Yeah, he should have the football.
He looks like the guy from the diabetes commercial. Like he's overweight. Wilford Brimley. Yeah, he looks like Wilford Brimley. Well, they get this guy kind of on the ground, and he's wrestling with him a little bit, and he does the same thing. Taser, taser, taser. Bang! And he even says, he goes, "Oh no, I shot him." Oh no, I shot him.
She said it too.
Yeah. Oh no, I shot him.
To be fair, as old as he is, he was probably around before electricity was invented. So tasers may be a new concept.
I'd try and like act quickly and be like, taser malfunction. This one shot a bullet.
What if he was just like, damn, that taser's got some heft, right, boys? Woo.
Man.
So your Google search history includes how do you delete body cam footage?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, how many times has this happened?
This is not the second time. These two times are not the only times, because I've seen it a third time. Was
it on a Chicago subway?
Dude, I've seen so many of them. Frankly, they're all jumbled to me.
Dude, I saw one. I think the guy might have already been cuffed. His hands he was on his belly.
That's it.
Yeah. And the cop pulls out what he thinks is a taser, and he pretty much executes him by shooting him like in the head or something with the gun.
Jesus Christ.
It's awful.
It's awful. It's just awful. And
also, you tase him in the head?
As I was saying it, I'm like, maybe the taser thing was just the thing you said.
I'm going to tag him in the back of both ears.
Because the other ones seem like genuine mistakes. You know, like
remember how you would always see cops go, "Stop!"
Was incompetent. The woman sold me on her incompetence. I think through and through, she is physically and mentally completely unsuited for this job.
Yeah. You know how cops would, whenever they wanted to beat a suspect, they would yell, "Stop resisting."
Yes.
Like I think whenever a cop wants to shoot a suspect, they yell taser. Like this is all part of their training. They're like, and remember, guys, if you ever want to just straight up murder someone in the street, just yell taser, 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 and let them have it. You're in the clear. You're in the clear. Slap on the wrist.
Do you think they actually train? Sorry, Brandon. Do you think they actually train to yell "stop resisting" while beating someone?
Yeah.
Or is it just cultural?
I think it's one of those things where
an unspoken thing.
I think it's one of those things where like before a show, sometimes we'll be like, yeah, if you need to cough, just hit the mute button. And if you need to take an extended break, just kind of send us a private message and, we'll smooth it all over. And also, if you want to beat the shit out of a suspect in the street, just stop resisting. They're going to be flailing a lot because you want to hit the elbows a lot with your baton. Okay. Elbows, shins, they're going to be in so much pain. Of course, they're going to resist.
If you hit them in the head with a baton, they always move their hands. That's a good time to hit them.
It's involuntary.
Yeah. They're called Frankie Funny Bones, always tapping the back of elbows, manufacturing fights so he can continue to beat you up.
Yeah. Yeah,
toughest people.
And it goes back to what I always say about cops. Cops aren't paid enough, and that's why we have bad cops. If you pay cops $75,000 a year plus benefits, then a whole better class of intelligent individuals who are physically and mentally capable of performing that job at the level it needs to be performed will apply for that job. And all of a sudden, all of these nincompoops will fall by the wayside. They'll be like, how many we got for the recruiting class this year? Where we have 800 applicants and we're accepting 50. All right, well, we can cut the bottom 750 out. And that's going to include all of your 50-year-old women who can't carry groceries, all your 71-year-old guys who should be leading the free world. It's going to get rid of all of the I love that joke. Secret white power racists who have murder, death, kill written down the barrel of their personal AR that they carry in the back of their car. The guys who carry one of those curved raptor claw blades in their belt so they can. I know a cop like that. Look, I have cop buddies. I like them a lot, But dude would show me his gear, you know. I'd show him my gear in the back of my car, and he'd be like, "Let me show you what I got." And like in his belt, he has one of those, I don't know what they're called, but like the curved blade raptor claw.
Little karambit.
Dude, we got
a karambit or something like that.
Do you remember years ago we were sponsored by that gaming company that sent us these? I use it to open boxes.
Yeah.
We open dog food with ours.
Yeah.
My cop buddy opens.
This thing destroys. Just the best at opening boxes. And also. Yeah.
Yeah. My cop buddy carries one of those in his belt. It like goes in the belt buckle, and he is ready to pull that out and disembowel a suspect if need be.
We keep ours in the pantry.
He has his AR-15 and 400 rounds of ammunition, and just like you know, he's like, yeah, this is my vest, and this is my helmet, and these are my gloves in case I need to fight. Look at those knuckles. They've got the Kevlar knuckles. You can beat the shit out of somebody, and you don't even feel it. And I'm like, yeah, I've got the same ones. Someone sent them to me, but I'm just selling them on the internet, man. I'm not looking to beat people up with them. He's like, oh, I am.
Does that ever give you a feeling of power? Maybe I'm an asshole. I'm open to that idea. But like when I carry a gun, I'm just kind of aware of the fact that I'm deadly. My motorcycle gloves have a similar kind of Kevlar knuckle. And it's like, I could hit someone really hard with this. Now, of course, that's probably not the weakest part in my fighting style, you know, like, but it just feels like, oh, with these knuckles and this gun, I'm 1% tougher than normal.
Do you remember, well, everybody does that like really egregious shooting in Vegas where the guy's like, you know, get on the floor, you know, right hand red, do the dinosaur, like just making him do all
the cabbage patch.
Yeah, do the cabbage patch. And then like it showed a picture of that guy, and it's like, and here's the gun he used, and it was engraved like, I'm gonna fucking kill you, bitch. Like, something written on the side like that, and it's like, that should like. You shouldn't be allowed to label your guns with little messages like that.
Smile, you're dead with a smiley face. What did his gun say?
It was something awful.
Like that. If you're a cop, you shouldn't be able to have like "get fucked, criminal."
It might have been "get fucked."
I really think it was like on the dust cover of his AR-15.
Yeah. He's got his desk covered like fucking laser engraved, like "get fucked" or something like that.
In your personal gun
said, "I can, because of my badge, I can kill you and not go to prison."
Pretty much.
I'll get paid leave, bitch. I can do whatever I want because I'm a cop.
Yeah, if you just raise, because like, it's a hard job. It's a job I wouldn't want. And they do get stuck into situations that I do not envy. Like that video I sent you guys earlier of the police officer killing the 13-year-old who he met up with in the alley at like 2:45 a.m. in the morning, and the kid had a Glock. And he like pulls the Glock and throws it away at the same time he's raising his hands above his head. So it's real ambiguous whether or not it's a good shoot or a bad shoot. Cop taps him once in the chest, and the kid dies right there on camera. And it is on the police camera, you see this kid's bloody face with blood coming out of the mouth and the life leaving his eyes at like 2 minutes and 45.
I stopped watching it. I didn't like seeing that.
I didn't love it, but I watched it all because I wanted to know what happened. And I'm left still not knowing if the cop was in the right or not. What I think was he was in a terrible situation. And like, I don't know. I'm glad it's not up to me whether he's in the right or not.
Did you lay it out for everyone? I was kind of multitasking, finding
the cop's chasing the kid down an alley. The kid's like 13. He's wearing baggy clothes, and he finally stops. The cop has one of those
the cop told him to stop multiple times, and he ran another 20 seconds, maybe.
Sure. Cop has like one of those like tactical strobe lights on his handgun, and which is blinding as fuck if you've never been hit by one of those, by the way, and super disorienting. And while the kid is raising his hands above his head, he is simultaneously drawing a handgun from his waistband and disposing of it. It's both. It's like, get rid of my gun and hands up, and it's this like single motion where it's like gun, throw away, hands up. That like, and the cop has to make this decision instantly for his life. And he does, and his decision is to shoot once. That's one thing I at least give him, like regardless of whether it's right or wrong. I often see cops be like, oh, we need to shoot all of our bullets now. And it's just like, dude, he's been dead. Like, you're just ricocheting him into Toys R Us now. Like they'll dump magazines into people.
It took me a second to process. Full on ricocheting into Toys R Us. Like,
yeah,
it's all good. Nobody's there anymore.
That's true.
Oh, all right. F and chat.
The Circuit City and the Toys R Us were riddled with bullets. Police estimate $15 to $20 worth of damage.
So this, I assume this happened very recently, right? So it hasn't begun to unfold.
No, I think it's like brand new. Like it got linked to me. Like the moment I sent it to you was the moment I had received it. And
Where did it happen? Like what city?
I'm like digging that up right now because it says it's Chicago.
Chicago, very popular for shooting.
Yeah, if anyone out there wants to see it, and look, I talked on PKN about how you should avoid scarring your brain with like fucked up shit on the internet. So it's your choice whether you want to see it or not. It's graphic. The title is Graphic Warning, Body Cam Footage of Chicago Officer Fatal Shooting of 13-year-old Adam Toledo. If you actually want to see the thing.
I didn't see the gun at all. So to me, it looked like the kid was running.
Mm-hmm.
He stopped running, put his hands up, and the cop shot him. And I was like, whoa, why? It seemed like a bad shooting to me. And there's this frame where you stop it, and there's nothing in his hands. The light is on him. You can see clear as day. He was unarmed
For sure.
and had his hands up when the cop shot him. Kyle's like, yeah, he had a gun in his hand. So I was like, wow. And I stopped the video. I showed him the still shot. And he's like, frames before that. And then he showed me the gun on the ground. So I
missed that too.
I wouldn't have seen it either if it wasn't for the screenshot.
And like maybe the cop didn't even see it. Maybe they planted the fucking gun. Like I don't know the answers to these questions. All I know is like there was a gun, and the cop seemed super upset. Another thing I don't like, I mentioned them like mag dumping kids in the street. And it's when they do that, I think it's another one of those like thin blue line. Hey, if we ever get into a shooting, we all shoot. Okay. All right. Yeah. They're not taking us all down. If 18 of us light this guy up, there is no scenario in which 18 of us go before a grand jury. They don't do it. Okay. If you let John over there fire one bullet into a guy, he can be found culpable. But if 18 of us unload, clearly there was a threat, and they will be on our side.
I show up 12 minutes later, pop one in solidarity.
Part of it.
The corpse.
The other thing the other thing that I think is like similar to that, and I don't like it, is when they have clearly just murdered a man and he is dead or dying, and they're like, stop resisting, knee in the center of the back, getting his hands behind him, when they really should be doing what this Toledo shooting cop did. And he's just like performing chest compressions, checking for a heartbeat, where are you shot? So, and then the kid can't talk, but like, I rarely even see them ask that. They're just like, oh God, this guy who's clearly dead might come back to life. Like they're afraid of zombies at this point, which I could believe because of the low level of individual you got being cops.
This cop clearly wished he hadn't shot him. And wished he didn't have to almost. I don't know if the cop saw the gun or not. I didn't. If the cop saw the gun and shot and that's why, a good shooting, I guess. The kid maybe just should have put his hands up without touching the gun. If the cop didn't see the gun, then a lucky shooting, I guess.
Little PSA for people at home. When the cop is chasing you and he says, put your hands up, don't immediately show him your cool gun. Not a good idea.
Just hands up.
Pro tips here on
hands
PKA. That's good. I think we brought in an expert for that.
I've been stopped by police. I've been stopped by police plenty of times when I had a gun on my person or in my vehicle, and never one of those times did I say, "Hey, do you want to see a gun? You want to see a real cool gun? It's got tiger stripes on it. Check out the barrel. It's got a."
Mark, do you want a brownie before you go to bed?
Hands on the steering wheel the whole fucking time, like yes sir, no sir, yep, all right. But
eye contact.
I've done all that and still got chastised by a cop. So in my concealed carry course, they told us not to tell the cop you have a gun. I have a gun as a thing that could make a cop unhappy.
They told you that?
What they told us to do instead was to hand your concealed carry license with the driver's license. That was your method of saying I have a gun. Then you answer any questions about it. And this cop did not like that at all. He thought I was hiding or something. Like, who hands over a concealed carry license as a method of hiding it, But
guess where it is, copper? Riddle me that.
But yeah, he chastised me, and I was trying to explain to him this is how they told us to do it in the concealed carry course, and he said, basically, he was speaking on behalf of all police. That is not what you do. You tell the cop that I have a gun.
Yeah, I
don't know what's right.
That's a situation where I become a smart ass though. Like we got pulled over that time in Florida I had like brand new tags on the SUV I was in. I just bought it. And it was me and my cousin Scott and this girl that I was returning to her house, and the car was full of guns. I mean, like 7 ARs and 8 handguns or something like that, a couple thousand rounds of ammunition. And they shine the lights in, they see it, and the guy goes, "Guns!" And they're like, "All right, everybody step out of the vehicle." And they're running all the guns and everything. And they're running the car's registration and our IDs and our backgrounds. And finally come to the conclusion that everything here is A-okay. And they're like, "You really shouldn't. You can't ride around with your guns in there like that." I'm like, "Am I breaking any laws?" They're like, "Well, no." I'm like, "Well, I think I'll put them wherever I want then." Like I like my handguns rolling around on the floorboard in the back. That's how I like them. I like my AR stacked up 5 deep in the trunk. Like that's how I like my AR stacked.
I should close my eye, put a hand where the passenger's feet go, and find at least 2.
That was the situation, 100%. And it was more so because Scott was in the back seat, and when we got pulled over, he didn't like the fact that there were guns like stuck between the seats, like almost in a drawable position. So he started pulling them out of there and pushing them as far away from himself as he could, which meant the floorboards were full of handguns. And then he's just sitting there like this, like terrified. He never does well under those situations, under the bright lights of police flashlights. But I was just like, nah, if I'm not breaking any laws, that's where they're going to stay. I don't have any kids in here. Like I like having piles of handguns rolling around.
So I'm like the same way. Like I used to like to keep I had, rifles all in the back, 3 or 4 AKs, whatever. Usually I'm transporting them to from the range. We're doing filming, whatever. And turns out you can't do that in South Carolina. And I realized that now because I was held at gunpoint by police for about 10 minutes at a traffic stop at one point because I got pulled over. I don't even know what I was doing. I didn't know speeding, but I was like, I was in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, South Carolina, and I get pulled over by Officer Tren, and he just like jacked fucking 55-year-old, and I'm like, yeah, yes sir, like I have a concealed carry permit. Yes, I am carrying. I do have guns in the vehicle, like being as compliant as possible. Yeah, and he sees puppy, and he sees he sees one of the guns, I guess, at the floorboard. And immediately draws down and is pointing the gun at my fucking neck. And he's like, "Don't fucking move, you whatever. I have my license in my wallet in my hand." He's like, "Put your hands on the ceiling." So I'm like, got my hands on the ceiling, whole 9 yards. He's like, "I'm waiting for backup to come. I've got 3 or 4 units on the way, blah, 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 and all this shit." And he's like, "You make one fucking move." And he's saying all the bad lines. And I'm like trying to joke with him to cool him down because it was like 10 minutes. I was at gunpoint with just this dude. He's saying all the lines like, "I don't know who the fuck you are, but I'm going home to my family." I'm like, "You know what? I would love that. That would be awesome."
You're not like, "No, you're not."
We'll see about
you
that.
Don't know what's coming. You don't know who you pulled over, sir. Like,
"Oh, you only sent for 3? I sent for 10.
But like, I was making jokes and shit because I'm just like, well, I appreciate your trigger discipline. He's just trying to cool the guy down. Like, hey, I'm not a shithead. Like, I'm trying to go visit my parents. But yeah, a couple officers did show up and they kind of like figured out what the fuck just happened. And I was kind of like, yeah, homeboy, is he okay? Like, everything okay at home? Well, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, well, technically, yes, you were violating state law.
Well, his whole family died in a fire 3 years ago. And it's like, oh no. He was crazy the whole time.
His whole family had just died in a gunfight yesterday. No, but apparently they had apparently it was against the law the way I was transporting. I was unaware of that. It was perfectly legal in North Carolina. I just crossed state lines, and they're like, yeah, but I kind of could hear it in their voice. It's like, homie should not have pulled his gun on you and kept you at gunpoint this whole time. So we're very sorry. Please get on your way. So I'm like, all right, well, at least that's cool. I'll take it.
So they acted like he was kind of the Spurg of the group. I bet like when they got the call from like Officer Tren, they're like, another guy's being held at gunpoint. We got to go.
Let's hurry up. Let's hope he's alive when we get there.
Oh fuck yeah! Like that's the 3rd one this week. Oh, and his name's Herrera. Fuck.
I'm going back home to my family. Oh, I'm sure you miss your wife Samantha and your daughter Jessica. Just like taking a guess on this. Your head blown off. I was doing a bit. Sorry. As you're dying.
No, I'm not very funny, but comment section tells me all the time.
I'm sorry. Yeah, they can be super jumpy. I get it to some extent, but like I had I think I was in Oregon, got pulled over by a female trooper, And I told her, she asked for my registration or insurance card. I don't remember which, but it was in my glove box. And I was like, my handgun's in there, just so you know. I've got a lot of guns in the car. I was like, I don't even. She's like, how many? I'm like, I don't know. I don't like keep a proper count. Somewhere between 12 and 15, maybe. I really don't know. But yeah, my handgun's in the glove box with my registration. I'm gonna have to reach right next to a gun to give you that. She's like, that's fine. I got one too.
Yeah.
Like just gave no fucks. Like she got it. Like, you know, that's the kind of calm demeanor that I like appreciate from a cop. Like she was
Definitely.
real chill about it.
I find that disclosure is usually the key, because like I find that cops like usually are super chill, especially like, small town Southern cops. They're like, as soon as you tell them, they usually have that canned line like, well, as long as you don't touch yours, I won't touch mine.
Sure. Yeah.
Super chill.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's all the times I've had real issues with that, I was away from home, like, and it was like Georgia State Patrol or something like that. Because like when I was driving to Florida that time, and I had the gun slap full of cars again that looked funny. I had $30,000 in my passenger seat because I was going to buy a boat. And I had like the car was brand new with like stickers on it again, different car.
30 grand in cash, 12 guns.
Yeah, and I had some scary shit in the back. I think I might have had a M249 in my trunk or something. And so yeah, they were just like, it's a belt fed machine gun, a saw.
Very cool.
And so they were just like, what happened was a trucker called in and said that I was waving a pistol while I was driving through traffic. Which,
were you?
Of course not. I had my pistol.
Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly. I was and I'm just like, I'm in my head, I'm thinking like, did I do anything that could even be perceived that way? Like, did I wave my hand? Did I like fart and I'm like waving it out the window or something? Like what happened here? Like, no, none of that happened. But there was a 9mm sitting flat in the passenger seat, and that's what he saw. He saw a gun in a car seat down below him, and he called the cops on me. And they all showed up with hands-on pistols, not drawn, but maybe they were drawn. I don't remember. I remember there were hands-on guns though, and it was just like, we can call the dog, or you can just let us search. And I'm like, I don't want a dog scratching my new car. They fucking search. Yeah. I got nothing to hide.
The funny part is Karens like that, who will do their part to end gun violence and report this guy who's got a gun, and has police go show up and kill somebody.
Yup.
Yeah, often. Yeah.
Task failed successfully.
Well, one more gun owner off the streets. Probably what Karen would think. He was just going to shoot somebody with it anyway. He's just going to murder someone. Yeah, that shit's annoying. So I was watching I really enjoyed, by the way, I saw a couple more though, the AR guy versus AK guy. It's like watching.
I'm sorry to hear that.
It's like getting really into a subreddit on a niche hobby that you don't get yet. And like after you get to like page 3, you're like, I get the jokes. Right. Like I get what's happening. Like I watched the first episode and I'm like, okay, I get it. So like AR guys wear scarves and like talk about stats, and AK guys are like, let's go shoot things for cheap and have fun. And like, this was just total impulse purchase, like thought. I just started looking right after watching that video. I'm like, what kind of AK could I buy if I really want an AK? And so I wanted to ask you, I don't have an AK. If I wanted to buy one, what kind? Where do I look? Treat it like I don't know a thing.
So American stuff is usually pretty shit. Like not American built stuff, but like American fully made here. They cut a lot of corners. They do a lot of casting, a lot of just really dog shit manufacturing, because they're like, oh, it's cheap Russian shit, whatever. The Russians and the Soviets took that shit very seriously. Like they have very high end like forgings, and it's very strong metal and everything. And without getting too technical, like a lot of the overseas stuff, like Arsenal, very good brand. Arsenal, Bulgaria, Saigas, all the Russian shit's really, really good. Then you get American shit, which is like, oh, it'll detonate after 2,000 rounds if you're using hot ammo. It's like, yeah, that's not awesome.
I bought an American AK. I didn't know any better.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Dude, I was like, ooh, it's an AK, but it's American. So,
twice as good.
Yeah, I'm like double good. No, it's more like multiplying to negatives or something. I don't know. I think I fucked that. Let's say it's not like that at all.
I don't know. I was
Opposite of multiplying two negatives.
great C students, so you're out of my take.
Maybe the Americans are positive. I don't
multiplying
know.
one negative.
But in any case, it sucks. It jammed all the time. I think I asked Kyle to look at it. He didn't have a solution. I'm not sure about that. I definitely took it to a gun store and was like, "Hey, this is like, do you want it as a trade-in? I hate this gun." And they're like, "No,
You're an excellent salesman."
yeah, well, I didn't. Yeah, good point. So anyway, my gun sucks. They suggested removing some piece of rubber to make it maybe it better.
Oh no, you have an IO.
I do. Yeah, I think so.
Oh, honey.
Is that a really tough one to have?
Awful. I've actually toured their facility and they threatened to sue me after the video I made.
Really?
One of my earliest videos on YouTube. It's just awful.
Is there any way to make it not misfire?
You can send it to me. I can completely demill it and replace all of the parts and rebuild it, and then it might work correctly.
So he'll make you a new gun and send that new gun back.
We could probably save like the furniture and the trigger.
I don't like the furniture.
Well, we could definitely save the trigger group and the screw.
Kyle gave me better furniture, and I decided that the AK wasn't worthy of the furniture. The furniture is like the wooden part for anyone who doesn't know guns. And I was like, man, I really like this. It's almost reddish purple, or I don't know, really appealed to my sense of style. I thought it was cool. But I'm like, this gun is not worthy of this outfit. You can't have it.
Yeah, I never got too much into AKs. Whenever we would buy AKs, it was always to convert them to full auto. So I just buy the cheapest Wasser 10 I could find and make a machine gun out of it. But I never had those Wasser 10s would just go and go and go. I never had any issues with them.
You guys have me hoping for a Biden gun buyback program, right?
You're gonna have to explain that one a little bit.
He's not going to say.
I can't find an idiot to buy my gun, but maybe Joe Biden's that man, right? Maybe he'll buy my AK from me. Nobody else will.
I don't think he's going to go, we were doing a buyback and it's only for shitty American AK.
It's an AK. You'd think they pay top dollar for that. It's got A right in the name.
Yeah, just wait for a local buyback. Wait till Chapel Hill's doing some sort of crazy, get these dangerous guns off the street. You're like, absolutely, $200 Best Buy gift card. Here you go.
Can you negotiate at a buyback?
I don't.
Can you
think
yeah.
You know what? Here's how you negotiate at a buyback. You put up a picnic table right in front of the buyback and outbid them. Keep those guns on the street.
Doing a 501c3 and actually doing a gun safety whatever thing, and just putting up booths in front of buybacks. Like, what do you have there? Oh, World War II K98. Your grandfather had the. All right. Well, they're giving you $100. 140.
Yes. That's the way to go. I would love to do that.
We even put up the paperwork. Our mission statement was to take guns out of the hands of people who didn't want them or didn't feel safe with them and put them into the hands of private collectors.
That sounds pretty friendly.
Yeah, I want to rephrase that to something that sounds worse.
That's the strategy I use, where I wait until Girl Scout cookies come to my neighborhood, and I'm faster than those little kids, so I run ahead of them with my own assortment of better store-bought cookies. I sell them. And
When you rather have some double stuff Oreos, ma'am?
Get out of the way, Samantha. I'm getting the fucking cookie badge.
You can prove your theory that Girl Scout cookies suck and that they can't compete in the open market.
They're so fucking good. Those Samoas are a top tier fucking cookie.
Okay, but there are versions of Samoa that you can buy in the cookie aisle that are better than the Girl Scout cookies.
I've never found a Thin Mint alternative that's better than Thin Mints.
I mean, the free market realized that there's not enough incentive to even make Thin Mints without girls guilting you. There's no way to make it.
It's a monopoly, is what you're saying.
It's a guilt monopoly.
It's charity marketing. They can't compete on the open market is Taylor's essential thing. If true capitalism were to take place here and you had to compete on your ideas and your product, then Girl Scout cookies would never be sold.
What I want to know is why the Boy Scouts don't sell jerky.
What do they sell? Popcorn?
They don't sell shit. They fucking make fires and get molested. That's the Boy Scout motto. That's their fucking mission statement.
I could have got molested. I was in the wrong Boy Scout troop.
Oh, yeah. That's a really good fire you made, Johnny. Yeah. That's good enough to keep us.
Who wants to learn to rub two sticks together?
All Boy Scouts get molested? I don't feel special anymore.
My dad pulled me out. The other Cub Scouts dads were hot on my mom. They were just. I never made it out of Cub Scouts.
Boy Scouts sell popcorn or fertilizer.
Oh, that's trash.
Yeah, what should they sell instead?
Fertilizer?
Not after 1993 or whatever. They stopped doing that.
I can just see a bunch of
The
Boy Scouts
best
showing up at
deal,
my house.
John.
We've got 35 pounds of prilled ammonium nitrate out here if you need it. No, I don't. No, you got to take that with you. You shouldn't be here. No.
Yeah, little Johnny hit his fertilizer goal again. Yeah, all to the same Ted Kaczynski fella.
He's a huge supporter.
Huge supporter.
What should they
Yeah,
sell?
he doesn't even have an address. Mail into the woods.
Jerky. They should sell jerky. They should sell jerky. That's they could even make it themselves.
Yeah,
I
that's a
wouldn't
good
buy
idea.
it though. I don't want it. And maybe I'm just personalizing
don't like jerky?
it too much. Not really.
What if they sent a kid with like in a wheelchair?
Well, then just free jerky. That kid can't even defend himself.
Fair enough.
If you can reach your jerky, you can have it back. Just,
No, yeah, I would think, yeah, jerky just makes so much sense. You know, if the girls are selling cookies, then the boys should sell jerky.
or sell
If we're
better
assigning
cookies.
gender roles.
I love
snaps.
that idea.
Yeah, sell better cookies. Boom. Get in a partnership
Oh.
with Oreo double stuff, and before you know it, like they're gonna be blown out of the water. A little bit of true competition in that cookie market, they're gonna flounder.
I would love to see that war start between the Boy Scouts and the Girl Scouts, just the cookie war.
Yes, that's the culture war this society needs right now.
I love this
Something with
idea.
a little bit of levity that we can enjoy.
We need a real business person to take over the Boy Scouts of America is what we need.
I don't put up with that shit anyway.
There's like a 9-year-old standing in front of Shark Tank, like, I want to walk in front of the girls and out and undercut them with cheaper, higher quality cookies. You're like, I'm in. It's like,
$300,000.
I want $400 million for cookies. In return, I will share them with you. Now he's becoming Adam Sandler, but yeah, that would be a really good idea.
Ooh. Yeah, I got a no soliciting sign on my fucking door, so I don't get bothered with that sort of shit. But still, like, Samoas to me are a great fuck. I don't even know what they cost. Like, are they overpriced?
I think so.
Like that's something I like. I don't remember. I remember maybe buying some in like school. Like I think when I was in high school, someone was selling them, and I signed up and bought a couple boxes. Like, I have no idea what they cost though. Like, if they're overpriced, then I agree completely, because I'm not gonna pay a premium to like support girls fucking, I don't know,
Their patches or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Where does that money even go? What do they do with that money? Do they
what do
fund
Girl
Girl
Scouts
Scout
do?
shit? What do
'Cause,
Girl
like,
Scouts actually do?
Boy Scouts go camping, but hence the molestation. But like
Yeah.
the Girl Scouts, what the fuck do they do?
I don't know. There's definitely someone at the top that's rich as shit off that cookie dough.
There's a
That
woman
cookie
scout
dough.
somewhere raking it in.
Yeah. Or, if the world is the way it is, there's a man scout at the top. Making
That's
all the
much
money.
more likely.
There's Deborah, who had created the perfect pyramid scheme.
Hey, you need to get those little whores out there slinging those cookies.
I don't know that this makes it any better. All of the net revenue raised through Girl Scout Cookie Program, 100% of it, stays with the local council and troops. They may use the money earned to fund a project that will improve the community or donate the money to a worthy cause. So all they've really taught us is they keep it.
Yeah. They think their own cause is worthy.
Yeah. 100% of it stays with the local council and troops. So I guess it doesn't filter to the top? I don't know what to make of that.
I don't know what that means at all. It definitely filters to the top. Everything does.
I'm having a hard time talking shit about that.
Yeah, I
No, you'll
don't
find
mind.
a
I
way.
don't mind it. Look, I mean, I sold that candy for my elementary school. There's boxes of M&Ms and Snickers and shit.
Yeah.
Like I got no problem with it. I just, and again, like, I really do think those are good fucking cookies. If they're overpriced, then I know for a fact I can go to the dollar store and buy Samoa cookies. I'm pretty sure they sell some, like you said, some knockoff Samoas. But I like coconut, and there's not a lot of coconut snack options.
I bought
Yeah.
everything anyone ever sold at my last house. Every neighbor funding something, every local high school football team. I just thought it was like part of being the community.
Yeah.
But my driveway is so long now, I've never seen anybody.
That's great.
sick. That's great.
Yeah.
It's so much
Yeah.
cheaper than having to buy the occasional Girl Scout cookie is just pouring a long ass fucking driveway.
I
got,
don't know. I just got it repaved. It's-
I got these little neighbor kids ringing my doorbell occasionally to fuck with me. They're like, it's like two guys and two girls. They're like between ages 7 and 10 or something like that. They're these little rapscallions running around in the neighborhood. And so like I was in here the other day, bing bong, and I fucking jump up and run. And I look like a house down, and there's this little fucker peeking out behind the house. And like, because of like the acoustics of like the way the houses are shaped, I can hear him very clearly, like more clearly than I should be able to hear him. And he's just like, he's looking, I see him. And I go, I see you. I see you. And I like wave at him. And I go right back in, and then I peer out my window because I know he's coming back for more. He's coming back for more. And I see him like doing the sneaky walk up my driveway.
I like him. At first I didn't like him. Now I like him.
I do like him.
Yeah.
No, I like him. He's the littlest of them. I can tell the others have put him up to this.
Yeah.
Like you do it, little Raj. And little Raj is like creeping up to my door. So I go to the door and I like silently unlock the deadbolt, and I listen with my ear on the door till I hear his little sneakers scuff a little bit, and I yank it open and go, ah, like right in his fucking face, and he goes, ah! and then I start laughing, and he starts laughing, and I'm just like, hey buddy, y'all can't be ringing my doorbell, I'm working in here. And I think I was like, we were doing something with the show, it was like maybe PKA time or something, like, or about to be. I was like, I'm working in here, you know. And he's like, and he starts walking like really close to me, and he's so short, his head is like crotch level. So I'm like backing up away from this child. I'm on probation over here. And there's like a neighbor across the way who can see like a child's face in my crotch. So I'm like backing away in fear, like he's a velociraptor now. And like, he starts like nosing into my house. Like, what y'all doing? And I'm just like,
So
you can't come in.
The neighbor kids didn't put him up to it. His parents who were trying to rob your house did.
He's casing the joint now. He's clearly casing the joint. Like he's like, what y'all doing in there? Like trying to get around my leg and like get into my fucking house right when me standing. I'm just like, you can't come in, buddy. You can't come in. Like he's just like, oh, okay. What's going on? And I'm like, nothing. Stop ringing my doorbell. And
I'm not going back to prison. That's what's going on. Get the hell out of here.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm just like, have a good day, buddy. It was fun. It was a fun little joke, but please don't ring my doorbell anymore. I got to work. And I close the door, and he hasn't been back. They do it again. We're going to step things up a notch. I think I'm going to put something gross on the doorbell.
You could do a attack. Like in Home Alone.
We don't want to hurt anyone.
I know. I was saying like Home Alone. Remember that? Was that Home Alone or some other movie where they?
Home Alone was very violent. Are you going to hit him with a flamethrower? Where's the rest of this idea? Is it the paint can that swings down? That could have murdered him.
We don't want to send him back to prison. An adult getting hit with a paint can swung from that high is like,
it's a problem.
You're going to die.
Did you see like Corridor did the like the remaster of that, where they made it R-rated, and they like VFX artists like went back and like made it like actual kill shots. Everything in Home Alone, they made it like graphic murder.
So there just had to be like 10 Joe Pesci's throughout the show.
They did. They kept adding a new van, like pulled up, like, "Hey, boss, good thing we got to the Twins convention."
What a classic movie.
Hey, weren't they making a Twins 2 with Eddie Murphy in it this time?
They were supposed to. Kyle mentioned that a while ago. Nothing ever came of it.
Yeah, the idea was that
DeVito and Eddie Murphy.
The premise is it's Arnold Schwarzenegger, Danny DeVito again, and Eddie Murphy, and he was the third twin. Like the father has died, and they're all at the funeral. And here's Eddie Murphy, and he was the really triplets, and nobody ever knew about it. And he's the black triplet of the group, and do another movie. And I thought that was a pretty funny premise.
I wonder what Eddie Murphy would be. Right, because the idea was that everything that was pure and good went into Arnold.
Oh, he's the
everything that was evil and like non-respectable was Danny DeVito.
Mm-hmm.
How are we going to handle the Eddie Murphy situation?
He's the black one. That's it.
He's the liar.
Is he?
Well,
that's racist. I can't believe you just said that.
You talk to implied Eddie Murphy. Well, Eddie Murphy did lie about picking. Eddie Murphy did lie about picking up a trans prostitute in the 90s or 80s, didn't he?
Yes,
that didn't happen.
I love that. Wait,
wait? This is one of those stories, Kyle, that you just choose not to believe, right?
I believe the story. He clearly picked up a transsexual prostitute. They pulled him over with the young lady in his vehicle.
Yeah, but he still got to be in Shrek. You know, it's fine.
Well, of course,
he's the real winner here.
How would that disallow him from being in Shrek?
No, it shouldn't. I was saying that he lied about that, and so I was defending Brandon's take that he has lied. But I guess we're kind of off the plot now, aren't we?
Oh wow,
fair enough.
So, Eddie Murphy hired a private eye to diffuse the scandal. This is hiring a transvestite prostitute, but She, due to her rising celebrity status, became a star of an erotic film. And then she left prostitution to become the House of Madame at the nightclub 7969, where she performed erotic routines as a dominatrix with live snakes. Eddie Murphy made her career.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see the Scorsese movie about that one.
She was turning tricks on the side of a street. And then then Murphy landed her, and now she's the madam at the nightclub 7969.
Isn't the madam like in charge, right? Like running it?
Female, I guess.
But there she is, also performing erotic routine. She's the Pete Rose of brothels.
Yeah. Good for her.
The manager and the player at the same time. It's Pete Rose.
Wait, hold on.
I didn't know that.
That's total patriarchy, because technically there's still a dude at the top.
That's true.
Oh,
but,
I didn't think of that.
Is he the sir? The madam and the sir? The madam and the lord? The duke? That's a cool name for a guy that runs a brothel. The Duke. Yeah. That's neat. I've been watching that just popped in my head. That show Solar Opposites on Hulu, made by the Rick and Morty people. Have you guys watched that?
No.
It is not good. It's just like, I wanted to like it because I like Rick and Morty. I think it's pretty funny, but good God, it's like the same guy decided, let's make a version of Rick and Morty where all the characters are unlikable and the voices are the same, and it's like more people die. That's the only difference. It's like it's more death and more violence, but it's like it feels like if you took out all like a lot of the fun sci-fi stuff and the one-liners and the jokes out of Rick and Morty, and you replaced like that 30% with just gratuitous violence. That's what this show is. Like, just it feels like a lazy Rick and Morty. I really don't like it. You should give it a go, see if you do. But it's like I got through the whole fucking thing.
You sell like Solar Opposites as well as I sell American made AKs.
Well, I'm not trying to sell it. I'm saying maybe watch one episode, see if you like it. There is like it's an interesting show in that like it's almost an anthology where like there's a family of aliens, and like every first, third, fifth, like every other episode throughout the season focuses on them. And then, but one of the sun alien is like this evil little shithead who like shrinks people that he doesn't like, and then puts them in this wall of like boxes, like a terrarium. And there's like thousands of people in there now, and they're living in this like Mad Max society. All they have to live on is like when they throw gum or like Tic Tacs in there, and they're all like 2 inches tall and like fighting with Tic Tacs in there. And it's like a Negan style situation. And the guy who's in charge of the wall is called the Duke. And so like every other episode, they follow just the little people in the wall who got shrunk down and put in there. And I'm like, okay, this show's actually pretty interesting. This is pretty funny. This is, like they're trying to solve a murder and they're trying to throw them off the track. And like they keep saying, oh, all these murders were done by a rogue cricket who found his way in the wall, because they're like smaller than crickets. They're like, it's not a cricket. I'm a detective, and I know it's not a cricket. I'm gonna crack the case. And it's that part. And so really just watch every other episode just to see the little people anthology, because that's way better.
You know what's good? Invincible on Amazon Prime.
You were saying that
show has me so hooked. I was so disappointed to learn that it releases week by week. So there will be 8 episodes this season, and as we record this, 5 are out, but it'll be 6 when we release it. And I am so hooked. I binge watch. I watch one after another. I want to know what happened next. It is animated. It's about this teenager who like kind of hits puberty and becomes a superhero. They suspected this. His dad is like the mightiest superhero of all, and his mom's a regular person. So they weren't sure if he'd get superpowers or not. Sure enough, he does. And this is him navigating his entrance into superhero-dom. And without spoiling it, there's some questions about how we feel about Dad, and I want to see what happens next.
Nice.
Yeah.
What shows are you into right now, Brandon?
So I finally just bit the bullet and got Disney Plus.
Okay.
So
You got all the Simpsons now. You're solid.
Oh, do I really?
He was going to go Marvel on that, I'm sure of it. That's why you bought it, right?
It was actually because I kept getting shit spoiled, because like I didn't start WandaVision, I didn't do any of that, and now like I finished as far as we are into Falcon and Winter Soldier.
Me too.
And that's I'm like, all right, I'm kind of on board, and I'm starting WandaVision now that I finished that, and like I finally gotten to the part where I'm like, okay, like it's getting interesting now, at least.
WandaVision.
You guys shit on that relentlessly when it came out.
Kyle especially. I was watching YouTube explanation videos, and it made me appreciate some of the like Easter eggs and hints and like.
Yeah, you guys have completely spoiled the show for me, FYI.
Sorry. Anyway, so I liked it a little more than Kyle because I was watching these YouTube videos. Kyle liked not to have any spoilers. That was his preference on how he watched the show. So I, on the other hand, wanted like assistance. You know, what did I miss? What happened in this thing? So it was.
Yeah, I lost interest. Like the main thing, even though the story was getting better, I didn't give a shit about those characters. And it's kind of where I am with Falcon and Winter Soldier. I care more about those characters, but Wanda's character I never really cared for in the movies. They didn't know what to do with her. Like, she's so overpowered. She's kind of like Quicksilver in or any of those speedster style characters that are in the movies. It's like, all right, well, it's time to fight the big boss. We got to find a way to like get the Flash out, like he's got to be busy somewhere else, or Quicksilver has to be like have a sick aunt or something, because there's no way that like someone who can like change space and time can be here, or they're just gonna fix things. It's kind of the problem you have with Superman in the Justice League. It's like when, especially in the Snyder cut, it's like when Superman arrives, it's like, oh, okay, so he can just beat the fucking dog shit out of the bad guy. Like one hand behind his back, like he's toying with it. It's like the end of the Matrix, right? Remember the end of the Matrix when Neo is like watching Agent Smith throw all those crazy fast punches, and he's just like dodging them, and he's just like grabs his wrist and like side kicks him through a wall, and he's just like, bro, not even on the same level.
I liked how they handle. So Marvel handles it differently. Marvel does a pretty good job of convincing me that everyone's a useful member of the team. Right? Yeah. You've got Iron Man, you've got a guy who's literally a god, and then you've got Scarlett Johansson with a Glock, and somehow they're all taking down 1,000-foot-long monsters, right? They're one-punching Leviathans, and you feel like Scarlett Johansson is actually a useful member of the team somehow. I buy it. I'm sorry, Brandon, say that again?
She's moral support. I get it.
Okay. On Justice League, especially the Snyder Cut, they didn't attempt to do that at all. You've got Wonder Woman, Aquaman, Cyberpunk, whatever the fuck his name is, and the Flash, all working, all doing their best to fight the big baddie, and then Superman shows up. And it's just, he's unimpressed. I think Superman lets him hit him, and he says, I'm unimpressed. Does that sound about right?
To be fair, and look, if you haven't seen the Snyder Cut yet and you care, I'm spoiling a little tidbit here. The bad guy kills Superman. Like that's how the Snyder Cut goes. Like the bad guy kills Superman and the entire Justice League, except for the Flash. And the Flash is the one who has to use his ultimate Super Scion, faster than the speed of light, turn back time maneuver to like win the day. So I gotta disagree there. It's in the theatrical cut, where it's kind of what you're describing, where Superman just shows up, beats the dog shit out of the guy, and everybody else was just like, glad fucking Clark showed up, glad Kal-El like managed to get his brain straight, because we were all just going to get beaten to death. But in the Snyder Cut, they do a much better job of getting everyone involved, except for Batman. And the reason Batman isn't doing much is because what's his fucking name that plays Batman? I can't believe I'm spacing on this. Ben Affleck did not want to come back for the reshoots. He was contractually obligated to come back. He was forced to come back, literally at threat of a lawsuit. And he's all out of shape. His hair's different. He's bloated. He's not wanting to be there. And oh yeah, he's in the movie. You can see he's fat. And he's they've got him shooting parademons with a gun. And while everybody else is in there like hand-to-hand fighting some sort of demigod from another galaxy. But yeah, I thought they did a better job at it. But still, you have that issue where Superman is so overpowered that as long as he's got enough time, the problem was Superman got there too late. Like things were almost done. The boxes were almost together. That was the real problem. And when the boxes merged, it blew Superman apart. It killed him. But yeah, I don't know. I just didn't care about WandaVision that much because I don't like Wanda, and I don't like Cumberbatch or whatever the fuck that plays
Doctor
Vision.
Strange,
I don't maybe I'm like
because Cumberbatch Doctor Strange. I don't remember.
Yeah. What's whoever the guy is who plays Vision? I don't care for him. I'm spacing on his name.
I'm spacing on his name too, but yeah, somehow...
to me they're supporting characters. They're good to have. I like when they've got their little lines to throw in there. Like there's these little moments in the movies. There was a moment in one of the final Avengers movies where Vision is trying to get everybody motivated. He's like, "Yep, we got to do this, we got to do that," and he just picks up Captain America's hammer and hands it to him. Yeah. He's like nonchalantly, and I loved how underplayed that moment was, where Captain America just or he hands it to Thor. Thor's just like, "All right, I think we can trust him." It's great. But like having their own show, it falls a little bit flat for me. You got to be a real Marvel fanboy, I think, to be loving these shows. I'm waiting for Loki. That's what I've got. I'm hanging my stars on, because Tom Hiddleston, I'm pretty sure that's the actor who plays Loki. He kills it. There's a reason they have to keep bringing him back literally from death, because he's the best villain they've ever had. He's better than Thanos because he's he's just charismatic. He's fun and he's funny. He's good to have on your screen.
I think it's neat that most powerful and best, or most powerful and favorite, don't necessarily line up. Yeah. You know, Loki's not the most powerful villain by far, I think, but he's great. When you said he's the best one, my asshole personality immediately wants to find and accept. No, he's the best one. He's great. He's fun.
He's fun to have on screen, and it's just like, there's so many great lines and so many great interactions between him and Thor and like all the all of their family, that whole family dynamic.
Thor keeps forgiving him. It's hilarious to me.
Yeah, it's great. And he's got like that magical backstabbing knife we joked about a while back. It's like, I'm pretty sure you're gonna backstab us. Me? Yeah, he's like that cop that murdered that guy in the hallway. He's got a knife that says backstabbing on it. like his license plate says like loves to backstab or something. That's his style.
It's almost like having an AR-15 with a dust cover that says get fucked or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'd rather be stabbing somebody in the back. Yeah. That's his thing. Yeah.
I'm going to kill you. That's what it.
It's like the line. There was a line from one of the Thor movies where he's like, "Oh yes, one time when my brother was young, he said, 'Hey, look,' and threw a snake at me, and he knew I love snakes, but turns out it was a knife, and he stabbed me in the chest." It's like,
and you knew I loved snakes, really? Well, I mean, there's no reason not to love snakes if you're invulnerable to them, right?
Yeah, I don't think we ever talked about like the most recent Falcon Winter Soldier episode where Captain America goes, again, spoiler if you're not caught up with like episode 4 of that, Captain America goes apeshit and murders a man in full view of the public in front of everyone, as violently as we have ever seen anyone get murdered in a Marvel
to
property.
Continue on the spoilers, the guy he kills is a super soldier. I think he's taken the same serum that Captain America has. And as a super soldier, he was able to kill the new Captain America, who's just a regular person, mostly. His best friend. So Captain America learns that his best friend died. Captain America kills the guy who did it.
Well, no. The girl killed his best friend. The like half black, half ginger girl.
Oh, you're right.
But he just caught the closest super soldier he could. He caught the first one he could lay hands on and murdered him with the shield.
The guy says it wasn't me.
And it's straight out of the comics too. I don't know if you've ever
yelled like taser as he
stop resisting. As the guy's just like
that was a good one, Brandon. I like it.
Literally beats him to death with the Captain America vibranium shield. I don't think there's ever been anything quite that violent in the Marvel universe. Like usually when even if someone's literally being like torn apart, they'll just kind of get those cracks all over their body and like light will shine through them and they'll like blow into like CGI.
Sure.
We had an instance of someone like who's made of flesh and blood being bashed to death with a very dull implement in the midsection until there's blood splattered everywhere. And that's the kind of shit I like. I like over the top violence. Like if there was a Marvel property like that's why I'm such a big Punisher fan, right? Like I like the Punisher just rides around with a fucking AR-15 and a grenade launcher, and he doesn't fucking tie bad guys up. He can't even tie a fucking knot. Like, you think he knows how to like bundle people up like Spider-Man does? He has no fucking clue. He just kills them. He just kills everyone that's there. Yeah, no monologues. Like he might say some shit after, but he's just gonna murder everyone with a fucking rifle.
John Wick was good that way too. John Wick would
John
kill
Wick don't know how
someone
to tie a knot.
He's never tied anyone up that I can recall. And he'll catch the bad guy, and you'll think he's about to explain his motives, and then no, just shoots.
I like the John Wick movies. The first one especially was really, really realistic and gritty, and like it felt like it could have been like real life. Like with a couple exceptions, I'm not sure how I like the next couple. Like kind of go more toward that like graphic novel kind of like cartoon assassin universe kind of thing. Like I like it still, but I think I wish they would have kept it more realistic.
Can they do that without? Do you have to top yourself every movie? Can you just do it again?
You know what would have been cool? And I hate to say it because this is Hollywood. This is what we always complain about, but a prequel. A prequel might have been cool because like, he used to be this assassin and everything. And like, I'm always like in any movie, like whenever it'll begin and it'll show like your hero, like do a quick little mission. I'm always attached to that mission more so than the big thought out Ocean's 11 sort of like, let's get the team together and plot and plan sort of thing that's played out. I like seeing that initial mission where they just go and like do a real straightforward, simple, like seek and destroy kind of thing. I could have watched a whole like John Wick prequel movie about that.
They kind of set it up for that too. Cause they like, there's that whole thing, like, you don't just get out of this business. Like, do you remember what I had to do to get out?
They keep referencing like this crazy thing he did where he just like killed so many people. They sent him on the impossible mission. They keep referencing it over and over.
I want to see this prequel so much. That's the movie we want. We want the prequel. It's better than the 2 and 3 that they've made. They need to go with this idea.
Well, there's a 4 coming now, and I think a 5 as well because yeah, I mean they keep making tons of money, and look, the quality doesn't drop. It's just maybe the story isn't quite as good, but the quality as far as the gun fu, the hand-to-hand combat stuff, the visuals, the directing, the camera work, it's still pretty fucking cool to watch. It's a roller coaster ride of a movie.
I only saw the first one, but I thought it was pretty good.
Yeah, they're good.
I enjoyed
the one.
I like seeing jujitsu, and I like seeing like proper gun work.
The only thing that bothered me about the last one is where they went, because it's obviously selling a lot of Terran stuff. The only thing I didn't like is where they went like, oh, they're wearing heavy armor. Here's a spicier 9mm. It's like, what the fuck are you thinking? Like you have rifles all over here, and you're just like, nah, here's a 9mm that goes faster.
Yeah, that didn't make a ton of sense. And also, like, I think maybe there was some fancy slugs they brought out for that one black guy
for his 12 gauge. That was pretty cool.
I liked that a lot more than the hot 9mm stuff because it's like, I mean, it's still a handgun. Like, it's not even one of the more powerful ones. Like you couldn't maybe get a 10mm out there with some AP rounds. Like maybe I'll care. I don't know. But or maybe a Smith & Wesson 500. Like if they brought out like a big ass hand cannon or something, and like show him like speed loading that. Like maybe I'm down with that. Like big fireballs coming out.
It doesn't even matter that it stopped it. You just crater your chest cavity.
Yeah, just concuss them by hitting the helmet or whatever. But yeah, there's plenty of AP rounds that they could have like brought out. Just bring out an AR-10. I don't know. There's plenty of shit. Or what if he brought out a short barreled Barrett or something like that? He's doing
that would have been fucking dope.
He's like loading that thing fast and just dun 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 dun. Yeah, I think it'll.
So I got a call that. So we obviously couldn't do it, but like they had asked about using. Or potentially using, I'm not going to say like it was a sure thing, but potentially using an AK-50 in John Wick 4.
What's an AK-50?
That was kind of the weapon system I was developing. Still developing. One of those things, we still have to go home and make the new prototypes. More of like a passion project right now, but like a 50 BMG. Think of like an AK and a Barrett together, right?
Very cool.
And they were wanting to use it. I'm like, I don't fucking have one, unfortunately, but I would love to see that. Like, no matter what scene you're planning in that fucking movie where John Wick is about to go kick ass with a fucking 50 cal, I'm on board as a viewer. I want to see that.
Mm-hmm. I like when they do a little research and they bring out some cool shit that I'm like, oh, he's got a desert tactical rifle there. Okay, all right, he's not fucking around. He got a little bullpup sniper. All right, cool. I usually like his handgun selection and stuff like that, but I do wish there was some more exotic shit in there because that's the kind of stuff that turns me on. Like if he brought out, I don't even know what he'd do with it, but if he had one of those Anzio Ironworks 20 millimeter rifles.
Oh my God.
You ever shot one of those?
I haven't shot one yet. I've seen them, and I almost shot Richards the one time. We went out on the range, and he.
Oh, does Richard have a 20?
I think so. Well, he had it in the back of his van. I hope it was.
Holy
him.
fucking shit! Yeah, I didn't know he had one. They're like 17 grand.
That's not awful.
It's not awful, but it's not.
Well, it's not a concealed carry piece by any means.
Yeah.
I'm thinking like a Barrett M107 is like 14 grand. So I'm like, okay, for a 20, all right.
You can get it for 10. Get Richard. I could have. They'll sell them to you for 10.
Gotcha.
But in any case, that Anzio Ironworks, for those who don't know, it's a 20 millimeter bolt action rifle. 20 millimeter, I'm pretty sure is what the F-18 fighter jet shoots as its like machine gun round. Like 50 cal is 12.7 millimeter, and we're talking about 20 millimeters and way more powder. Like the whole thing is like way bigger like weapon system.
Yeah, this is enormous. It's 6 feet 8 inches tall.
The different variants are different lengths. I could barely pick the goddamn thing up. You know, it's like 110 pounds, the one I was playing with.
Jesus.
And you know, it's not like a 110 pound barbell. It's a rifle. So it's balanced funny. And
heavy, so you can't just like stand like Call of Duty and just hold it out, you know.
I don't think I attempted that. I like it, but the barrel is super long. Like it's above my head when I've got it sitting on its buttstock next to me. And I've shot 2 of them. I shot Anzio's down in Florida. His place burnt up. I don't know if you know that. Like his.
I heard about that.
Yeah, some people broke into his shop, his factory building, whatever you want to call it, and he had. I don't remember the exact amount of. Is it 25 Bradley? Is that the stuff?
I'm not sure.
The stuff it's the Bradley fighting vehicle, whatever it shoots. It's 25 millimeter or something like that. It's like this explosive chain gun shit. Anyway, he had, call it $3 million worth of that in his building. And so they break into his building, probably trying to steal guns or whatever they could lay their hands on. And then they realize they're on candid camera. Well, the DVR that's recording them is in a vault, like not just in a safe, it's in a vault. Yeah. And they just see wires going into like armor. And so they're like, well, guess we burn it to the ground. And so they burnt this place down. And of course, he doesn't have his ammunition insured. So it's like a $3 million loss on that's unrecoverable. And then the building and every gun he owned, all of that's burnt to the ground. So at the time I was working with him, he only had like his show gun, the one he was like taking to SHOT Show. And so we shot that a little bit. But he didn't even have a scope anymore to mount on the thing, because I don't think a standard Leopold is going to stand up to the recoil. It's going to fucking shake the bitch apart. So I had to go up to like West Virginia to a guy who actually just had one and was friends with Anzio and shoot his. It was suppressed. And this guy, I don't remember his name, but he was an author. He had written many of the reloading manuals that I was like, I own your manuals. I was like, they're on a bookcase at my dad's house. Like
his name,
we've
Robert?
been using this, huh?
Robert?
Oh, I wouldn't remember this guy's name at this point. West Virginia, mountain dwelling.
Yeah.
Scary guy, you know.
That narrows it down.
Older gunsmith who writes a lot of books.
Yeah, that would describe him pretty well. But I shot his 20 prone, and my shoulder clicked for 2.5 years. Like I've only shot 2 things that actually hurt and kicked hard, and one of them was his 20 shooting it prone, because I'm not good at that, and I didn't have my shoulder on it properly. And my shoulder clicked for 2 years legitimately. When I would like just do something like this, it's click, 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 click.
Jesus
like,
Christ.
Why'd you do it prone instead of sitting down?
He didn't have a table to put it on. Like we're just in his backyard shooting the thing. And again, it weighs like 100 and something pounds, even more loaded, and with a scope on it and everything.
It was something with recoil. It can actually come off the table pretty easily and just fall over.
It's a ton of recoil too. It's a gargantuan fucking gun.
Is it for anti-material stuff like armor piercing?
Yeah.
It's not meant to be a bolt action rifle. It's something that it's just a guy. Like it'd be like if one of us was just like, hey, what if we just made a gigantic bolt action rifle? Well, what bullet would we put in it? Well, what do fighter jets shoot? Let's put that in there. Like,
fighter jets shoot.
Yeah, that's literally what
Hellfires. What are you thinking?
like it would.
It don't have to be like registered as a destructive device.
It's a DD. Yeah. And then the other thing that I shot that actually hurt was what's Bob's first name? Dangerous, I think.
Dangerous Bob.
Dangerous Bob. Do you know Dangerous Bob?
I don't. I know people who run into circles, but I have never met him yet.
Yeah, like Ira Sellers and all those guys.
Dangerous Bob.
That's what
Dangerous.
they.
Yeah, that's what they call him. You'll notice he's missing a little bit of one of his fingers because he blew it off depriming 50 BMG shells. And whenever I'd mess around with him, it seemed like his like favorite shit to play with was explosives and flamethrowers and big bore guns that he'd make himself. And I don't remember exactly what he'd done, but essentially what he had done was take like a 20 gauge single shot breakdown shotgun and make brass for it, and then load up big bore rifle shells for that. So he had like, I'm making up numbers here because I don't remember the specifics, but let's just say it was shooting a 900 grain bullet, 1600 feet per second or something like that. And a breakdown shotgun that weighs 2.5, 4 pounds, somewhere in there, this light ass fucking, like chest, like wooden stocked 20 gauge, like thing you'd see in a pawn shop somewhere for $100.
Something meant for a quarter of the recoil.
A tenth the recoil. It kicked so fucking hard. Every time I would shoot it, I would like, all right, well, can't flinch on camera. So I have to lean into this motherfucker and squeeze and just take it. And it's the equivalent of like telling some big professional boxer or something to like hit you in the chest as hard as they can, but you can't flinch or move. You just gotta be like, all right, do it while I try to look badass. And my shoulder was black and blue.
Hello, my friends. This is pretty intense.
I would lean so far into it, like my front knee would be bent like almost to the ground. Like all my weight, 95% of my weight is on my front foot. My back foot is just barely touching the ground, and it would rock me all the way back. It was awful. It was awful to shoot. I think I shot it 5 times.
What video was that?
I don't even know if we used the fucking footage. It was one of those days where we were in Tennessee, like messing with like a Bofors gun and a flamethrower and like some M240 Bravos. Where we shot like 5 things in a day, and it was the flamethrower video that I did where I like roasted a pig, and the pig had like little pipe bombs tied all over it. Oh no, that was the mannequin. It had a mannequin with little pipe bombs all over it, and then I roasted a pig and pretended to eat some of it. Yeah.
Wait, you pretended?
I didn't cook a pig with napalm and then eat the napalm. I just put some ribs that I bought from a barbecue joint on the back of the pig.
You couldn't tell that?
Fourth wall. No,
it's fucking gag.
Fourth wall destroyed.
My childhood.
There are people who still believe he's Russian. So there are absolutely people who thought that he was pulling meat off of a flamethrower.
I mean, I made it look like I was. We had like a nice, delicious rack of ribs attached to the back of that roasted pig. But yeah, I wasn't going to eat pig I had cooked with napalm.
Yeah, it's not safe. Probably not.
Going back to the recoil thing, at one point I had, I really only had recoil fuck me up one time. And it was one of our 50 prototypes for the AK-50. Had failed. So, semi-auto guns cycle a lot softer than just single shot guns. It failed, so the bolt seized, and so it basically was a single shot rifle. And I was leaned over. This was entirely my fault. I was leaned over really aggressively because I had the barrel on a 9-board. And it's just like resting there. So all the recoil is going to my shoulder. Had no recoil pad or whatever. Just had a PRS style buttstock with plastic on the back. Leaned super forward, and it broke my clavicle. When I fired it. Like, you can see, I still have it in slow motion. You can see in beautiful iPhone slow motion all of the rearward motion, and like it broke my clavicle pretty early on, and all of that you're seeing pushing in is like past the bone.
Oh God.
Is it still fucked up? Those clavicle injuries never heal all the way right.
I don't know why they don't fix them.
It wasn't fully off. Like it wasn't a complete fracture. It was just like it was fractured.
Just cracked, so you're okay. Good. Yeah. I see guys with clavicles that they don't put them back. Like so here's the bone, it breaks, and then it heals like a Z, a letter Z.
Yeah. Like
and
layer it on
why
top
don't
of
you look? I broke my leg. It had a problem. They put a plate on the side of it with screws. It's like an internal splint, and then you just live with that forever. Why don't they do that with clavicles? Why do they let them heal like Z's? They don't do that with legs, arms.
I don't know, but I've always been afraid of that injury.
And it's a really easy bone to. I've said before, a guy I played hockey with took a check at a really bad angle, and it like severed it in two, like broke in half. And I remember being in the locker room. I wasn't playing the game, and like just seeing like as he'd move like the little bits, and he was like green about to vomit. We were maybe like 15 at the time, and like now, like you see him like with his shirt off, like one shoulder is slightly closer to his center mass than the other, and if he like moves it forward, you can just see, just like what he said, instead of like this, like a straight line and then a block and then a slightly lower clavicle line.
Yikes.
Like it seems like a lazy ass surgery. We should have that figured out.
Dude, fuck that.
Yeah, looks awful. What if you broke both of them and you're just all fucked up, all T-Rex armed?
I was gonna say, my luck, they're gonna go in with like a screw and try to do the plate thing and have one like that's just like a cut hair too long, just puncture my fucking carotid artery. It's just like, oh, neat. Now I get it. That's why you don't do that.
I should have just dealt with looking a little silly. I guess you didn't even break yours, so you don't even look silly. You look fine. If I were my buddy who that happened to, I would have been pissed. Like once that healed, I would have been like, what the fuck, man? Like this is, so I'm never going to be the same. Like none of my movements are going to be the same. Muscle memory, everything's different. Like why couldn't you just fix it correctly?
I bet if you were like, maybe if you were a sports, like if you're a professional athlete, like maybe they go in and do it, but maybe it's just not necessary for the average person. I don't know.
What if they give you the option and there's a difference in copay or something, and your parents just said, no, they just don't do that.
Yeah.
Just like, there's no solution for this. And you look it up. My parents were fucking cheap.
It's like the Family Guy where they're like, where Joe goes in and they're like, well, Mr. Swanson, we can give you new legs, but unfortunately your insurance doesn't cover it. And he's like, well, what does my insurance cover? And they're like, well, this wheelchair, Mr. Swanson.
Jesus.
Yeah.
They went on vacation one time and they're like, what's all that luggage you got, Joe? He's like, oh, it's that big bag is the machine that makes my large intestines work. He's like, oh, he's such a dark, depressing character.
He is depressing. When you want to feel better about Joe, you just have to go back to Seinfeld and watch Putty and be like, and see the positive side of his character.
Did you ever see The Tick? Same guy?
When I was little, I saw the cartoon The Tick, but I never registered that it was the same guy. That was before I'd seen Seinfeld.
I don't know if he does the voice of the Tick. There was a live action Tick.
Oh, I've only seen the animated.
Ooh, that is funny.
Is it really?
Well, it's a TV show about, a man dressed in a big blue tick costume, and he's got that like twink moth boy with him. It's
the same guy that's like, Align.
Yeah, it's David Putty.
Yeah, that's so funny. 95% Rotten Tomatoes. This is new, 2016, new-ish.
Maybe they went back and did it again, because the one I'm talking about is like from 99, I would guess, if I had to guess.
Taylor, you should give The Tick a try. I think you might like it.
I'll give it a go. Oh no, it's the old one that has Putty in it.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
Woody, you were saying that Amazon cartoon was pretty good. The
Invincible.
Invincible.
Yeah.
Unbeatables.
Something like that. Close.
I am not going to laugh at a guy for doing a alley-oop. Look, he just got me close. That's all I needed.
The Undefeatables is like the sci-fi original movie version of Woody with bad actors and terrible CGI.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check that out. I'm out of shit to watch. I'm about to start like rewatching Family Guy or something like that. I don't have like a background TV show to watch right now.
Simpsons. Do like the early seasons of The Simpsons.
No, I can't do that.
They're funny.
I know they're funny, but like, I don't know. I'm just not feeling it.
Fair enough. If Family Guy's what you're going for, that's a great background TV show.
Family Guy's pretty good. I did recently watch, and I'd only seen it once before, but the crossover episode, the like 45-minute Simpsons Family Guy crossover, that's a pretty good episode.
Yeah, when they're like, when Stewie's like, oh, he says, eat my shorts, kind of like What the Deuce. It's kind of like that. And then Brian's like, yeah, but probably like way, way, way more popular than that.
Yeah.
Really? It's like, yeah, way more popular. Like, like they were like, I like the jokes in that where they're like, oh, I can't wait to do this again with them. And they're like, yeah, this seems like more of a one-off. I don't think they're going to give us this again.
Yeah, it was very meta. They made fun of themselves relentlessly. And I kept like having a hard time. I know it was a Family Guy episode, but at times it seemed like obviously it's a crossover, but it was like, who's doing the animation? Is it a team effort?
I don't know. But I like those. I mean, they're hokey. they're always those little crossover episodes of any show. They're always so hokey, but you can't look away because you're like, it is two universes that I do want to see together. You know,
I like that they kind of made fun of like. There was a part where Barty's like, "Let me show you my weapons closet," and he's like, "Oh, you've got a weapons closet too." And he's like you look and it's like a slingshot. Like Stewie has a time machine and like machine guns and shit, like laser rifles and all kinds of nuts.
Yeah, and he like looks up to Bart, wants to hang out with him.
Yeah. And then the darkest part, of course, is the interaction between Lisa and what's the girl, Meg? Oh my God, we're like. At the end, when they're parting ways, Meg is like, "I really enjoyed our time together. It was so great meeting you. I cut your name into my arm." And Lisa's just like, "Ugh," because she's literally carved Lisa into her forearm. It's Meg is such a dark character.
Meg is she's kind of a shitty character too. She's not that funny. She's always the butt of the joke. But there was I do like that like flashback meta stuff Family Guy does sometimes, where like they flashed back to like season 1 when Meg's voice was a different. It wasn't Mila Kunis yet. It was someone else. And they were just like, "Oh, everybody looks so weird in the past." And it's like, "Why does Meg's voice sound different?" It's like, "Oh, it was someone else." "Well, it seems like she's about to pass up on an incredible opportunity."
Yeah. I bet those royalty checks are pretty nice.
Mila Kunis? Is that how you say her last name?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She kept doing that part even when she seemed like a pretty big star.
Mm-hmm.
Right? She was like the it girl of Hollywood for a year or two.
She was doing well. Yeah.
Starring aside Justin Timberlake and
that terrible movie.
Who was a bigger female star like that year? I don't know.
I could name like 10, but like I mean, look, she was doing well. She's probably getting paid a couple $1 million to do things, but like
Family Guy's the bread and butter.
She's an awful actress.
That's true.
Like real bad. Like bottom 10%. Like not acceptable levels of acting.
I didn't notice her acting, so therefore, it was good enough for me.
Yeah, like Jupiter Ascending, like a movie like that sci-fi movie she did.
Terrible.
I've never seen that.
Woof. That is a dog of a film.
I only notice acting every once in a while.
It's the main thing I look for. You know, like you're gonna have to I don't know, do your job. Yeah, I notice if you don't. But yeah, I mean, look, I like her. She's super cute. I think she's still with Ashton Kutcher. So yeah. You know, they originally hooked up when she was underage on that 70s show, obviously.
Who's the one on with Timberlake? Alba, maybe? Jessica Alba?
I don't keep up with that Entertainment stuff too much. But maybe.
Yeah, I know he got one of the Prime girls.
I don't know why he would settle for something like that. Like Leonardo DiCaprio has that shit figured out. And Tom,
he gets to 25, he just ditches him.
That's Tom Cruise that does the whole, like, as soon as they turn 30, he's like getting a new one, but he seems to like want these like solid, like long-term relationships, long-term being until they're rotten. But
at 25,
but 25, but DiCaprio is like, I'll tell you this, DiCaprio puts his Tinder slider on 18 for sure. It's 18 to 25. And his profile says, "Who wants to go on my fucking yacht?" That's all I ever see him doing in his spare time. He's like, he's not working, so he's not on any kind of a diet. He's just like bloated, bearded, on a fucking yacht with like 8 beautiful like amateur runway models or some shit.
Fat and happy.
Who's fat and happy?
About the trade-in value. See, he makes sure he gets out early while they're still worth something, and then goes for the new model.
Mm-hmm.
Very true. Yeah, he's treating them like cars.
Timberlake married Jessica Biel, by the way. That's the one.
Okay.
And
he was in Seventh Heaven with that guy who ended up being a pedophile.
Ooh.
Yeah, remember the dad from Seventh Heaven? Maybe I don't remember what he did, but it was something child porn or pedophile.
Oh yes.
Or no, he admitted to like having sexual relations with a minor, like on a couple different occasions.
That's the guy whose wife set him up in their like therapy session. Look.
What? Can you tell the story? Can you?
I know like the skeleton of the story. Like they were having like therapy sessions, and his wife secretly recorded him talking about some pedophilia stuff, like some fantasy he had or something he had done, one or the other. And like on one hand, it's like, glad we found out that pedophile, and on the other, it's like, wow, she is not the partner that you can trust. That is that's some shit that Wings of Redemption's wife would do to him. Like fucking set up a recording in the fucking therapy session and fucking like he's just like, well, yeah, of course I cheat on my taxes. I work online. There's a lot of numbers floating around. I cheat. I'll admit it, but I'm not cheating on her. And then she like uploads that.
Yeah. I mean, or maybe she knew he was a pedophile for a long time, and this was the big break.
I think she knew. It wasn't like news to her, but the thing was that like his wife is recording him and then like uploading it or using it against him, probably as some sort of divorce leverage or something like that.
She wants all that
like
heaven money for herself once he's in jail.
Yeah. And now when I watch that Office episode where he plays Andy Bernard's father, I'm just like, oh, this guy was a real star for a long time. Like he was getting a lot of work, and then that happened, and he might be in prison right now.
Yeah, he's in jail. I think.
Yikes.
He's Dennis and Dee's father, real father, in It's Always Sunny.
That's right. Mm-hmm. He won't be showing back up again.
Yeah, no, they're gonna have to recast Dennis and Dee. Well, he hasn't needed to show back up in a long time. Is that show over, by the way? Is It's Always Sunny done? I feel like I haven't seen an episode of that in fucking forever.
No, I think they got extended for some period of time, multiple seasons more. But I agree with you. It seems like it's been a while since there has been new episodes.
It's probably because I just burned through them so quick, and I'm like, come on, do more, Sunny.
Yeah, that whole when a whole season of something comes out all at once, it's a real double-edged sword. On one hand, yeah, I get to eat all the candy at once, but on the other, it's like, well, we burnt up a year's worth of content in 6 hours.
Yep.
Rick and Morty is that for me. Somehow that show comes out every 2 years, and I don't know. It seems like I watch it takes a couple of weeks, and then it's over for so long.
Yeah, the average is 2 years, but they fixed that now with their new contract.
That's good.
Did they? When did the last one come out? Hasn't it been 2 years? Am I crazy?
No, I don't think so. I think it was, I don't know exactly when, but like I know that they have like a queue going now. Like the current season is almost done and is releasing like in a month or something like that. And then like the season after that has already been recorded, and like they're finishing animation on next year's season now. And then the season after that is like being written.
Yeah, the new season comes out June 20th of this year.
Yeah, they've got a whole production line going because of the new contract they got. Because they got like a multi-year, multi-million-dollar big deal contract.
See, I'd kind of rather them take their time with it, though, because like, so it not end up like that other show that you were talking about, Taylor. Because it's like,
yeah,
if you got to take your time, you got to take your time. Because honestly, I kind of forget Rick and Morty exists, but until a new season's ready to drop, I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I forget. I like this. Mm-hmm. But if you rush it and we just get like an entire season full of intergalactic television, I'm going to stop watching.
You didn't like the improv intergalactic TV episode?
To me, it was like certain bits were really funny, like when they do the improv only episodes, but it's like part of it just seems like improv comedy masturbation, where they're like, see, this is funny because we thought about it on the fly. I'm like, no, this is a fucking TV show, dude. Like, you don't have to do that. You get to script this.
Maybe I'm remembering. I think I remember liking that first episode. They did the interdimensional TV a lot. They may have done it twice even.
They've done it twice, and then they've done like a different spin on it, which was Morty's Mind Blowers or whatever, where they had the memory thing.
I didn't mind that as much.
Oh, yeah.
I thought that was better.
Mm-hmm. I like that a lot.
Yeah. Still a good show. They're doing some weird stuff with Beth now, which I don't get. But who cares?
What are they doing with Beth?
It's like she's just not even vaguely the same character she was in season 1.
Like, which one? She's the wife?
She's the wife, yeah. She's gone from like mother concerned about her family and her, erratic father to like secret alien clone or something like that, which I don't know, just didn't really seem in line with her.
Well, it turned out that she is her father's daughter, and that she was a sociopath as a child and like a tinkerer herself, and that her life kind of got sidetracked. She should have probably been some sort of spacefaring like scientist like him, but she got knocked up by that loser of a fucking husband of her, that Chris Purnell character. Yeah. But I kind of like the like Froopy Land or whatever they went to, where like where she had left her friend in there and he'd been fucking the animals, and then like eating his eating his animal fuckery children, like, and just carrying that cycle on for what must have been 25 years, 30 years or something like that. And he was just disgusting. I like that episode.
And you feel bad for him because they just leave him in there to live in land or whatever.
Yeah, they just leave him in there, and then they create that clone and just give it to his mom, and she's and the clone's retarded because it's literally moments old, and this isn't magic, it's science. So it's just a moments old entity who looks like her son, you know? So yeah, that was a dark episode. I liked it though. I like when she like reached in the box and pulled out all the toys that she had. He's like, these are some of the toys you had me make when you were 8. Here's a an sentient switchblade, and it goes, "Hey there, Beth. Is it time for stabbing? Here's some handcuffs that won't let anybody like not be your friend." It's just like everything has like this dark backstory that she's got. Yeah, it's good.
But Rick did build all of it, so
Rick did build it. Yeah.
Could have said no.
They're equally evil.
I got a topic. What popular movie does not deserve its popularity?
I mean, Avatar is the easy answer, but let's move past that.
Yeah.
That's a good start. I wouldn't have thought of that one.
Star Wars. But I think Star Wars earned its popularity by being so revolutionary at the time. So I don't like that answer either.
Anything John Wick after the first one?
I think those they're doing exactly what people want. I like that Paul Verhoeven era in the 80s where you had movies like RoboCop, where it's just like shoot 'em up, fucking violent for the sake of violence, and just let's go and kill some bad guys and have blood fly everywhere. While like I said earlier, I'm not crazy about like the universe, the John Wick universe that they're clearly creating, but I'm on board. You know, I still like it. I don't think they're like mega popular, but like nobody's being duped. Everybody who likes those movies know what they're signing up for, you know?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. There's an unpopular one maybe is Napoleon Dynamite. I can't get behind those movies. And I know I'm probably going to get crucified for that.
There's only the one, right?
Oh yeah, the one movie, but it's like it's so fucking dry. I could go through that entire movie without cracking a smile.
I haven't seen it since it came out when I was in 8th grade, and I remember watching it.
Bow to your sensei
3 or 4 times that year and thinking it was just the funniest thing in the world because it was hugely popular if people my age, like 14 years old, 8th grade. Yeah. And I haven't seen it since. And so you're probably right. If I were to pop it back on, I'd be like, oh, this sucks. Where's that funny scene where the uncle's like, I used to be able to throw a pigskin clear over them mountains.
Oh, God. Uncle Remo. Yeah, Uncle Remo, I think. And he's the best character. He's just like, he's making an audition tape out by his van that he lives in. Where he's falling back in the pocket and scrambling like a quarterback would, but he's by himself in a field, and it's an NFL audition tape. Like he's sending this to like the Chargers or some shit, and there's this part where he's just like completely slipped into a bit of a nostalgic delusion, and he's just like, if that coach had put me in, I'd have made pro, no doubt in my mind. And he like looks at the mountains in the distance. He's like, I bet I could throw a pigskin over them mountains. It's just like, he's so delusional about his football acumen. It's that and the Rex Kwon Do guy are the funniest parts to me. You know, they go to like the Taekwondo school, and I can't recall that actor's name, but he's a great character actor, and he's wearing the American flag like parachute pants and like the wife beater and like maybe a do-rag or something, and he's just like, proud of your sensei, and he gets Kip up there, like Napoleon's even nerdier somehow brother, and is like doing the moves on him and stuff. And I don't love that movie. To me it's kind of, I don't know, I get kind of grossed out by just like watching it for a while. It's kind of weird.
I think it's a good pick. People love it so much, and I'm just like, look, I can kind of get pieces of it, but by and large, that was a stupid movie with bad humor. It was overrated for sure.
I think it's overrated.
That's a good pick. The it's funny you're talking about like the Uncle Remo or whatever. Like those parts were funny, but like every time I remember even watching it, like when Napoleon was on screen, especially talking to that girl, I was just like, this just makes me sad, and like I feel like this is a hopeless existence for everyone involved.
So basically, our audience.
Maybe they'll empathize with it. Yeah, it's an overrated one. This won't be on the list at all. But I'm just thinking, like, if personally, I watched that. You remember that movie Gone Girl with Ben Affleck?
Yeah.
Yes.
I watched that, and I'm admittedly biased because I think Ben Affleck is a trash actor. I think he's shit, and I don't like most stuff that he's in. And I remember it was just all rave reviews. Everybody was talking about how great Gone Girl was, and it's like 3 hours long. And it is a great example of a movie that is just beating off the entire time about like, oh, we're building. We're building. Yeah, we're edging this movie out because we got 40 minutes of story and 3 hours of film. And it's like just terrible. Like my grandparents were like, oh, there's this new movie called Gone Girl, and it's set in Cape Girardeau, which is like not near where they live. They're further south than that. But they're like, oh, neat. You know, a movie based in Missouri, very rare. And then all of us hated it. All of us, except for my mom. My mom thought it was good, but everybody else was like, this is shit. This is horrible. And Ben Affleck is the absolute worst. I can't do it. It's terrible.
I thought it was just an okay movie. I thought it was worth the watch. I often get it confused with Gone Baby Gone because that has Casey Affleck in it.
Which one's the one with the female boxer?
Oh my God, that's neither of these movies.
I think that's $1 Million Baby.
That's $1 Million Baby. Did you also get confused about 3 Men and a Baby? You're thinking like, yeah, where Tom Selleck has the little kid. You know, Boss Baby, we're the little animated. Yeah, I know that movie. Yeah, like anything with baby.
Anything with baby in it, you're getting confused.
No, all right. So Gone Baby Gone is about a little kid being kidnapped, and Casey Affleck is a private eye hired to find her. Gone Girl is where it's sort of a ripped from the headlines kind of movie where Ben Affleck's wife, spoilers if you haven't seen the movie, and you should see it because it's good, so skip this part if you haven't seen it. Ben Affleck's wife fakes her own kidnapping and essentially frames him for it, and the media is turning on him, and there's this media machine that's making him look like he is a douche, but it's making him look like a murderer, and there's a difference between douchebag and murderer, and there's a big twist at the ending, and it's sort of a thriller.
And Ben Affleck does a terrible job the whole time.
I don't remember his acting performance sticking out to me as really shitty or really good. Maybe just passable, which is his general kind of like work ethic to me. He's been good. He was better when he was younger. I felt like as he's gotten older, I feel like he phones it in a lot. But like I liked the Ben Affleck that was in the Kevin Smith movies. The one who was in like Dogma
Mallrats or something.
Dogma, Mallrats, stuff like that.
I like Dazed and Confused where he was like beating the shit out of a bunch of little kids. That was really cool.
Ben Affleck was in that?
I haven't seen
the guy with the paddle that was like drilling holes in the paddle, like, I'm gonna get you after school.
That was Ben Affleck?
I believe so. I could be retarded.
Oh, I am definitely retarded. I just didn't remember.
I'm not sure. I've never seen Dazed and Confused.
Really?
You've seen everything.
That movie's really
there's
good.
a few that I skip on purpose.
I mean, well, it looks like a high quality film. It's got, the cover where the four people are poking their head in and silly faces.
We have the chick from Resident Evil before she was in anything. You have Ben
Mila Jovovich.
Yeah, she's one of the main characters. You have a bunch of people before they got famous. It was really kind of interesting.
This is the movie where McConaughey's like, you know what I like about high school girls? I keep getting older and they stay the same age, and he says that. Yeah, he's
Ben Affleck's in this.
No, he is. He's in it. Yeah.
I'm on the IMDb. I can't find his name.
It's probably buried. He was a little bit part.
Yeah, he wasn't a big part in this one because it was a '93 movie. McConaughey was a bigger part. Yeah, I don't remember whether or not I liked that movie.
You smoke? You'd be a lot cooler if you did.
Yeah. You smoke? You'd be cooler if you did. Yeah. now it's
Dale Gribble.
Now Dale Gribble's up here mad at Hank for hiding the truth from Bobby. Dale, if you don't stop talking to my son about the Unabomber, I'm going to call the police.
Now, boy, I know it's fun getting sucked and fucked by a Dyson vacuum cleaner.
That's pretty good, too.
We've all done it, Bobby. We've all fucked the Dyson. It's true. Even I've borrowed it and used it. Yeah, King of the Hill, another great background show.
Yeah,
I've seen it so many times, though. I've seen it too much. I loved that when it came out. Even my dad loved that. Like my dad was like, it's kind of like real life. Like this cartoon is kind of like small town America. And I'm like, it is. Like Peggy's my favorite character though.
Really?
Yeah.
What
I think
do you like Peggy the most?
I think that she has the most depth to her character. Really, like she's got all those she's, for one thing, she thinks so much of herself. And it's all delusional, right? She thinks she can speak Spanish. She can't. She's so proud of being substitute teacher of the year, 2 years running or whatever the fuck. And it's just like you're a substitute teacher. Like they let anybody do that who isn't a pedophile or a felon.
And sometimes
they'll let anybody do that, just about, except for me and yeah. So, but and then she's got the foot thing where she's
me, weren't you? You were about to make a Woody's a pedo joke.
I absolutely was not. I love your blazer, by the way.
Oh, you've been out blazered, friend. You're not even wearing...
I said before the show, I minor at the tailor. I've got 2 more or 2 or 3 more that are being worked on, and I was supposed to pick them up last week, but I keep forgetting to go get them. So I'll have a fresh blazer for next week.
Yeah, nice. This is the blazer. I've told the story before. I went to New York City. I had to appear on stage. Everybody else was so cool. There was mostly music people. I was one of 1 or 2 gamers there. And they were like Justin Bieber wannabes. And it's hard to describe without being up close to these 19-year-old future stars. Just everything about them was they were the coolest, most put together kids in your high school from all the different guys gathered together. And I'm there with plaid cargo shorts, dressed like a dad about to mow the lawn. And I felt terrible. And afterwards, we went to a store. We bought an outfit for events like this, and this was the blazer. That's why I have it.
Now, see, I can't pull off the blazer with t-shirt thing because everybody's like, "Oh, get it, the weapons thing. You're trying to be Tony Stark." I'm like, no, that's not.
Yeah, I don't even think I have a blazer that fits me.
Oh,
I might though. I don't know. Like I've said before, I have the blazers of three men. Because of my weight fluctuation.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's going to be pretty soon. It's going to be time to get a tuxedo fitted in and kitted.
Very true. Very true.
Have you looked at them yet? What kind of style you're going for? I'm guessing top hat and cane.
Yes, top hat and cane. We're actually going full bore into the Dumb and Dumber bit. I'll be wearing the orange and
she's
my
the blue.
Will be wearing the blue.
I thought you'd get
the orange and then she'll be the blue. There you go.
Can't tell if you're fucking with us right now.
Are you doing multiple best men, or is just one brother getting the calling?
No, I didn't want to do a big thing, and so I'm not doing anybody other than just my brothers. They're both going to share it. No friends in that. The wedding itself, very, very, very small, just immediate family. Yeah. And so I got, and we were looking at styles and stuff. I'm not even going to do a tux. I'm going to do some kind of nice looking suit because that ends up matching better. Mm-hmm. And I got fitted for it and everything. I don't remember my measurements. But I was too big for all the sample jackets.
Oh my.
And so that's not ideal. I mean, my belly fit in them, but my shoulders and arms didn't fit in them very well.
Yeah.
And so hopefully I'll be looking good because I don't want to, I'm really banking on the suit to do a lot of heavy lifting and making, because the suit does make you look a lot better. Everybody looks better in a suit. I never wear a suit. Maybe I'll be surprised at how wonderful I look. Probably not, but
I think so.
Yeah, I'm getting excited for it. A lot of it is planning and me pretending I'm planning it. My fiance's doing all the fucking planning. It's
well, I bet she loves it though, right?
Yeah, some of it, and some of it she's also getting anxious about, but I think she enjoys it. My decisions, I was the only thing I'm adamant about is the food. I want. Because usually you go to a wedding and it's they give you options of a beef or chicken or whatever the hell it is. But it's they do that thing where they take a meal that would be great if it was a $35 meal at a restaurant and they cut all the edges and they simplify. And now it's an $18 version of something that would be good in a fucking, real restaurant. And so you don't get the full bang. And I was no, I want to spend whole money to have the best barbecue available in St. Louis, a huge amount of that brought. all the different cuts, all the different things. Everybody's, I hate when I go to weddings and I get some bullshit chicken dish. I want enormous amounts of options. And so the barbecue thing, I was very, very adamant about.
I don't even need an invite. If I could just like pay to get a plate of that shit.
Yeah.
For sure.
We will be selling plates outside.
Right outside the venue. Yeah.
Somebody's got to pay for the open bar.
Yeah, that's me. So.
Do you know what kind of cake you're going for? Because like that's I don't know. I'm interested for some reason in if there is a wedding cake, and if so, what kind of cake it is.
I don't like sweets, and so I didn't care if we had a cake or not. And she isn't a big cake fan at all. And so she was like, but something that would be fun. I like donuts a lot. We're going to have like a whole bar full of fucking donuts and cookies and things that you can have. And so she wanted to do that instead. And because I won't eat any donuts or cookies anyway, I'll be eating the barbecue. Didn't really care. So that works for me. I just want to get it. I kind of want to get it done. Like the way I wanted to do it is like the actual wedding, because, any of my friends, I know some of my friends listen. If you've invited me to your weddings, I had a wonderful time. I'm not talking about you, but I hate going to fucking weddings. And you sit there, and it's just a waste of fucking time. And they rant.
Might even say that you've never been to a wedding that was worth a fuck.
Never, not once,
except for yours, the listener.
Yeah, yeah. But I don't like going to the weddings, like, and sitting in the crowd and watching the whole thing, and it takes a long time, and you're hot and you just want to eat. And so I was like, no, like only the people who actually give a fuck are going, like just my immediate family. Even like I'm having to lay down the law in some other places where it's like family members, like cousins, like, can I just need maybe no, you can show up at the party, the reception with everybody. We're keeping this very tight, very, very intimate. That's how we both want it. And that's how we decided, like not doing like the speeches and everything, not doing like the big like toasts where everybody's kind of waiting to like, because that vibe at a wedding where like it's after the service and things are happening, you're eating, but you don't really know when it's appropriate for you to get up and mingle and do things because you feel as though there's some sort of schedule that you should be abiding by. I don't want that. I want their minimized schedule. Everybody eat at your leisure, get up, hang out outside. We got a really good venue that has a bunch of space outside and inside. It's really nice. And I just want people to hang out and it's be very social and casual. I love parties, but and I've always been like this. I don't like parties for me. I prefer to go to a party for someone else because I feel like, I don't know. I don't even know if I can articulate it.
Center of attention, or like,
I know that's not it because I love being the center of attention. So I know that's not the case, and so I don't actually know what it is. It's just like when maybe I feel like guilty about it, like because I know there are going to be people there who don't really want to be there and who feel pressured, maybe. But I guess that's something I just need to put out of mind. If someone can't make it for any reason or doesn't want to go, I don't give a shit either way. But yeah, I'm really excited to get it going. Finalize this thing and then move on with life afterward.
Finalize this thing. You make it sound like a car purchase.
yeah, get it finalized. Like I know
converting a lease to purchase agreement.
Exactly.
Wow.
Sir, just tell me where the fuck to sign.
That's what I would have done. I would have gone straight to the courthouse, just fucking done it. But no woman on earth wants to do that.
True. You know whose wedding was Joe Lauzon's wedding was wonderful. It was a classy affair, and there were some really great moments.
It's a real classy
Bert
affair.
showed up. I liked it a lot. Joe's brother, Dan, is there. Dan is also a professional fighter, but he's not tamed like Joe and his friends. Joe and his friends are only professional fighters while fighting. They are also regular people who are... Joe's brother is a pit bull. A pit bull who likes me, but I just worry if I look him in the eyes too long, he's gonna fucking kill me. And he's hurt me before. This isn't a hypothetical. It's like a baseball-sized brute. I'm rolling with him, and I'm like, bro, just don't break me. Don't break your toys. And he's like, I got you, Woody. Yeah, he fucking got me. Right about here he got me. Swelled up like a softball, or fucking soccer ball coming out of the side of my head. And
what did he punch you? In the
elbowed me in the head.
Came out looking like Hey Arnold.
Dude, and it wasn't like an accidental elbow, I don't believe. He was just like getting position and it was like put his elbow on the mat and my head at like the connect, and it was just like with authority established this position that left me bruised and hematomaed. And now I'm at the wedding with this man, and I'm just like, yeah, like all your jokes are funny, and then I'm pretty fucking intimidated, and you're drinking.
Woody, I'm really glad after all this time that you're not bitter still.
I don't know how many drinks in he had, but I knew that I was in a dangerous situation.
You're counting his drinks. How many beers is that?
Oh, you can't count that man's drinks.
You can't count that man's drinks and beer. You're adorable, Taylor. If you think he's
He goes hard in the paint.
yeah, he was. I'm telling you, one false move and there's another hematoma coming my way. So yeah, that's one of the things that stuck out about Joe's wedding to me.
He likes to fight guy. Like that's a Jim Rome reference that I don't think anybody gets but me. But he's likes to fight guy. Like if you're out somewhere and like you remember there was that video a few years ago of there was a MMA fighter in a bar and this guy comes in like looking for trouble. Like it's actually a restaurant and he's just like he's actively looking for a fight. This guy, he's drunk or something. He's just like, come on, come at me, bro. Like he's just causing, and the MMA fighter finally just very calmly like takes him to the ground and he's like choking him unconscious and he's looking up from the guy he's choking. He's like, it's okay, everyone. Just stay calm. This will be over. This will all be over. Like he's so calm about how he's choking this guy unconscious, and his friends are all like it's like they just left the jiu-jitsu gym or something like that. His friends are like, just give him a little room. It'll all be over soon. Like it's fine. And sure enough, he just chokes the guy the fuck out, and they just drag him outside out of the place. But the guy was just cruising for a bruising, and he ran into the person who could have murdered him with their bare hands. But the guy was kind enough to just put him to sleep, take him outside, and let the police handle him. That is not what Joe's brother would have done.
No.
Joe's brother would have like found the most violent way to hurt this man. There would have been broken bones. It'd have been broken bones. I feel like he loves the sound of another man's bones breaking.
Undoubtedly.
Yeah.
He likes to fight,
and
guy.
He's heard it.
Yeah, and he's bit like it's not a hypothetical. He fights all the time. You know, like he's probably settled down now. He's not 23 years old anymore. But dude, yeah, I don't know. I felt like I was in danger. I felt like I was in danger at Joe's wedding.
I don't even know if we should talk about the incident he had, but he had this incident where he was defending himself against 2 or 3 men, and they did not end up well afterwards.
Yeah, he defended the fuck out of all of them.
He defended himself so hard. His self-defense against 3 attackers, we'll call them, was so extreme that there was hospitalization and maybe some law enforcement or lawsuits going on because there were crippled men. Like I don't remember the specifics, but it was like one of them, all of them were unable to walk away afterwards for varying reasons. Some of them had broken bones and some of them were just knocked the fuck out. And it was bad. It was like, yeah, he defended himself pretty good.
You have to roll with. There's something about his bone structure that just seems more Neanderthal or something. Like his knuckles are oversized hitting machines, and his elbows and his fucking deltoids, and everything of them is just a little like I don't know. He's a pit bull, and I'm a yellow lab. What are we doing here?
Yeah. He shouldn't be allowed at the park. That's
I'm a neutered
and
yellow
it's
lab.
honestly, it's just him being a mean kind of guy, if we're being fair, because like we went to that gym in Chicago that time, that jiu-jitsu gym, and like, you know, it was me, you, and Joe, and it's like, all right, we're all gonna pair off with students here and roll, and I'm just like, me too, all right. Well, I'm sure I'll pair off with Joe or Woody because they know I have no idea what I'm doing here. No, you're with John over here, and me and John are like rolling, and I'm on bottom, and like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just like, well, I'll resist whatever you're trying to do to me. And after a while, he's like, so how long you been doing jits? And I'm just like, this is the first time I've ever had anything to do with a mat or jujitsu or really anything where another man is on top of me like you are right now. He's like,
this is only my second time in Chicago. Yeah,
literally, I think it was. I was like, this is my second time in the city. I have no idea what's happening at any point of what's going on here. He's like, oh, you should have said something. I was like, I didn't know what to say. Please don't hurt me.
Yeah, please don't hurt me. Was that a challenge? Are you mocking me?
Yeah, like, oh, you don't think I can?
No, I know you can. Please don't.
You've
Though.
completely misread me, sir. But even that guy was like super chill about it. Like he didn't hurt me at all. Like I didn't have a bruise, a scuff, like a scrape or anything. Meanwhile, Joe's brother, like, seriously injured Woody in a way that like Woody is even down. I'm sure Woody like was like in the hotel room that night thinking like, God, how do I avoid this happening again tomorrow? like I don't want to you don't want to bitch out, but at the same like how do you tell someone that you've hurt me? Please don't do it more.
You can tell when his hat doesn't fit. It's sitting off to the side.
He's pulling out his little yellow stress card. He's like, no.
Woody's got like ace bandage wrapped around his head like a Civil War soldier.
One eye.
Like he's got that like under his chin and over his head like a cartoon character.
The bloody bandana, like a Civil War veteran. That's great.
That was,
maybe I had PTSD at Joe's wedding. Maybe that's the issue. What were you saying, Brandon?
Oh, I recently went on that. It was a hog hunt in Florida, and one of the guys who was on the hunt was Chuck Liddell.
Oh,
yeah. We stayed up drinking one night with Chuck, who's actually he's a really cool dude, really like down to earth, like just super typical dad, which is almost kind of weird because it doesn't fit the idea of what you have in this person. But at one point, he goes to demonstrate. He's talking about like this guy who got, and he's big, real gruff guy. So anyway, so gave him a liver kick. I'm like, I follow a little bit of MMA stuff. I'm not super into it or anything, but like I'll watch the big fights when they come up. I'll go to a friend's house or something. But I'm like, I didn't quite process the difference. I'm like, what makes that much worse than a body hit? I kind of get the premise, but I'm like, I don't really get why that's debilitating. He's like, come here, I'll show you.
Oh no.
And he goes, all right, so I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm not gonna hurt you.
That always follows by getting hurt.
And just does a normal hit. I'm like, I don't know, maybe like 20%. And I'm like, okay. I'm like, the whole time I'm thinking, flex your abs. Don't look like a bitch in front of Chuck. He hits me. I'm like, okay, not bad. All right, I could take that. It hurts. It stings, but all right, fine. All right. Now I'll liver hit. Boom, hits me in what I feel like is the same spot from a different angle. And it's like, real men don't cry. Real men don't cry.
Oh, my liver.
Morty, they hit me in the liver. It's the hardest work.
Morty, they're fucking up my liver real bad. I don't know if I'm able to keep drinking like I used to.
It's the hardest working liver in the galaxy, Morty.
Hardest working liver in the galaxy, Morty. I mean, it might be good for you to slow down a bit, Rick.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So you just felt peer pressured a little bit into letting him experiment with the liver hits?
Oh, no, I was drunk.
Oh.
Yeah, you ever see that clip of there's a clip from Pancreas where Bas Rutten ruptures a man's liver, and it is awesome. Like Pancreas, you had to use open palm strikes, but everybody is kind of hitting with like the bony part of their wrist for the most part. I guess the idea was we do some of these, but everybody's like doing these, and he ruptures a man's liver. Like he already dropped him once with the liver strike, and the guy gets back up and he hits him again. And I feel like you guys aren't reacting strongly enough to when I say you ruptured a man's liver with his hand.
Well, I was waiting.
If I recall correctly, this is what happened. Bas Rutten kicked the guy in like the inner thigh, and he told the ref that it was a nut shot.
Oh yeah.
And Bas Rutten took offense to this. He's like, I did not hit that guy in the balls, but I've decided he needs to pay. And there was like a mismatch in their skill levels. So he's like, the most painful way to defeat a man is via liver hits. So I'm just going to keep hitting him in the liver until he quits. And he just repeatedly, he was kind of known for being able to get those liver shots. Ugh. And he just liver shotted the fuck out of this guy. And he went down, got back up, tried it again, hit him in the injured liver, maybe more than once. And it's fun to be a viewer of such a fight.
That's such an important organ. Like, they probably do. They
a big one too.
Rush him to the
How's a liver different than a kidney?
Your liver is your largest.
You've only got one of them.
Yeah. Okay. What do they do?
Big difference.
They filter everything out.
Well, they both do that. No, am I crazy?
I think
they both do that, but in varying ways. I don't
know the difference.
I'm so glad I'm not alone. I thought everyone knew the difference, and I was a fool for not knowing the difference.
Liver.
Well, it seems like kidneys are primarily like getting like it's like the last line of defense, right? With some filtration, like with mostly with liquids, whereas the liver is like catching all the toxins, it seems like. But I don't know anything about this shit. I just know that apparently it's full of nerve endings, and getting hit there is just an incapacitating kind of blow.
Brandon's not a fan.
Apparently not.
No. Been there, done that. Yelp review, 2 out of 10. Suggested to a friend.
All right.
Oh, but your liver, a fact I obviously already knew, is the only internal organ that can regrow. Do you know that?
Yeah. When you get a liver transplant, you just need a little bit of someone's liver.
And it grows into a whole liver. That's really cool.
Huh.
That's very neat.
Like
so
a lizard.
More about internal organs, we're going to hear from a couple of wonderful sponsors. First of which, ExpressVPN. Admit it, you think that cybercrime is something that happens to other people. You may think that nobody wants your data or that the hackers can't grab your passwords or credit card details, but you'd be wrong. Stealing data from unsuspecting people on public Wi-Fi is one of the simplest and cheapest ways for hackers to make money. When you leave your internet connection unencrypted, you may as well be writing your passwords and credit card numbers on a huge billboard for the rest of the world to see. That's why we decided to take action, which is why we're recommending you get ExpressVPN to protect yourself from cyber criminals. ExpressVPN secures and anonymizes your internet browsing by encrypting your data and hiding your public IP address. ExpressVPN has easy-to-use apps that run seamlessly in the background of your computer, phone, or tablet. Turning on ExpressVPN takes only a single click, just one click. Using ExpressVPN, I can safely surf on public Wi-Fi without being snooped on or having my personal data stolen. For less than $7 a month, you can get the same ExpressVPN protection that I have. ExpressVPN is the #1 VPN service rated by TechRadar and comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Protect your online activity today and find out how you can get 3 months free at expressvpn.com/PKA. That is expressvpn.com/PKA for 3 months free with a 1-year package. Visit expressvpn.com/PKA to learn more. 3 months free, code PKA. Check that out. Wonderful sponsor. Protect yourself online. Be smart. And now a new wonderful sponsor. Ooh. This episode of PKA is brought to you by Lucy. Lucy Nicotine is a company founded by Caltech scientists and former smokers looking for a better and cleaner nicotine alternative. Finally, tobacco alternatives that don't suck. Researched and developed for 3 years to be made for people, not patients. Lucy has created nicotine gum with 4 milligrams of nicotine that come in 3 flavors: wintergreen, cinnamon, or pomegranate. I prefer the cinnamon. Same. Most, definitely. Lucy also has a lozenge with 4 milligrams of nicotine in a cherry ice flavor. Each and every flavor actually tastes great, and it's convenient and discreet. Their products can be enjoyed anywhere, on flights, at work, on the go, or even in the gym. It's 2021. Get rid of your cigarettes, unplug your vape, throw out your dip, and get some Lucy nicotine gum or lozenges. This is the real deal. A subscription to Lucy comes directly to your door each month. It's so simple, and you don't have to leave the house because Lucy has delivery down. Painkiller Already listeners, go to lucy.co and use promo code PKA to get 20% off all products in your first order, including gum or lozenges. That's lucy.co and use promo code PKA at checkout. Also, we have to give this disclaimer. Warning, this product contains nicotine derived from tobacco. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. So head over to lucy.co and be sure to use promo code PKA for 20% off all your products in your first order. So check that out if you are interested.
I've been trying the gum out. I like it. I do like the cinnamon gum. I've got everything that they make. Obviously,
I like the gum the most of the 3 options they gave.
I've got the pouches and the lozenges. I think I like the lozenges as much as the gum. The pouches are too strong for me personally, but I like the flavor of the lozenge, and I like cinnamon gum anyway. So, yeah.
I'm giving these the pouch. Well, you can't see because of my green screen. I'm giving the pouches to my grandpa because he's been a long time dip user and he's tired of it.
Yeah, I'm gonna take some of the lozenges to my cousin next time I see him because he quit smoking a couple years ago, but he switched to dipping, which it's better, but it's still not great. He needs to get away from the tobacco stuff, and the nicotine's going to be fine for him. I'm not a doctor. Don't take that as medical advice. But I've been chewing the gum whenever I'm around people, and I don't want to look like a douchebag with a vape. And I do like it, and it fucking scratches the itch. So
now, for somebody who has not been a big smoker in the past, could I use this product to start smoking?
Yeah. If you're looking for
But you don't want to do that. You want a healthy alternative. You just grab yourself some Lucy gum or some Lucy pouches and enjoy that.
Yeah, I think you'll find that you never want a cigarette because the Lucy is just so satisfying.
Yeah,
it'll
that's
kill
what
you.
I'm looking for. I'm looking for a gateway drug because I like.
Well, I can't help you there.
I'm also very sorry.
We cannot talk about gateway drugs.
It's not a gateway drug. Stop saying that.
It's a gateway to Alabama prison.
Gateway to that marijuana is a gateway drug. It'll get you right into an Alabama prison.
Yeah. Do you remember like how big the like anti-smoking stuff was in the 90s and the early 2000s, where like every single cartoon show, no matter what it was, it would like find a way to shoehorn in some like character smoking, and then like everyone in like the recess schoolyard or whatever would be like, ew, Randall's smoking, what a fucking loser, I'm never gonna smoke because Randall's a snitch and he sucks and he's always telling the teacher when we're trying to, you know, do recess schools out things. So
let's see if they were.
I don't hear about that anymore.
If they were smarter, they would have made like the total nerds smoke. Like the people know, not the cool kid. Like, hey, you don't want to be cool like this guy. It's just, hey guys, what's going on with a cigarette? Like, oh fuck, I don't want to be that guy.
Yeah.
Did it
That
work?
would've been better.
Taylor, do you think of the old anti-smoking ads and movement to reduce smoking?
I think it was, I don't know if it actually reduced like statistically smoking, but I think that they did the same thing they did in Dare. Whereas like in middle school Dare or high school Dare, whatever it was, I remember like they hammered home the weed stuff so hard that it became like an unbelievable thing, because it'd be like, wait, I didn't smoke weed in high school. And I was like, I know people on my hockey team that smoke weed. I know people at school who smoke weed. And this, wait, you're saying they're going to like hurt each other. They're going to like, they're going to be harmed. They're going to die. They get
acted like weed
overdose,
laced with cocaine and heroin was a common problem.
Exactly. That's a perfect way to put it. They'd be like, and you never know what's in there. Lots of drug dealers like to lace less expensive drugs with more expensive drugs. And it's like, why would you do this?
Where?
Yeah. In a new problem, they're putting pieces of gold in Halloween candy. Like, no, you missed the plot. And so like that's like, I thought of it like that just getting hammered in the head. And I'm sure Kyle's the same. Brandon, I'm not sure.
It was so over the top.
There's no way people are dying of heroin overdoses by smoking weed. That just, and that made me think like, this isn't even, it made me go too far for a while, where it's like, this isn't even a drug. This isn't even anything. They're just trying to spook us.
Yeah, you're like, oh, what? Nancy Reagan's a lying bitch.
Yep. You whore.
Yeah. She is a lying bitch. She's not telling us that her husband can't remember where his fucking slippers are. She's the one running the fucking free world for like 3 years.
That's like the second time that happened too. Who was that other president?
It was Joseph Biden, I believe.
Yeah. That was
Okay, third time this has happened. There's somebody else.
No, it was still the second one because
there was George W.
Biden's
Bush.
the third.
His husband Dick Cheney was running the world for a while.
Who are you thinking of, Taylor? Is it a real old one or a recent one?
It was a real old one, like when they could get away with that.
Oh, was it FDR?
I think FDR. Maybe you're right.
FDR was having a hard time there at the very end.
Yeah, Eleanor ran the country for a bit. That's what I'm thinking.
Oh, I have heard that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like,
and it worked out. Look.
Yeah, we got Social Security and all sorts of great stuff.
And we won World War II.
We got or no, that was 1913. The Fed, right? That was the real bad thing.
I would love it if it actually came to be that bombing the Japanese was Eleanor. Was Eleanor.
Well, he already died by then, so it was.
Oh shit! Yeah, never mind. I just
Truman.
Yeah, it was the American.
Truman, I believe.
History. That's awesome.
Yeah, it was Truman.
Yeah. That was all Truman. FDR probably wouldn't have dropped the bomb, although like that's a fascinating piece of history that I find really interesting. Like we studied that pretty extensively in high school about whether or not the ramifications of it, why it was done, and whether or not it was the right thing to do or not. I don't know. I don't know the answer to all those questions, but it was pretty fucking cool to see.
Yeah, America was kind of bad guys, right? Like, Really?
In what regard?
So
Okay, so 9/11, they killed civilians, and we act like that was the most over-the-top civilian killing event that ever happened. Those guys didn't deserve that, which is true. I get it. We killed civilians, too. We killed civilians indiscriminately in cities with nuclear bombs.
Yeah.
We had been killing civilians. Both sides had been killing civilians indiscriminately throughout the entire war with bombs. And the nuclear bombs were some of the least effective at doing that. The firebombing that we did in Hamburg and Germany was outrageous. The firebombings that we had, the reason they picked Hiroshima and Nagasaki, for one thing, it was because of wind conditions that day. But the main reason was there weren't a whole lot of cities left to bomb anymore because we had firebombed them all. We had these like weaponized meteorology teams who would like look at air currents and be like, next Thursday, there is 100% chance of a firebombing, boys, because this is a fucking low pressure zone over Hanoi. Like this is the time to fucking drop them.
Man,
and
it's dry.
It's so dry.
It's dry and windy on Thursday.
Man, this is the worst day of my life. Some guy who like steps in a puddle and just, God damn it, looks up at just God approaching. Just
but no, that was.
But what, Kyle? You're
that was
right.
just how
but you're
that war
also
was,
like proving my point. Like
in the middle of a war, yeah. Like we didn't lead off with a city attack necessarily, and it was commonplace in the war. And also, like part of it was these were industrial cities. These were cities that were creating the weapons of war, right? These were the ammunition creating cities, the airplane creating cities, the fuel depots, etc.
Yeah, I was just going to go there. That's what I thought it was, like some sort of production facility that they chose it not because it's like, hey, you know where there's a fuckload of civilians? Hiroshima. You know, it's like
they had looked,
I don't know. It just seems
they
like
had looked at what it would cost.
Bomb a city to take out an airplane manufacturing plant, right?
They didn't know what the nuclear bomb was going to do. So they dropped those bombs as demonstration to show the emperor what we had, because the goal was to make the emperor surrender. And they weren't quite getting it. Now, whether or not the emperor was about to surrender or not, they were sort of mid-negotiation. But it was almost like that guy who was quasi-resisting in his car. That's how the emperor was being during negotiations. He wasn't full-on saying, to the death, no matter what. But he also wasn't like hands up, 10 out of 10, like, yeah, I think we're heading toward peace. Like it was somewhere in the middle. So they were really trying to break his resolve, because the people were going to fight to the last man, and they were these, they had done these analyzations to like figure out what's it going to cost to invade the main island of Japan, like in men and resources, and the calculations ranged somewhere between like 250,000 U.S. deaths and 1 million. It was outrageous numbers.
I've heard this before, and it makes a lot of sense. I'm not even saying what we did was the worst case. I'm just saying if they decided, hey, you know what? The best way to get them to surrender is to bomb a city with a nuclear weapon, kill tons of civilians, and give them cancer and all that fun stuff, then you kind of give up your virginity with regards to how pure you think your tactics are.
I disagree. I don't think, for one thing, they didn't know a whole lot about what those nuclear weapons were going to do, especially as far
they
as
thought it was a taser, probably. So
yeah, they really, it was a brand
they yelled taser before they dropped it. I need to know.
That, it's a brand new piece of technology. We'd only detonated one of them before, and like even then, we had U.S. troops in like foxholes, like within radiation range. Like watching the thing go down. We didn't know exactly what was going to happen. There were scientists who were saying we shouldn't do it at all because it could ignite the atmosphere of the planet, and the entire planet could be consumed in a fireball. They didn't know what a nuclear weapon was going to do.
One thing that has always fucked with me. It's like, okay, theoretically speaking, how the fuck did we not know that splitting one atom wouldn't split all the atoms around it and then just like basically nuke all of existence? It's like, you were real fucking confident that was
that chain reaction would stop.
Yeah,
it would settle.
Brand new. It was all theoretical. It was all theoretical until they just made it practical. But like if bombing cities makes us lose some sort of moral high ground, then that had been lost long before the two nuclear weapons. Because, I mean, there was the bat bomb that I talked about where they had like the capsules full of bats with thermite charges tied to their legs that they would release over Japan at nighttime. And then they would go roost as in the homes as the sun was coming up, as bats will do. And then the timed thermite charges would explode. Well, Japanese civilians' homes are primarily made of bamboo. So like the whole city, the idea was like, we'll burn all the people's homes to the ground. It was, and you got to keep in mind, the Japanese were at the very least equal in evilness to the Germans. Like if you look at like some of the programs they had with the vivisection and the human experiments,
it's like Sector 852 or some shit.
Section 81 or something. Yeah. Like it's horrific. Like don't get me wrong. Like we joke about the Holocaust a lot. I know the fucking Holocaust happened and it was horrific, but like they did things that are worse than rounding up a bunch of people and gassing them to exterminate them. And I don't say that lightly. Like rounding up a whole race of people and gassing them in gas chambers is incredibly
hard to
evil.
top.
It's hard to top. They managed it somehow. And if you don't believe me, you can just read the horrific stuff that they did. It's just as evil as when I talk about Warhammer 40K lore. This where someone sat down and just tried to make up the most horrific stuff you can do to a person. The Japanese were doing it in the 40s, like freezing people to death and like shattering their arms off and burning people alive and just injecting them with all sorts of horrible, horrific chemicals, giving them every disease imaginable. They had created so much, maybe it was botulism or something like that. They had so much they had enough botulism, like kill the whole planet. Like so much evil was going on, not to mention what they did in Nanking when they invaded China. The event is referred to as the rape of Nanking. Like that's where you see those still shots of Japanese soldiers with Chinese babies on bayonets being flung into fires alive, and women and children being buried alive by bulldozers.
Yeah, there. I mean, some of the details of the shit that they did there was like they were cutting people open, like using their organs as like a host to like basically use the human as a battery to keep bacteria alive that they could one day turn into like a bio weapon against the US or some shit. Like they did some fucking terrible shit. And I'm really glad I came on this podcast. This is a wonderful conversation.
Yeah. Anyway, look, I think that World War II is one of the very few examples of where you've got a good team and a bad team versus each other. And I think the only ambiguity to be found is in the Soviets. But as far as like why the U.S. was in that war, I think that you can really, I think that we were the good guys there. I don't think that has been the case since, for the most part. I think there's almost always been some sort of, but we also wanted this and that. And but it was a good idea to put our foot in the door of this and that and let them know that we won't put up with this on this parallel of the fucking planet. But there was one where you had evil people trying to conquer the world, like something out of a science fiction movie in Hitler, Mussolini, and Hirohito. And you had a bunch of people who were like in nations that were standing up to them for the betterment of mankind. And I think like if you're still like a little bit of this, a little bit of that, like imagine like how the planet would have, where we'd be right now if the Axis powers had won. Like I don't think you would have preferred that reality.
Shit. Flying cars.
No, it's all good. They continued their work with NASA and a bunch of other cool stuff. It's all good.
I'm not saying tech would have been the technology would have been just about the same.
You'd look at your NVIDIA card and think it sucks if the Nazis had won.
I think that if you didn't look like the four of us, you'd have had a hard time on most of the planet.
But that's where the fun stuff happens, is when white people fight, because then maps get redrawn, technology goes forward 10 years.
I gotta take a piss.
It's just a matter of the cost, all those lives.
Details, Taylor. Details.
Yeah.
Irrelevant. nonsensical. Well, damn it! Now I have to buy a blazer for the show. If we're, we should put that in like when we have guests on, be like, blazer preferred.
I only have the one blazer. You might see this again. I was gonna show up with a whole tuxedo. I was like, I'm gonna fucking alpha Kyle and wear tux on the show. Kyle has been showing up super well dressed, looking amazing with his blazers for 2 weeks in a row. So I drug out this old thing. I don't know if this will do next time.
No, well, if the workout stuff's going really well for you, next time you super out alpha everybody and just show up shirtless.
I don't think that'll work.
Make sure your lighting's all good and perfect ahead of time,
Right. I hit a new low. I'm down 28 pounds now.
Tremendous.
Dude.
Yeah, and I put on a couple pounds of muscle, so I like to think I've lost, over 30 pounds of fat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's tremendous. Yeah, you've been on a great grind.
So is
what
it
do you do?
like a cut or like you trying to bulk or what?
Mostly, I just wanted to look better, and I don't even need to be in shape. I just want to look in shape, like if you were to chase me, you'd probably catch me. But if I took my shirt off, you'd be like, not bad for pushing 50.
Not bad for the guy I'm about to catch.
That's what I was going for, really. So I started with a big calorie deficit, and I've cut back on that. I've lost 5 pounds since then, so there's still a deficit, just not as fast. And I lift 5 or 6 days a week, and that's what I do. So
very nice, very nice. Yeah.
What do you do to stay in shape, Brandon?
So for the most part, I'm a lazy piece of shit. But I've realized that I cannot get up and go to a gym. So I've built, I've got in my house now, I've got a master and 2 like smaller bedrooms. So one I've turned into my office here. And then the other one, I built like a small little home gym. So like I've got like a pull-up bar, like a dip bar, like a little bench where I've got like free weights from like 25 pounds up to like 45 or something. So like I've got the basics because if it's not right there in front of me, I'm never fucking gonna do it.
That gets you pretty far. Like I like calisthenics. The pull-ups and the dips, that gets you really far. I just enjoy it. I was talking to I had a trainer come today. He's actually George Foreman, the baby we watch. Her father is a certified personal trainer, parkour instructor. He did all the mocap for Fortnite. Whenever you mantle something or whatever, that's him. And he was helping me get my squats right because my form sucks. And I don't know how I got on that topic, but anyway, I was doing squats today. He helped me a ton. Calisthenics. I think I'm at 3 sets of 15 pull-ups now, something like that. And I feel like that's a number people can relate to, and it's something you can brag about. If I said my overhead press was 135, or I don't even think it's that. I think it's less. Then it's like, who even knows what they can overhead press? Like that's not that's not a number that means anything to most people.
Right.
And he was like, yeah. You know what's cool? Handstand push-ups. And it was like, if I could do those, that would look cool.
Are you sure that you can't? Because the only thing stopping me from that is not being able to do a handstand.
He does it against a wall. He just busted out a couple handstand push-ups and showed me like the progression that people take. He's like, start with a pillow there. It lowers your range of motion, and you might come crashing down on your first attempt. So you put like a pillow there, try a handstand push-up, and see where you are. And I was like, I'm going to try it. I'm going to see where I am.
Kind of like working...
It's basically an upside down overhead press, right?
You're going that vertical. I was thinking like you'd have to come out a bit and it'd be more like an inclined bench of your body weight.
No, I feel like upside down.
That's not
totally upside down. Okay.
Because like otherwise, it's just like that seems like a really easy way to get hurt. It's just a party trick, right?
It's a prison workout, is what it is. It's a workout for people who have no weight system whatsoever. If you look at like what they do in prison when they're actually locked down and they don't even have a yard. It's they do squats with another inmate on their back. They do upside down push-ups, regular push-ups, sit-ups, all sorts of one-handed push-ups and variants, stuff like that.
Is it upside down push-up where you lay on your back and just put your hands in the air? Because I think I could do thousands of them.
Well, I'm talking about your handstand push-ups. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, I think it's high humidity or something.
The atmosphere, exactly.
Getting to me. What's the barometric pressure?
Okay, I can only do 1,000 of those in the low humidity environment.
Oh yeah. So handstand push-up. I don't know if I can do one or not. I didn't attempt one. I was embarrassed to try it in front of him.
See, so you're gonna hurt yourself with that.
Why is it different than an overhead press? If people don't know, an overhead press is a barbell. You go like this. That's overhead press.
Because of the stabilization, right? Like you're going from a really stable platform, your feet, and a really controlled atmosphere, a cage, and like a really even distribution of weight, a barbell, to now we're in a position we've never really been in before, and we're trying to like so balance, right? Like if you're not perfectly balanced, maybe your right arm's doing a little more than your left, and you're overcompensating, and there's a little bit of wiggle, and all of a sudden you tear like something in your shoulder or your wrist or something. Like it's also seems like it's putting a lot of pressure on your wrist. Like I'm sure there's some like 20-year-old like gymnast out there. It's like, no, I do them all the time. It's no big deal. But not to be shitty, but we always talk about these are workouts for a 48-year-old man, right? And like you're like, yeah, I think I'll just do a lot of body weight dips instead of weighted dips. Because again, I'm a 48-year-old man. We don't want to tear something in my elbow.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to like go hard and then have to take 3 months off for like rehab. And like the goal is for a year from now, you'll be this version of Woody, right? And I just think that upside down or whatever handstand push-ups could potentially lead to a year from now with like a click in your shoulder. And you're like, I wish I hadn't done this fucking push-ups.
You're probably right, but what you're not considering is I want to.
Fair enough. Fucking do them.
But I mean, you've got all the equipment, the barbell, the plates, everything just set up perfectly for just continuing to do overhead.
I do.
You know when you go to the gym and you see that huge section where everybody's doing handstand push-ups? No, you don't.
No.
Everybody's doing overhead presses when they're working on their shoulder. Yeah, I'm not doing handstand push-ups because I'm not working out in prison. I have a home gym in my basement.
That's a fair point.
Taking advantage of the barbell.
That, and I like working out in places where like there's nobody else around, because I don't really like people all that much. Not like my friends are one thing, but like people I really don't fucking know. Like I don't like working out in that environment. It's not cool. Plus I'll fucking take my shirt off in my gym and I'll feel like I'm being a douchebag, and I'll just like listen to my own fucking music without headphones. Like I think that's kind of cool.
Does anyone know what
impress anybody? Do
you know what the McGill 3 are? It's a back. Okay. The McGill 3, there's 3 exercises. It's good for your lower back. I was finding that my lower back hurt a little bit. Dick Masterson told me about it. He works out. And he's like, it's magic. It fixes you. You do the McGill 3 every day. A week later, your back stops hurting and it never hurts again. I did it and it worked. So I stopped doing it. And then
oh no.
And then I start lifting and my back hurts. I'm like, what was that called again? So now that is my warm-up. I literally do it 7 days a week. And it's a little gay. There's some like 80s aerobics, like touch your knee and your elbow and then straighten your leg at like the bird dog, if you know this thing.
Yeah, I'm looking at pictures of it. Yeah.
It's a little gay, right?
See, well, the bird dog, I'm not looking at that and thinking that it's that helpful, but it must be.
Oh, bend over in front of your personal trainer.
Anyway, you mentioned a home gym where no one's there to judge you. You get to do it by yourself.
Yeah.
That's like, I used to just do a different warm up every day. Sometimes I warmed up really long time, like 20 minutes more and like wasting time. Now that's the warm up. I do the McGill 3. And instead of crunches, I do hanging knee raises because it gets a little upper body into it. And it works your lats, your biceps, your brachii, and I just prefer that. So.
The McGill 3. I'm gonna have to write that down because, like, genetically, my lower back is just shit. Like, I wear like dress shoes or something for a whole day. My lower back is fucked. I'm drinking myself to sleep. Like, it's awful.
You should definitely follow my advice. I'm practically a doctor.
I hear that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole webpage.
But I have had great success with it, and so has Dick Masterson. So maybe it'd be good for you. I doubt it can do any harm.
A fellow Herrera. Okay, got it.
Right.
Isn't that his
Dick Masterson? Does he have another name? He probably does. Kyle, are you muted?
I might be completely ridiculous.
I wasn't talking though.
Okay. I don't know what I saw. Mistakes were made. I don't know. But anyway, I forgot how we got on that topic. But yeah, so I'm still working out. Leg day, because my knee is hurt. And it's almost better now, but I think I hurt my knee doing squats with bad form. That's why he was helping me. And you take quads out of leg day, It's not much work at all. Do a little hamstring, calf work, some abs. 30 minutes, I'm out. Leg day is...
The quads are such a huge part of leg day.
They are. You take quads out of leg day, it's practically rest day.
All right, no squats. All right, we'll hit it tomorrow, I guess. You know,
no squats, no Bulgarian split squats, no this, no that.
Those are the ones that kill me. Bulgarian split squats, my God. Like I could do, I felt like, so I skip leg day a lot. I'd fucking do it. I'm going to fucking lie about it. Like if I will go back after not doing leg day for like 3 weeks or something like that and do like one set of just heavy Bulgarian split squats, like, oh yeah, I could do that. And I do like 8 reps. I'm like, fuck, I can't walk down the stairs.
Bulgarian split squats were one of my favorites back when I was doing. I felt like I got a real good work out of it. And I don't have I just have my own body weight mostly. I think I put 20s in each hand or something like that. I forget. But I didn't feel like I was in any injury danger because you're not working so heavy. I like them for that reason, but whatever.
That's probably where I was fucking up because I'm using like 40s and I never do them. So maybe I was overworking the shit out of them. Like, oh yeah, okay, lift like a man, and then just totally hurting myself like a bitch.
Might be a lot. Yeah, that seems like a ton. But yeah, I skipped rest day today. I did push instead or something like that. Taylor, are you muted?
He's muted.
He's muted. He might not know he's muted, but he's...
I think he's having a technical difficulty.
Yeah. I think he's going to tell me not to skip rest day, but I have an explanation.
The explanation is steroids.
The explanation... I'm buying a new motorcycle tomorrow. And
what's the getting?
I'm getting a DRZ 400. It's not one that would really impress the internet, but it's basically a street legal dirt bike. And it should be a lot of fun. That's why I'm getting it. But so because tomorrow with 6 hours of driving and whatever it takes to go to the DMV and all that crap is going to be a rest day, I just shifted the workout by a day.
Yeah, I had a VTX 1800, a Honda VTX 1800 back in North Carolina. I just recently moved to Texas from Fayetteville. So I picked up, I was going to ship my bike and then I just got lazy and I bought one here. I had like a VTX 1300 that I bought. I was drawn to the same kind of fucking bike. I was like, "Ooh, I like that. That looks cool." And it's like almost the exact same one, like 1 year later than the one that I had in Fayetteville. So
it's a cool looking bike. And then you went with the Yes, you're here. You went with the 1300 next time.
Yeah, I kind of missed the 1800 to be honest. The 1300 doesn't run as well, in my opinion.
I haven't driven a bike with that kind of displacement before. Like it's
not as different as you think because it has so much more weight. Like the street bike kind of thing, like the Rice Rocket look. Like it's so much lighter that you get more power behind it. So like the big number's scary, you know?
Okay. I drove a 1200 GS and that was interesting. Like it made fast seem slow. Like I don't know how quickly I went on it. Not super fast, but call it like 110. And 110 on my bike only goes 105, but hypothetically 110 on my bike would feel sketchy, you know? On this thing, yeah, I felt like I could cruise at that all day comfortably. And
yeah, exactly. Well, so one thing I have noticed about 1300 that I don't like at all is because it's significantly lighter than the 18. And I was worried because I just got the bike bug again, like in the last few months. Like I had 6 years. And so like I got the 1800. I'm like, I'm going to kill myself on this. But it's so much easier to ride because of the weight. And I noticed on the 1300, like San Antonio highways have a lot of wind. So I get a bad crosswind. And that bike moves. And that does not feel good.
Mine does too. Yeah. I have a GS and I have like a top case on the back behind. A 650 GS. It's a small one. BMW 650 GS. Anyway, crosswinds blow me all over the place, and it's a little sketch.
Your bike looks great. I saw all the photos. It looks really, really cool.
I was blown away by the fucking floors. Man, those floors look good.
Don't they?
I was serious. I feel like I'm getting old because I'm looking at your floors and I'm just like, that looks like a quality floor, Bobby. Right there.
That's a quality floor.
I'm just thinking like, yeah, maybe if you got a car parked on that and you get underneath, the light's gonna bounce. You're gonna have like nice illumination from under there. That looks like it's gonna clean up real good. Like I like the color, the speckle stuff that you throw down. It's all like evenly spaced. Like, looked good to me. I liked it a lot.
Is it like epoxy flooring?
Yeah. I'm showing everybody what it looks like right now.
Looks good, and your bike looks very Mad Max. I like the seat cover. I like the whole,
not everybody
the whole thing.
does, but I like the seat cover too.
Well, they're not riding the motherfucker.
Yeah. Some people think it looks totally gay. I think it looks Mad Max. You could be the judge.
Well, you see see where the.
All right, we're back. Little tech hiccup. I don't think we lost any content, but we just took a minute break.
Thank God.
Yeah, it's always like, but and I told the guys this, when we were in our little break there for like 2 minutes, it was like every now and then, I did this a second ago, twice ever or something like that.
Yeah, I'm sensitive to this idea that it's like,
that's why I'm doing it because like I'm not putting any onus on Woody. Like I'm not trying to be shitty, but like twice ever in like 1,000 episodes or something that we've done. Like we'll be like an hour, 2 hours in, and Woody will be like, "We're not recording," and Taylor and I are just like, "Oh."
it's so devastating.
But not just because like now our nights are going to be extra long, and we've got to be on for like another 4 hours, even though we've kind of been giving it our all for 2. But also because like it's impossible to replicate that magic. I'm not trying to sound like full of myself or anything, but like we can't go back to the well again and tell the same jokes or whatever. We don't write this show or anything. It's all off, the seat of our pants. So like stuff happens organically. So when there's that moment where like somebody said something funny, it just happened that way, and it might not happen that way the second time. It's very upsetting. Yeah. But luckily, I don't think we lost anything here, so
we're solid.
Good to go.
Yeah,
as a viewer turned, I guess, guest. I'm still a content creator, so like it's not that crazy. But like the 3-hour time slot, I'm getting it. I'm like, now I know why you guys are like 4 hours. Fuck, let's get out of here.
Yeah,
we get 4 hours. You're like, man, I've been talking a long time and not really about anything. I kind of want to be quiet for a while.
Yeah, and like we usually plan. Like we always have something to do after this. There's no way you can just like put your head on a pillow after you're done doing this, because like I'm just drinking coffee like the whole fucking time we're doing this. One of my favorite coffee cups, by the way. and like so I'm wired after this. I gotta do stuff. I'm going out tonight. Like there's no way I could just like chill here at home or do something boring. Like I'm gonna go out and have some fun tonight. Like I almost do every time after PKA because I'm fucking wired. I'm excited. I'm on right now. Like there's no putting your head on a pillow. So when that shit happens and it's like, oh, so I guess we're sitting here until 1 a.m. tonight. It's like, fuck, because there's no way at 1:30 in the morning I can put my head on a pillow either. Like I'm still gonna be fucking.
You're just
wired.
all-nighter territory now. Almost.
Yeah. But neither here nor there because everything worked out.
Oh, thank God. Throw it up to all the gods for that one. So
the dark ones.
Yeah, only the dark ones. We know who watches.
If you could pick one of the fictional theologies to be legit, like get rid of the Judeo-Christian God, and you get to pick any of the others from science fiction, fantasy, or the other actual established world religions, which one would you go with?
Probably Greek. I was bouncing around
the whole Greek pantheon,
the Greek pantheon. I was thinking either Greek or Egyptian. They're both pretty because they're both really cool. But I think I'm going to go Greek. I like that aesthetic more. I
do too. I don't know. They're always coming down raping people though.
Yeah, but the Egyptian gods are pretty shitty too. Like all of them were about like coming entire rivers and things like that, and like raping animals to get daughters and sons, and then like raping sons to get. Well, I guess you don't get anything from that.
This is what you want to be real?
You become a den leader in the Boy Scouts.
Yeah, you become a den leader. You become the troop leader.
If you're like the Greek gods are real, you just have like a moderately hot wife. You don't have the hottest woman in the land because that's just asking for trouble.
Yeah, that's true.
Thinking about the gods that would be actually nice if they were real, it seems like Game of Thrones comes pretty close.
Lord of Light shit.
Yeah, they bring people back to life. What badness did they ever do?
No, but like there was a whole like I guess, season, quote unquote, pantheon of like the faceless god seemed pretty evil. There were some evil gods in there also, right?
Maybe you know it better than me, and I just recall the good
there
ones.
Was some evil. There was that. Didn't the Lord of Light? Wasn't he the one who wanted people burned alive at the stake for him?
He did have a thing for that.
Yeah, they did burn that little girl. That was pretty not cash money.
Yeah, that was because of the Lord of Light.
Did they have to do that? Or did
half of her looked flame retardant? That like fucked up side.
Yeah, fucked up side. Yeah, that was just laying there when they were done, like a Phantom of the Opera mask.
Yeah, a little bit of rendered bacon, little girl cheek bacon. On the fire.
I'm tempted to agree with you, and here's why. Because like, if the Greek pantheon is legit, then that means we're gonna have like some half gods walking among us, like Hercules, and I think that would be a cool world to live in. That's literally like that exists within the Marvel universe. FYI, like the Greek pantheon, that's part of the established lore. Like Hercules is a thing. He has like
Zeus and the whole gang.
Zeus and all the whole gang are like part of the Marvel movies. Is the way. Oh no, it's DC. It's DC.
Yeah, I was saying, like, that's news to me. I thought I was up on all this Marvel shit.
Yeah, it's DC, because like I've seen cartoons where like there was this one Superman movie where Superman he's got this formula that'll give Lois Lane his powers for 24 hours. And so he gives it to her so she can be a super like woman and be his equal for a day. And they're like in the underworld or something, like fighting some demons or some shit. And I don't remember the two entities it was. It was like Hercules and like some other like Greek god type character. And like they got the super hots for Lois, because now not only is she like hot, but she's like super strong. Mm-hmm. And they're wanting to like arm wrestle Superman for the right to be with her. And like he like double arm wrestles them like with such strength. There's an explosion like when he beats them. It's good.
Now that got really dumb pretty quickly.
It did. Of course it did.
Oh, that was the part I liked.
he double arm wrestles Hercules and fucking Satan.
I don't know what double arm wrestling is.
Okay.
Like him versus both of them simultaneously in an arm wrestling match.
Okay, that's a little dumb. All right.
Do gods make an appearance in the DC universe? Like, do they have to fight Hades or?
I want to say that like in the extended Snyder cut, when they're like, yeah, long ago Darkseid came to Earth, and the old gods plus the Atlanteans and the Amazonians all teamed together to fight him off. And like when they say the old gods, that's who they're referring to. So I think Zeus was there, like slinging lightning bolts. I think that was part of that scene.
Yeah, Greek would be cool. Norse would be neat too. You know what? I'm redoing my stack ranking. Greek first, Norse second, Egyptian third.
Then you get Thor. We're in the Marvel universe.
Yeah, but I knew that was part of the Marvel universe. Who's Thor's father? Odin. Is Odin part of the Marvel universe?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Anthony Hopkins, I think, in the movies.
It's Anthony Hopkins.
Does he do any fighting? I mean, he's a god, so he gets
just a tiny bit in flashbacks, but he's pretty old by the time we get into the Marvel movies. But
yeah, I guess
does
they would
have
have
Is it flashbacks? I want to say in the Thor, when he's fighting the Ice Kings, Thor's not doing well. Odin comes and fixes shit. Is that a flashback?
He kind of just shows up, and by his appearance alone, he's just like, hey, everybody's just like, and the ice elves are just like, hey, your kid's here showing his ass, and Odin's like, you know how fucking kids are. This is literally the scene. He's like, you know how kids can be, and like the ice elf, who's like enormous and omnipresent and powerful, is just like, yeah, I know how it is. like they literally have like two dads whose son got into a scuffle kind of a discussion where they're not into like restarting what was this World War II for the gods like long ago again over fucking Thor showing up and showing his ass on the ice elf planet.
What movie's that? That sounds
like
interesting.
That's like the first Thor movie, I think. Maybe.
I think so too. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Loki tricks Thor into like going to that planet and like showing his ass. It's a whole thing. Thor gets his whole gang together and they go and they get in trouble.
People have said that like to jump into the Marvel universe, Thor is a good one to start with.
I think so. Thor or Iron Man. I think Iron Man was the first, and it's one of the more relatable ones. It's very grounded, especially at the beginning, and you get to see Tony Stark make his change from real douchey billionaire playboy to like, a nice guy.
I would definitely start with like Iron Man and then move into like Thor and Captain America. And then when you have like a base understanding of the characters, you're like, oh, okay, I get it. And then you see Avengers, you're like, oh, fuck, he's the guy from that movie's with the guy from that movie.
They go together. Cool. Like dude, Marvel gave us what we wanted. It's like all the people. I really wanted all the people. I can't believe you got all of them. They're like, yeah, we have a $500 million budget. We can get it.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, nobody really turns us down. Like that's the thing about Marvel. I feel like You could be the most like, I'm about the art of acting. It is an art form to me, a craft that I live, bleed, and sweat. And they're like,
Daniel Day-Lewis.
You want to be in Thor 37? You're going to play Goku, the fucking Squirrel King. And Daniel Day-Lewis is like, I would love to be Goku, the Squirrel King. Because I know you're going to pay me $30 million.
Well, yeah. We're 4 days into filming, and Mr. Lewis is vomiting because he refuses to eat anything but acorns from...
He's hoarding them in his trailer.
He's hoarding acorns.
He's because his cheeks are all puffed out at the fucking craft services table.
If the squirrels can eat them, I can.
Yes.
I remember like watching, or I remember like in my head thinking, like, squirrels, nature's treat, or not squirrels, acorns, nature's treats. Like when I was like 5, like, man, you know, you can just eat things out in the wild. You know, I think a friend of mine told me this. He must have watched Steve Irwin or something, because I remember we went out back in his yard and we ate a couple leaves, and he was like, "You won't get hurt. I've been eating these leaves for a while." I was like, "Okay," and then he ate a couple bugs in front of me.
What the fuck? Is your friend retarded?
No, I really think he must have seen some survival show on like Discovery Channel or something, and he was out there. He had like tied a willow branch around his head like a Marine, like he was out there like foraging, and he very grimacingly ate an acorn in front of me and was like, "They're perfectly fine," and I ate an acorn, and it's awful.
Is it bad?
They taste.
I mean, you
worse
can
than
eat
would
them,
imagine.
but you don't eat them raw. You can use acorns to make flour. You can grind up acorns and like the inside of an acorn and make flour, and you can make like acorn pancakes.
Are pecans good raw?
Or what?
Pecans?
Yeah, absolutely. They're delicious. Yeah.
I was at a restaurant with my friend. He's Australian. And you have to know him. He has the deepest, most magnificent voice that you've ever heard. And it sounds regal almost. And with an Australian accent, it pairs super well. So we're at Waffle House. And he orders pecan waffles in the way that he does. And the waiter's like, "Pecan waffle? You got pecan? You got me saying it. This is the South. Pecan waffles." And he's like, "Oh. You think you're from the South? I am from Australia, and I find you adorable." And it worked. Everyone loved it, even the waiter.
So he had that Thor thing going on, like, "This drink, I like it. Another."
Yeah, he could do that. Dude, every story this guy, I've been in, he's a paramotor pilot. There'll be 15 guys from a fly-in at a restaurant, all captivated by him talking about kittens or something like that. Just every time he speaks, he becomes the center of attention, and they hang on his stories. They're well-paced. They're well done. He's got it going on.
Well, good for him. And he's got good taste in pancakes. Those are very good.
They're so fucking good.
Mm. Yeah, pecan pancakes.
Yeah, I say I always change pecan for pecan depending on who I'm talking to.
Yeah.
I'll give you what you want to hear.
Yeah, my grandma's, it's pecan.
Like,
pecan.
How do you say it? I'm like, I don't know. It's like the aunt thing. I'm like, I don't know how I say it. I think it depends on who I'm talking to, because I don't.
Vase and vase, too.
I've never said aunt in my life. No one I
say it to black people.
Do they say aunt?
Yeah.
Oh,
they say auntie.
Oh, okay. Well, I've never said that either. Aunt. Everybody I know says aunt.
I thought that was the bit for a moment. You're like, yeah, it's just like the way when you're talking to black people, you say ask a question.
Yeah. Let me ask you something.
It's a cultural thing.
Dude, like I used to like you gotta keep in mind, you gotta keep in mind, I am the blackest person here. I spent years working with 95% black people. I live in Atlanta.
I literally have an N pass.
I don't have a single white neighbor. I was given an N pass in jail. Okay.
Yeah,
you understand?
I bow down. All right, you win.
I was dropping the N bomb left and right. I ain't going to fucking jail.
Platinum pass is when you have a jail N pass.
I had a jail N pass. Now, that's different than a prison N pass. Nobody's got that. I don't know what they would have done, but
you know what they probably would have done? They probably would have made fun of you.
I would have prayed that they would just be
they would have embarrassed you. They would have probably pantsed you and tripped you. And everybody would have laughed in the whole block, and you would have been so embarrassed.
I almost caught an ass beating for changing the fucking TV channel, Taylor. Can you imagine what would have happened if I'd called that man the N-word?
You wouldn't. It'd be a 2-host show.
It'd be a 2-host show. You'd have brought wings in by this point. Like, I would not fucking be here, boys. Like that man was so serious about watching the fucking local news in the morning on all 4 available channels. He was ready to fight. You can't call him the N-word. He'd been there for like over a decade.
Over a decade.
Some violent shit.
Yeah. Well.
Oh, so he was one of the people that got moved in from.
He's still there now,
prison.
so fuck him.
He's still there. Yeah. He was one of those black guys. Like you look at him and you think he's 30 and he's 52. Like
just tremendous shape. Prison workouts all day.
Yeah, like he was in charge of the laundry. He ran the laundry. He got to choose who worked in the laundry, and like it's the cushiest job. You get up at 4:30 a.m., work for 2 hours, and then you're like free the rest of the day. It's like he and I did not get along very well at first.
No, it doesn't seem like it.
In any case, yeah, I used to work with it was all black people and just me. So all of my friends were black, and still to this day, like I don't have a white neighbor at all. There's no white people here.
Well, yeah, you're in Atlanta. You're a minority.
I am a minority. I absolutely am.
You should be getting stuff.
That's true.
I don't know what stuff you should get, but it seems like you should get things.
I think you should be able to go to college for cheap.
Yeah,
you should get in for being around black people. Is that what this is?
No, because he's beaten
because I'm a minority.
By being a minority white person in Atlanta.
Well, in that case, I grew up in Fayetteville, North Carolina. Where's my free college?
Vietnam. That's
Vietnam.
They call it Fayetteville. Oh, what an unflattering. I live in St. Louis, actually. Who cares?
Because, there's also an army base there, like Fort Bragg. It's Vietnam, but it's also Vietnam, as in, you don't fucking go into town after 10 o'clock in the afternoon, Vietnam.
I don't think the army people are allowed to go to, a bunch of places in Fayetteville.
They're not.
I'm like, you're the United States Army. You can't go to Walmart at night?
No.
After the third stabbing of a prostitute, no, you're not.
It just seems like we're the Army. We should be able to win these confrontations. I know you.
They win them very well.
Oh, okay. Well, then what's the problem?
I don't personally.
Yeah, you don't see it. I don't see it. Hey, so Biden did the 5 or 6 executive actions, most of them being about gun restrictions, gun study. What did he do?
So there was, I think it was 6 executive actions. One of them was, I think 2 of them were pretty much just lip service. It was like, hey, ATF, you make this report every year about firearms trafficking that they already do. So I was really confused by that one. I'm like, okay, cool. Keep doing what you're doing. You're doing a great job. The other one was it was an inner city violence intervention kind of thing. They were just going to put a little bit of funding toward preemptive measures in urban environments and stuff like that. One of them was about the arm brace thing. It was saying within 30 days or 60 days, the DOJ is going to make a ruling about the pistol braces. Which I'm like, okay, well, that's cool because they've already done that 4 times.
So they haven't. All right. So I thought that one was over. And
it was.
We'll see. I don't know. I don't like these. Let's say that he successfully bans arm braces.
Sure.
I don't like it, but I see it as a parallel to the bump stocks, which I didn't like either.
Same. Yeah, that's one of those no matter what side you're on. I didn't like that bit at all. We actually just got that overturned. I think the Firearm Policy Coalition just won a lawsuit in federal court about the bump stock ban.
Oh, so you can have them again?
I'm not an attorney. I dropped out of law school, so I have no fucking clue.
Well, you made it further than me.
So. I made it 3 semesters.
I know someone who melted dozens of them.
Maybe for the best.
You know somebody. Somebody wasn't me.
But yeah, I didn't like that they banned bump stocks. I kind of sort of liked mentioning that he banned bump stocks because but I didn't like that he actually did it. And I don't like that he's banning the arm braces. It doesn't impact me. I don't have one. I didn't really desire one, but Any ban I
just check. I'm like, do I have anything?
So what else did he do? There's the arm brace study thing.
The arm brace thing, and then there's they're also making a determination about ghost guns, which is basically just 80% that you finish at home or making your own firearm. Even the 3D printing community, stuff like that. Like basically just guns without a serial number, which from the beginning of the country has always been legal to do. They're just trying to, I guess, make a ruling about that, which again, they've already done. Like any 80% firearm, like an 80% ghost gun that gets shipped to you, usually comes with a letter from the ATF that they photocopied. Like, hey, we sent this into the ATF asking if this was okay and legal to do according to the law. And they said yes. And so it's really interesting that he's going back and basically just like, hey, ATF on these two issues, re-roll the dice until we get the answer we want, which is, I don't really like that.
Always been legal, but, and I'm not correcting you, I'm telling the audience, they have to fit all the same rules that other guns do. So you can't make like a short barrel rifle or something like that.
You're 100% right. Yeah. You can't make a machine gun at home and be like, well, I made it myself. You're like, good for you. You're going to jail.
Yeah. But so long as it fits the other rules, if you finish it at home or make it at home, it's fine. So, all right. So that's 4 of them. Maybe you're doing pretty well at this. What else was there? Do you remember?
I may have I'm probably missing one along the way, but the other one was the new ATF director. And I purposely saved this for last because that's an interesting can of worms. David Chipman, I believe, who is like currently a professional anti-gun activist, but he's been at the ATF for like 25 years. Dude's got the most punchable face you could possibly.
What's his name again? I'll show his picture.
David Chipman. And he was one of the ATF agents at Waco and has like a selfie with a rifle in front of a bunch of burning kids. And like, just like the dude is like the most cartoonish villain of the ATF you could possibly have, that he just was appointed, that Biden couldn't even pronounce the name of the organization correctly. He said twice. He's promoting him to the head of the AFT.
Oh yeah. Twice he called it the AFT.
Yeah,
not a big deal, but it fits the narrative of the whole senile thing. And
I don't think it's the biggest. Well, once is easy to write off, and then as soon as he did it a second time, I'm like, okay, I get it.
Yeah, that one too. So as you mentioned, he's an anti-gun guy now in charge of the ATF. And I don't like it. I'm pro-gun. If you don't know, I guess you watch the show. I'm a little bluer than the other 2 hosts, but pro-gun. And I'm like, so I don't like this move. I see it as a parallel to the Cole guy who they put in charge of the
EPA.
The EPA.
Yeah.
When the guy was,
who would know polluting best?
He had several active lawsuits against the EPA, and he, like you said, he was a coal producer or coal owner, something like that, and now he's in charge of the environment, and you're just like, oh my God, the fox is guarding the hen house. Well, now
I am a coal man.
So now this
son HW
guy's in charge of the ATF and or AFT, some call it.
Yeah, some
people are saying, yeah.
We're having the FIB look into it.
It's an interesting debacle. It's one of those things where I'm like, yeah, well, you know what? They'll probably tie him up at the Senate for a minute on his confirmation because, as it turns out, while it's not a career-defeating move, taking selfies in front of a bunch of burning children is not a career ender. But it's not good for your career.
Burning children, literally?
At Waco.
Like it was
Waco.
The Waco debacle, where I think it was like 73 or 78, men, women, children died, like burned to death from the ATF. He took a selfie and they identified, like, in the background, there's like, yeah, that's one of the like Uncle Ben style skeletons in the back there. It's really, really kind of fucked up.
Yeah, what a ghoul. I just looked it up because it sounds over the top. It's just a ghoulish picture. He's standing there like he just like valiantly won a hard fought battle, and it's like, no, this is Waco. Like there weren't, centurions marching out to meet you in the battle. Like, no, there was a massacre.
Yeah, and it's like,
you're a big David Koresh fan, right, Taylor?
Huge, the biggest. I know so many things about him, such as, lots of people died at Waco.
Well, I know you've got that tattoo.
That's supposed to be a secret.
That full back piece you've got.
Well, I'm adding a full chest connection.
Now he's got a good excuse. Now he's saying it's a Far Cry tattoo.
Yeah, I'm gonna get that picture of him looking crazy with the whites of his eyes showing above his pupils. Yeah, that guy's
that's not great.
Yeah, no, I mean, even if you agree like that, those guys were a little crazy. Which if you have a religious cult, hey, fair enough. I see why people would say that. Yeah, that was a pretty big miscalculation, even just from optics on the ATF FBI's part.
It was scorched earth on it, which
you're going after like one dude for technically just barely a felony.
Yeah, that one clip of the FIB agent up on like he's on like the eave of the roof, and through the second floor wall, you see machine gun fire coming through at him, and he just like rolls off the roof. It's like, God, they were not fucking around in there.
Some of them though, like I saw some of the breakdowns afterward, they were like, some of the agents that were killed, I think were like friendly fire. Cause like you had agents that went in, and then you have agents later get to the roof, didn't see it, and they're spraying MP5s through the window of where their buddy just went in. It's like, ooh, fuck, buddy. Like, no.
Yeah, H&K must have had a sale that week, because every one of those fucking feds has an MP5 just fucking going to work in there. Yeah, that was a wild situation. It definitely shaped the way they handle things like that permanently. I think that was terrible optics. And then it wasn't all that long after that, you had the Alien Gonzalez thing where you had ATF with the gun, with the I think it was an MP5 again, maybe pointed at the child's head, finger off the trigger, I believe, but it's been a while since I've seen the image.
He's in the cabinet, and you're like, got that whole thing going on.
That was Clinton, right? Am I crazy? Or is that Bush?
Yeah, I want to say Clinton.
It's a 90s photo.
This was all during Clinton. This was all like from like
it's Janet Reno. That's that's who was catching all the heat. See, Clinton was so good about that. For whatever reason, I blame Janet Reno for all of this, and not Clinton, who was the president of the United States. Like you don't see that now.
Yeah, but after that was the Ruby Ridge thing. Like it was like back to back to back.
What was Ruby Ridge?
Ruby Ridge was where the guy, they had basically entrapped the guy into making an SBS, which is a short barrel shotgun, because they wanted him to inform on like somebody who was part of like this white supremacist biker group or some shit like that in Idaho. And they're like, so they entrapped him. They're like, hey man, could you take this shotgun for me and like cut the barrel? Like, that would be super cool, man. I just appreciate it. And he's like, yeah, sure, whatever. And then he did it. And he's like, you've just committed a felony. You're going to report on these people. And he didn't want to do it. He's like, no, dude, like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And so they went and like surrounded his house and everything. Ended up like, they used an MP5 and like, I don't want to get too graphic or anything, but like they shot a dog. They shot a dog while like the father and son were out hunting. I think Randy Weaver. And then the kid goes crazy because like two agents pop out of the bush and like light up his fucking dog. So he starts firing at the agents. They chew off the kid's arm with an MP5. Like he's like a 7-year-old child, right? And then like chase him back up. And then one of the FBI snipers takes a shot through the door, kills like his pregnant wife. Like it's a whole fucked up situation.
I haven't determined if this is bad yet. Did the 7-year-old resist a little?
Was he asking for it?
Did the cop yell taser?
He may have. But with an MP5, it'd have to be like taser, 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 taser. Yeah, that's fucked up. I didn't know all those details about.
God, if I were still making videos, I would make that video where I'm shooting machine guns going taser.
A little less forgiving of that stuff these days. Yeah, we just like 2 strikes. We had 2 strikes going on at once, and if we didn't get one of them removed, I would have had 3 in a row.
Wow!
We got our channel removed. Like,
what they hit you for?
Yeah, what'd they fuss about?
A couple different videos. One of them that really pissed me off was German machine guns of World War II, which is one of our most popular videos. It's like 4.5 million or something, but like they claimed it for hate speech. I'm like, I went to Drive Tanks, which is just a firearms museum, basically. We didn't talk politics. I didn't say anything you're not supposed to say. I was just like, hey, let's shoot all these German machine guns of World War II because there's a bunch that I think are really cool. And they flagged it for hate speech, and that was our second strike. Like, that's really confusing to me.
That's outrageous.
Wow.
Yeah. It's not like you were there like, and this is a tremendous German machine. If it had been a little better, might have brought the Third Reich to victory. Now on to the shooting portion of it. It's like you weren't.
There was no swastikas. There was no heiling in the middle of the video. Like the only thing we used like German music, but we were even careful to not use the period music, like anything referring to Reich or whatever. We used like things that were close, that didn't have any crazy lyrics. Like we even translated the lyrics to make sure there was nothing.
Now, we were wearing Klan hoods, of course.
You have to get bogged down in the fucking details.
You translate the music. It's like marching through Poland, killing the Juden. La 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 la.
Wait, is that the Russian
the
theme?
victory music in COD 4? That's dark. Oh, man.
My favorite part is like I think the original like national anthem of Germany, like Deutschland, Deutschland über alles, is referring to all these places. Like it's basically like ours, like, you know, from these mountains to this ocean.
Yeah.
Just like it's
From the lakes of Minnesota.
Yeah, but like when you realize, like, wait a minute, hold on, you pull up a map, you're like, these aren't places in Germany.
Mm-mm.
they're referring to like from the beach.
They used to be.
It's like, whoa, hold on.
Just go take like a World War I song. Nobody's mad about World War I.
As it
Yeah,
turns
nobody
out,
cares about the Kaiser anymore.
Yeah. They had the spiky hats. That was a good look. They shouldn't have gone away from it.
I love the spiky hats.
Yeah. That you can attack. Well, I don't think they were made for attack. It was more for aesthetics, but you could.
I think they were made for attack. And in my head, obviously you'd use it to like bash someone when you take it off and hit them with it. But I like to imagine that one German private who just like full on went rhino mode with it and was just charged in.
I like to imagine that Taylor
Look
in
at
particular
Dita.
was a boss character in World War I with the extra long spike and extra thick helmet.
Yeah. I'm like, I don't want any body armor or anything. Give me 45 spiked helmets. And I'm going to create like a Russian. Have you seen those Russian bear hunting suits?
what?
It'd
No.
be like that. Yeah, look up a Russian bear hunting suit.
Oh God. It's like a power
big
suit.
It's a big suit, covers the whole body, and it's got nothing but like nails protruding, like 6-inch nails, the entire body, arms.
It would make an
hand.
awesome YouTube video to recreate it. I don't think anybody's done it because like
Good
even
God.
then, the way they test it is like hilarious shit. It
haven't
looks
seen
like outtakes from a Marvel video, a Marvel movie. Like there's one part where they have like that log that swings from ropes, like, and they just like let it go and it swings into the guy's chest and sends him flying, and then he's just like, "I'm okay." It's great.
Okay.
What the fuck?
Mhm.
This is like Hellraiser.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Like Hellraiser. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I wouldn't feel totally safe, but I'd feel safer. Definitely.
I feel like if I fell and tried to catch myself on my arm, like I'd die.
No, the other spikes would protect you. No, you just have a wounded arm and chest.
It's like dividing by a negative. Of course, got
That
it.
would have changed the entire plot to The Revenant.
Oh, is this what you're talking about, Kyle? Project Grizzly, testing the different iterations of the suit, and it's
Oh,
a guy
yeah.
like in football gear, just getting abused. Trying
Yeah,
to,
I think the suit is white.
there's multiple suits.
I haven't
'cause
seen
they're
it in
testing
years.
Different
Yeah.
iterations. That's very
Yeah.
fun. This is such a stupid idea.
I've been in a bike suit before. That was pretty sick. Like that thing really does provide a ton of protection. But oh my God, this is so absurd.
The one at 15 seconds is outrageous. It looks so protective, and then at 20, keep watching. At 25 seconds, they just start beating him with bats to see if he.
If
can-
anyone wants to watch this, it's called Project Grizzly, testing the different iterations of the suit.
Good God.
HD video quality.
Oh yeah,
He does look kind of badass though, right?
He does look cool. He's as big as a house. And then he gets caught at 45.
Is it just me, or have they built in fake biceps?
That may just. I thought so too, but it looks like it might just be a sheer amount of padding. Because they were hitting him in the arm with 2x4s with full force.
See, if you took this idea and then you like mounted like little guns on the forearm pointed forward, and you had like a squeeze grip to activate them, so you could point the arms and.
They push him down a cliff at 1 minute twice, and he is falling in a dangerous looking way.
This is
Yeah.
reminding me of like the Iron Man 2 scene where they're showing like the other people's attempts at building the fucking armor.
It's exactly that.
They
Yeah,
hit him with
dude,
a car and
dude,
then
this hill they throw him down, it's ridiculously dangerous looking.
Dude, the thing at like a minute 25 when they hit him with a car, he goes like 20 yards back.
Fuck.
No way that this guy.
Oh my God, they hit him so hard with this car.
They do
All
a
right, so they take like an old like pickup truck, like a late 80s, early 90s pickup truck, and they put like a big chunk of wood on the front, like a wall, like it's a driving wooden wall, and they hit him going no less than 25 miles an hour.
What a stupid project.
So fun.
I'd watch them do it.
I'm surprised like some like B movie didn't like buy the suit from them just to make it their like hero or something.
Yeah. Or this is like the beginning of like a hokey, like real person becomes semi-hero movie.
Uh-huh.
It's like they start making an anti-bear suit and they realize they can stop anyone.
Yeah. And then like one night, like his family gets attacked and he's looking around for what to do when he sees the suit. And then the next scene you see him walking out. Doof, doof, doof. I like it. That suit's awesome.
Plaster Man.
Yeah, that's really cool.
I'm Captain Daredevil. Yeah, that's an absurd fucking suit. What was that? Was for bears?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like no bears in the test.
Do you have to like be like, oh, there's bears outside, get your suits on, boys? Or is it like you're just gonna like be in that suit like fly fishing?
Yeah, you're just gonna be fishing and like walking through the woods hotly, like just sweating, so uncomfortable. I mean, there's no way. At no point when he was being attacked did it seem like he knew when an attack was coming. So there's no visibility in this thing. You're just kind of in a cocoon of hockey pads and sheet metal.
Are you trying to like bore the bear to death? Or just like it just tries to maul you for like half an hour, it gets exhausted, then you take off the suit and shoot it?
That might be it. You know what? They need a gun in the arm.
It needs a gun.
Yeah. There's no offense here. That bear is not gonna get, bored. He knows there's meat on the inside. He's just gonna wait. Right?
Yeah.
Like I'd rather wear that suit and be attacked by a gang of 4 humans with bats than a grizzly bear who could just like how powerful is the swipe of a bear paw? Like enough to knock that silly ass helmet right off his head.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I think he got hit by a truck there. He fell down that mountain like
Okay, the truck thing is a really good point. Okay.
Yeah, it's almost as hard as Francis Ngannou hits.
Almost.
And they're just like, all right,
so the fight is this weekend. It is time for Jake Paul to fight Ben Askren. It is finally upon us. I believe it's Saturday night. I believe you and I have $5. I never got paid for my death pool, but you and I have $5 on.
That's true.
Is it $10 or $5
on the fight? I think I've got 5 on Ben. You've got 5 on Paul. Anyone else want to jump in on this little betting endeavor?
Chael Sonnen is making me feel like I chose the wrong guy.
He's making me feel pretty good about myself.
Yeah, we'll see.
Chael doesn't know shit.
That's true.
Chael knows how to get a lot of views on YouTube. You see how many Jake Paul videos he's made? Like 7.
Yes. Yes. On top
he even
of that,
admitted it.
He's a homer, right? A homer is a sports term for people that don't know. Means you root for the home team. Chael is a wrestler, loves even through MMA, like wrestling. I don't know what else to call it. Like this is the real sort of collegiate Olympic wrestling. His passion. And Ben Askren is from that same world. This is like asking me, whatever, if I think my own family is going to win something. Yes, that's who I'm calling. That's who I'm telling you I think is going to win. Still, he's introduced doubt into me.
I'm looking forward to it. I actually am. How much does it cost though? Because I'm going to be hard pressed to like pay more than $0 for this.
Well, you could just go with that option.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go with the whole. I think I found
$50.
Fuck you.
You think they should have charged 15 or something that you might have paid for it?
Yeah, if it was 15, I'd pay that. But no, I'm not spending $50. That's real pay-per-view type money. That's what we paid for Tyson versus Lewis in like 2000 or whatever.
Let's look at the rest of the card. You got Regis Prograis versus Ivan Redcock.
Oh, Mr. Redcock, huge fan.
So are these cards on the up? Are these all real fighters? And Jake Paul's the only one who's like a, exhibitionist
Jake
fighter.
Jake Paul, the undefeated professional boxer.
Well, regardless, is he the only YouTube man, or is everybody else like a real fighter? Like that's their profession on the way up?
I think so. Yeah. Frank Mir's on the card.
What? Isn't he 100?
41. He's fighting a 44-year-old.
Oh.
Yeah, this is This is a fine watch it for free kind of.
There's
show.
the first fight. Rykon is on the card. His professional fighting record is 0-0-0, and he's up against a guy who's
never lost.
8 wins and no losses. What the fuck? Why is he up against an 8-0 pro fighter?
Frank Mir has been getting the shit kicked out of him since 2011. Like in my head, I remember like when UFC got really big, like 2009, 2010, like one of my buddies was really into it. And he was like, so in my head, I was like, Frank Mir, he beat up Brock Lesnar. He was so good.
He did.
And now it's just, oh dude, the end of some of these guys' careers is depressing. He got the shit kicked out of him by Roy the Big Country Nelson in 2019.
Well, that's legit.
Yeah, but like that guy's been struggling too, it looks like, right? Yeah, he's lost his last 5.
Yikes.
Dude. I'm looking at Frank Mir's record.
That was his only win, sorry.
He has, 3 wins in his last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. In his last 11 fights. That's rough.
Yeah.
Chael said he thought this would do 1 million buys. I think he's out of his fucking gourd.
I think he's pimping it for Ben Askren. I
think so too.
Yeah.
No way.
Buys ever.
So like 1 million buys, to give you some perspective, is like insane. It's insane. Like I don't know how many things have ever done 1 million buys, but like if we started naming them, it wouldn't take us all that long. Like maybe
the last
10 things, 15 things ever.
The last McGregor fight, what was that?
That was probably 1 million buys.
Yeah.
Like that's what it's got to be. It's got to be like when Anderson, like Chael even mentioned it, when he fought Anderson Silva, who it was this massive thing. That was barely 1 million buys, I think maybe he said. And when Conor McGregor fights, obviously the biggest guy in all of mixed martial arts, that's when you get 1 million buys. But like when Jon Jones fights, you're getting 500,000 buys if you're lucky. When Conor McGregor fought Floyd Mayweather, I think that approached 1 million buys. Another like gargantuan thing that was like had a world tour where they're going around promoting it. 2 of the biggest from their sports. Like it had so much like casual fan appeal. Like that's when you get 1 million buys.
It's funny you mentioned Jon Jones. I'm apparently going on an alligator hunt with him next week.
Oh shit!
Damn.
Why don't you open with that?
Yeah, that's awesome.
Don't tell him all the shit I've talked. That's between us.
No, I got a list, Woody. So there's this guy named Woodworth up in North Carolina. We're going on a gator hunt, and I'm kind of not sure because of his record. I'm like, I think we're using 6.5 Creedmoor bolt guns, and I'm using a gun that I built, and I'm like, can this guy like own a gun?
Yeah.
Because I just know like some of the stuff that even just you guys have talked about. I'm like, this guy can pass a fucking background check.
Yeah, he can. Cause he does a lot of like tactical stuff on his Instagram. A lot of like CQB stuff with transitioning from like sub guns to handguns and doing a lot of the sort of stuff you see John Wick do, like 3-gun stuff. John Wick style, like really good on Instagram. Like training stuff, real high impact stuff. It's fun to watch. No. So yeah, and I always see he's wearing like a full rig, and it looks like he's got a tricked out Glock or something like that. It seemed to know what he was doing. I mean, it was fun to watch.
Makes me feel a lot better. So I'm like,
he's already like a
man with a gun on a boat. That's good.
Yeah, he doesn't need the gun.
How'd you get it set up for you? Like that's an awesome thing to be able to do.
A friend of mine invited me. I think it's something that Smith & Wesson is doing or something. It's like the Romp in the Swamp or something down in Florida. And like my parents live in Florida, so I was going to like go down and visit them while I was there. But it was a neat thing. We were told last minute, like, oh yeah, Jon Jones is going to be on your team. We're like that. Okay, cool. Does he need a gun, or is he just going to beat the shit out of an alligator in front of us? Like, that's cool to do.
That'll be fun. That'll be a bunch of fun.
I'm hoping so. I'm going to get some new boots out of it with any luck.
Nice.
You get more than that. A story to last a lifetime.
I might get Jon Jones to punch me in the liver.
You don't want that.
You don't want that. Yeah. What if like 4 hours into the day, the starstruck bit is kind of worn off, and he is just costing you the competition. Like he's that bad.
He's missing gators.
Like, how do you those difficult to hit gators, those little fellas, like how do you even broach that? Are you like, oh, John, I mean, tremendous. You scared him, right? He'll be back. He'll be back. I'm positive. You spooked him.
Mr. Jones, I believe that alligator is running out of adrenaline. We'll get him in no time.
Yeah, that's the sort of backhanded compliment we would do to people when we were bird hunting. We'd be like dove hunting or something like that. And like somebody would miss one. I'd be like, oh, good shot, buddy. You scared the fuck out of him. Oh, he is scared. Look at him go.
I mean, you can't say that to Jon Jones. What if he tosses you into the swamp?
Yeah.
And then he won't let you. He just keep forehead pushing you back. Please, Mr. Jones, throw me back into the boat.
Mom, like it's a pregnant woman, John. You'll hit her every time. You can't miss those.
Oh, give that line a go and report back.
This is where I'm like, yeah,
he did not take it. No.
You tell Jon Jones, I'll fight him anywhere, anytime. I don't give a fuck.
Palm Beach Hospital? Wow.
Yeah. No, you'd wake up gurgling at the bottom of the swamp. Oh, well, that's awesome. That's a small world because Kyle loves Jon Jones because of his ethics.
I do.
He never has cheated. Not once.
I do like Jon Jones, man. I like winners. I like winners, and I don't care how they get there.
Man's got a good record.
I don't either.
I like the idea of having a steroids-only UFC.
Me too.
I love that fucking idea. I would pay more money for that.
Welcome to Roid Rage High Impact Combat.
Fuck yeah, people would die all the fucking time. You have like it's one of those things where people are like, well, that's not fair to the sport because they're naturally they're enhanced athletes and blah blah. I'm like, you think the average fucking person in a street fight can afford these crazy diets, personal chefs, personal trainers, huge $1 million home gyms? I'm like, no, they're already enhanced the most they possibly can without having fucking testosterone.
Yeah, that's very true. It's the same way that like Mac from Always Sunny was like, it's easy to get in the kind of shape I'm in. You just, have a full-time job that supports it entirely, paying you a lot of money. And then you have your chef give you your meals every 3 hours. And then you go to your personal trainer and your personal gym. And if everyone would just do this, we could get rid of obesity. Like he said something like that, like pointing out like, yeah, it's outrageous to expect like the average workaday Joe to be able to attain that.
I like to watch the YouTube videos where the guys are super lean and they're like, trust me, life is rough at 4% body fat. I'm cold all the time. I'm grumpy. I have a hard time with this, that. And I'm like, yeah, that's why I'm not cutting more because I'm afraid of that.
I don't want to get cranky.
You would like me when I'm angry.
Yeah, I could relate to your thin skin problems. I don't know. That's not my problem.
What would you say your body fat percentage is
now? I don't know. It's not bad. I've gone from my abs used to just be like bumps through the fat, and now they're like squares where you can sort of see them. So maybe 14%, 15%,
14 or 15.
Okay,
it's pretty fun.
It's very good.
Something like that.
Making some serious gameplay.
Yeah, no, I don't like those. Like, so I've got like one of the home Bluetooth little like fucking body fat measurement scales that's like $40 on Amazon. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, there's times where I'll do really good for like fucking 3 months at a time. Like I have visible abs showing, and I'm like, oh fuck yeah, and I'd get on that thing. And it's like, yeah, you're at 19.5%. I'm like, fuck you, man. Come on, I was feeling good. Like,
yeah, those things don't work.
15.
Those things don't work.
One, they don't work. Two, I think you might start to like the abs start to protrude at 19%, maybe.
And if the abs are there, who
you
gives
say
a
no,
fuck
Kyle? You don't think so?
I don't think so. No. If you want an accurate scan, you got to do a DEXA or a water submersion if you really want 100% accuracy. You get a DEXA done for like $75, $100.
They're only that much?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, well, shit. I'm like kind of curious, but like I'm almost worried I'm going to be embarrassed when I get it done. I'm like, oh yeah, no, it was totally right. I'm a fat fuck. I'm really okay in my head thinking that it's inaccurate scale.
I guess it depends how generous you are when you say abs start to show. I mean, this guy's got a 2-pack at 15 to 19. That's not necessarily 19 either, though.
Yeah.
Guy number 2 looks pretty built. and you can see his abs, the 10 to 14 guy.
He's not flexing right.
Yeah, he looks like he just ate a lot.
This isn't much of a scale though. So like 5 to 9, there's a massive difference between 5 and 9. All right, Greg Doucette is about 9 or 10. 5% is like on the stage at Mr. Olympia, looking like they're about to like shred apart. Like there's just such a massive difference between those two things. And also it's these guys' bodies build, right? It's their bone structure and like their muscle wells. Like there's so much variability going on.
Yeah.
Some guys at 14 are going to look absolutely shredded. Some are going to look like they barely work out.
This guy, 30 to 34%, looks even worse than 35 to 39% because of their body types.
Yeah, if you have a shitload of muscle mass going on, like if you're at fucking 19%, you're looking pretty decent. But like a lot of these guys, like even if you're down to like 15%, but you have like no muscle development, like you're not going to look as good.
Yeah. The guy there, the 15 to 19 guy is like super skinny. Like he doesn't have a lot of muscle on his frame.
Yeah, I would say he doesn't even lift, bro.
Yeah, like it. What a loser.
You think the 15 to 19 guy is super skinny?
Yeah.
Not super skinny, like lean wise, but just like
right.
He just doesn't have any muscle on his frame.
I feel like his muscles are better than the 2024 guy. I was looking at his bicep, like by the elbow.
Well, the 2024 guy I don't know. I think I see Adonis lines on 20 to 24, and,
True.
And like,
True.
Like I think his biceps are a little bit better, and his delts are a little more rounded, and his forearms look better. I think the 2024 guy looks
totally
stronger.
missing delts. Their delts are shit on the top two right guys.
Yeah,
25 to 29 dude, I think could get in shape pretty easy. Like his biceps and triceps look pretty decent.
The 25 to 29 dude?
Yeah, I think he could get in shape easier almost. Like he could get in like movie shape easier than 20 to 24 guy.
Oh, for sure. Because I mean, 25 to 29 guy looks like he could shave down a lot and still be kind of big. Like at least his shoulder and arm, well, shoulder not great, but his arm looks pretty big. 20 to 24 guy is just kind of like the average looking dude, average Joe.
Stave Puff, marshmallow kind of build.
But I mean,
know.
From that 15 to 19 down to the 10 to 14, it's like, and the 5 to 9, it's like, well, the only two people on here that obviously are lifting all the time are the top two on the left. Like,
yeah.
And so 10 to 14%, like that guy totally looks like a different species than 20 to 24.
Yo.
But like, do you agree that 35 to 39 looks? I mean, they both look awful, but he looks better than 30 to 34.
Yeah, again, it's body type. Like it's just body type. It's like how they're holding the weight. Like, man, 30 to 34 has some real imbalances going on there.
30 to 34 would look better if he could just fill out under his boobs with more fat.
Yeah, he needs to add some fat between his tits and his love handles.
Like his tits.
Dude, if you could bulk up a little, like maybe add a few thousand calories a week, you could fill that region out.
Stop it with all the soy. You're getting all that estrogen, filling out the titties nice and good.
Right.
Perfect.
Switch to some cheeseburgers like 35 man over here. He knows how to plump.
Yeah. 35 guy. Yeah, I mean, 40% or more guy just looks terrific.
That's the goal. If I see Brad Pitt from Fight Club, it's bottom right.
Yeah, just going full on, just lifting, eating everything you want, bloat max.
With less lifting.
Yeah. Yeah, this guy, eat whatever you want, cut out that lifting nonsense.
You know how many calories you burn when you lift? Just fucking eat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Have you guys seen what's going on today with Dogecoin?
Yes.
Did it hit 19 at one point?
It's up to, what is it at now? Let's see. It was at 25 cents or 20. Yeah, it was at a quarter earlier.
Jeez.
What the fuck?
So
it's at 31. It's almost 32 cents right now.
Fuck me. I threw that in my buddy's face earlier today because he had a rifle trade. Somebody offered him the equivalent in cash he was asking. It was like $1,400, $1,500, something like that, in Dogecoin 2 weeks ago. And I'm like, hey, dude, you probably should have done that because you could buy a fucking car right now.
Oh, damn.
That sucks. I mean, it was just like it was what, 2 days ago, 3 days ago, it was at like 7 cents.
How did you get
point something?
Like months ago, it was at less than a penny, I think. I'll look at it.
Yeah, it was. It was like a total joke thing for years and years. And then it like got some push from people online, like memeing it into reality. And I think it got up to like 9 cents or something, and then it plummeted and went back down for a long time, and then in the last day it's exploded.
Do you guys know why it exploded today?
Maybe Elon Musk talked about it.
That's my first thought, because that's what started the whole Bitcoin, and even like it accentuated, I guess, the GameStop thing. But like I didn't see anything today that would have caused it.
All right, since we started talking about it, it's gone up 0.75 cents.
All right, I'm buying now, boys.
How much do people have? My buddy has some Dogecoin, and he's always excited about it. But I guess it's part of crypto culture. Not to tell you how you said which ones you have, but they don't even hint how much. They just, and I want to know, like, when something goes a 5,000% gain, did you turn that into $5,000 or $500,000? Like, where are you on this spectrum?
I imagine most people with Dogecoin are turning it into like $5,000, because like even like other cryptos, you're like, yeah, Bitcoin's going to be around forever. Like Ethereum, like all these established ones, they're going to be around. Even like a couple months ago, it was like Dogecoin, like, yeah, okay, I guess. Like everybody, it's been, because it was an established meme for years, and so I think there was a bit more hesitancy for people to throw in all the way. But smart people did, I'm sure, because there's always way smarter investors than me.
Is it somebody manipulating the market, or where's the why? Why is this going up?
People want it because a bunch of people want it because it's going up, and it's going up because a bunch of people want it.
Well,
so to let you know, there's a thing from 6 hours ago at Investor Place says why you should buy $500 in Doge as Dogecoin prices rocket to 17 cents.
Wow!
Like, well, that person was right; they nailed it.
Now it's 32 cents.
It's at 32 now. It was at 28 when I just pulled it up.
Yeah, on my app it says 32 cents. 32.1 cents. This is so funny. Dogecoin. Who would have thunk it?
I don't know. Because it was selling for 0.2 of a penny, it seems like a natural amount to buy would be some large amount. Like you put $10 into it. How much is that at 2 cents? Or like, let's say you put $20 into it to simplify the math. If a penny is 10 of them, then
20,000.
Did you do it? All right.
I'm guessing. I failed math, dude. What the fuck?
I got thrown. It's incalculable, but it must be a lot. So, and now that it's, whatever, a quarter a share, like, good God, it must add up to some. I guess in that case, if it's $20,000, it's only $5,000. It's not like retirement money.
Yeah. Well, everybody, based on the internet, people seem to want to hold until $1. But if it ever hits $1, it'll be hold until $5. Like that's how it always goes in the online communities.
With Bitcoin, it's like, can you imagine hitting 10? Now they're all wanting it to hit 100. How is Bitcoin doing? Is it still going up?
It's over 60, right? I think it is.
It went over
Crypto's
60.
so cool. I wish I understood it.
63.
Is it bad that I was monitoring what Bitcoin was at for a while because of the price in Tarkov?
No. You play Tarkov as well?
I just got into it. This is my first wipe. I just got into it about 3 months ago, and I've got really hard into it. I'm like, I didn't know this was here. This is wonderful.
Dude, I'm not playing it lately, but I do understand the addiction, how deep it goes, how much it takes to learn. It takes a while just to know the maps, just to know where the extracts are.
How much money do you have?
13 million rubles.
You're doing fine. Yeah.
I grinded it because I wanted to fucking learn it, right? Like after a while, I was like, ooh, I get this. Like I get why people are addicted to this. And I kind of no-lifed it for 3 months because first time I played it was in it was January this year. Mm-hmm. And now I'm like level 45, 46.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm I like this fucking game.
Yeah, dude. I love that game so much. I've gotten away from it. It's an unhealthy obsession, frankly. But I played 1 or 2 wipes super fucking hard, and I just kept like saving my money and buying keys until I had like all the shoreline keys, and then like during the day I would run shoreline like 15, 20 fucking times hitting the keys, and then by the nighttime I'd found enough lead X's to like fund my like fully kitted like going in with a full squad with all my buddies like runs. Yeah, I'd make 5 million a day sometimes just running those keys, and then I can just blow this 5 million tonight if I want to. Like by the end of one wipe, I was just running nothing but the thermal goggles. I had so many. I did like they did a Twitch event and they were giving away some thermal goggles occasionally. So the price dipped from like, I don't remember what it was, but they dipped from like 10 million a pair to like 5 million a pair. So I bought like 10 fucking pairs of them or something like that, thinking that they were going to bounce back up and I was going to double them, and they never did. So I just had like a box full of thermal goggles, and by the end I was just running them all the time. It's a fun game. It's addictive.
It is, but there's like such a skill disparity because I'm like, I'm already like, I would skull fuck me 3 months ago. It's not even close. Like, it is just absurd. And then I go over to like San Antonio area now has like a bunch of the streamers here, like Willers is here, Clean is here, like a bunch of dudes like that. And so I'm like, okay, I'll go over to like Will's house and then I'll just watch him play this fucking game. And I think he's playing the Punisher tournament right now.
Dude.
And like, he's just like, I'm just watching him play. I'm like, that's not even a fucking option for me. Like, you're not even playing the same game I am.
Willers in particular, the way he jumps. Good. Like, what? You can get up there? He gets up there first try, bouncing around in places. And like, when there's when he's someone else to attack, I'm like, all right, I need to get like first mover's advantage, come around, aim for the head, whatever. He's like, I need to do some fucking weird trapeze shit, drop it on top of shipping crates on customs that no one else knows you can get to. And he's laughing at the guy as he jumps on his head. And I'm like, of course he didn't know you can't get up there. It's
so visual though, like, because he's just like, he'll just drop down and like jump out a window, plop you from the second story on the way down with a fucking 5.7 in the head, kill you, just boom, GG's, good, nice man. All right, cool. I'm just like, that's just fucking disrespectful,
dude. That's one of the differences. But like, so I was a competent player. I played 3 wipes. The third wipe not so deep, but I got levels 30 something, whatever. And I knew the maps. I knew how to play. I was a competent player. But the way that these guys handle the movement and customs battle, right? How do they handle a customs battle? Oh, well, obviously you get on the roof from the 3rd floor thing, jump from there to the stairwell on the 2nd floor and surprise them. What? How do you even do that? That's outrageous. I break my legs, but they don't.
My thing is I pop through the fucking doorway. I wait till I see a silhouette of a person and I shoot at that person as much as I can until they die.
The closest I ever came to doing stuff like that is like on what's the map called? Is it Countdown or what's the map where you've got the man? It's been so long since I played. It's the big air base. Reserve. Yeah, like just pop a bunch of. They're coming up the stairs, and I'm on the roof in reserve, and just pop all my fucking stems and just jump off the goddamn roof because I know I can survive it, and I'm healing so fast, and then just start crouch walking up behind them and kill them. But you're talking about some acrobatics that I. Like, I have a hard time making that jump on customs where you just jump off the car onto the porta potty sometimes. Like, when you want to jump over the wall there with the barbed wire on it.
I'm trying to remember what's wrong with me. The car to the I know, right, by New Gas. Yeah. It's great game, super fucking in depth. That's a great description of it. Yeah, just understanding how to like. What even you like in a gun and what's expensive and what, oh my God, just knowing what to bring back to your stash.
Oh, I love that. I like, those are the things that like, even if I'm not so great on the mouse and keyboard, like these are skills I can acquire with my time and like whatever memorization skills that I have. I'm really good at memorizing things. So like just watching enough content, I'm like, instantly knowing the value of items on the flea market, and it's just in my head. Somebody's like, "Oh, what do I bring? Do I bring this or that or this or that?" I'm like, "Wow, that's 37,000 right now. You want that? Pick that up." Oh no, those just dropped to 8,000 rubles. Throw those away. You just know.
Yeah,
that stuff's super cool. And to me, like, just and I know, like, I'm sure Kyle, you sympathize, and Woody to a degree. Taylor, I think you would if you played the game, probably. But like, just the real world gun stuff behind it, where you're like, oh. Well, these ammo types actually matter because one of these is you have like full metal jacket. The one is like a crazy AP. The other one's like an AP that's kind of good, but it's a tracer, so it's not as good. And just like all sorts of crazy shit. Even the gun modification where it's like, well, no, you can't put a fucking red dot on your AK, you retard. But if you put an Ultimac on it, then yes, you can, because now you have Picatinny on it. It's like shit like that is so in depth. It is so autistic for the average person. I'm sure like it's just a huge turnoff. But like for guys like me, it's fucking wonderful.
I know for a fact that game has gotten people into guns and like they're like, man, I've been building guns as my hobby online for like 6 months now. I figured, like, fuck, I might as well go to the gun store and I know exactly what I want now. I want high ergo.
You have a gun. You have a combination of guns and accessories that you really like in the game. You want to get a copy of it in real life. Mm-hmm. It happens. Very cool. I don't want to play it again.
It's an unhealthy obsession. It really is. But I do love games. Like I had the same issue with Rust. I don't know if you've ever played Rust, but Rust is.
I've heard you talk about it, and I know what has happened with me in Tarkov, and that's why I'm never gonna fucking download Rust.
Yeah, we'll see. Like Rust is, in my opinion, healthier than Tarkov to some extent, because Tarkov you have a full wipe that you have to commit to, right? Or at least to some extent you have to commit to. Whereas Rust, you can be like, I do have next week off. Next week can be Rust week. Like you don't have to do a week too. Yeah, because it's a 1 week cycle game, whereas Tarkov has those big cycles, 3 months, 6 months, a year.
So it's like a sprint versus a marathon in a way.
Yeah, but it's a long sprint. I don't know. You have to grind the fuck out of that game, but just for 7 days. Whereas Tarkov, like days 8, 9, and 10, you're still grinding away. You're like, oh, I can't really afford a meta M4 yet, but I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna keep running these cheap AKs till I can. But in Rust, by like day 3, that's your like, we got everything. We've grinded so hard for 3 days. We're a step ahead, and now we get to raid tonight. And it's super addictive to like take things from people. The other thing is, like in Tarkov, unless you're like just happening to get in the same servers with the same people over and over, you probably rarely recognize people's names. It would happen occasionally, like, oh, I remember that guy. I've bumped into him before. But in Rust, you're in a server with these guys, and not only do you know their names, but you've probably talked shit back and forth in chat.
Rivals.
They've used voiceover like to like talk shit to your face in the game, to your virtual face.
Right.
And like rivalries build, and it's not as if you can just pick up base and move without a good deal of expense in that game. So like, where they live. They're right over that ridge, 3 squares to the left. They're 3 kilometers away. We know where they live. We could be there in 5 minutes if we wanted to. We can go fuck with them. But then we start some sort of a like proxy war with their neighbors, and now we've got all sorts of problems. Like if someone wants to ruin your day in that game, it's really easy to do it. They can just come naked with no armor and a double-barreled shotgun and just hide outside your door and just be a complete cunt to you. Every time you walk outside, you're like, like worried someone's going to one-tap you, steal all your valuables, and disappear into the night. It's a brutal game, but it's very addictive. It's also unhealthy.
Yeah, that's why I haven't downloaded it. I've heard the way you've talked about it, and I've heard like other people, like just other Twitch streamers play it. I'm just like, yeah, that looks like it fucks. I'm not gonna touch it.
Yeah, and recoil control is the hard. Like Tarkov's kind of hard. Like I'm sure you know, but this recoil control is a whole other animal. It's right. You have to spend hours and hours on like training servers to like actually get decent.
I like that about a game though. Like I like because like Call of Duty and shit, you're just like, oh, it raises this much and then you lower down and you're good. Like in real life, it's not like that. Like you are being donkey kicked in the fucking shoulder over and over again for 30 fucking rounds, and you need to just kind of like walk it in, but you're still like, even though you can get dialed, you won't get perfect. You know?
Yeah. That's how Rust is. Like the best in the world, it looks like they're cheating, and the worst in the world, they might as well not even pick the gun up. It like the difference is that much. Like we would get to the point in the game where we had AKs when I was new, and I'd be like, I don't want one. Like it's wasted on me because I can't control it well enough to even use it in a fight. I should use the cheap gun that's semi-auto that you just shoot, pull down, and repeat. Like I'll just pick at people.
Does it make you rely on tactics because of that?
Yeah, you gotta be sneakier, be more of a play. Like much more of a bitch. Like people who are good with the AK can play like complete chads, just running straight into people, like because they'll turn on them. Like it's a game where like someone will start shooting you in the back, and their time to kill might be 3 seconds, and a great player's time to kill is way less than a second. It's almost instantaneous because it's like 2 headshots and a body shot is a kill, I think maybe with an AK at close-ish range, and they'll do that within the first 5 shots. It's just and you're dead. And they'll just be like, what the fuck happened? I've never died that fast before, ever. Like gunfights usually take a good amount of time, but you'll just melt when you run into either a cheater or a good player. I've ran into both, and so it's hard to tell.
That's the thing that I've been lucky about, I think, in Tarkov is I don't think I've run into cheaters before.
Rarely.
Yeah, because it's normally I can just kind of accept like, oh, that guy either like it was a server issue or that guy was just better than me. Because Tarkov you die so fucking quickly. It's just like, oh, head eyes from across the map. Cool. Welcome to Tarkov, bitch. Got it.
Yeah. And as a bad player or as a new player, it's kind of nice that you can head eye somebody and just like, whew, I one tap that guy all the way across reserve there. It's
right.
Let's go get his shit before somebody else does. Like,
sometimes it's the luck element to it, you know?
Yeah. It's, you know, like I played a lot of reserve and a lot of shoreline. Those were my two favorite maps, but mostly reserve.
Brave man. I play a lot of woods, a lot of like sometimes factory if I need like to do some like just PvP shit. Factories.
Yeah, those are my two least favorite maps. I really like shoreline. I like doing that big rush to get to the goodies and then just like creeping around inside those rooms and stuff.
Interchange was good for that. That was fun for me. Shoreline, a lot of the guys I play with play shoreline, and so like because of that, I know like resort and all that. But it's I don't like going there alone.
I love going there alone.
Really?
Because then I don't have to worry about everybody complaining because I'm moving so slow. I like to be just like really creep around in there and try to kill geared players but mostly I wanted to hit my keys. I always liked games like Skyrim and Oblivion and Fallout give you this illusion that you're a treasure hunter, but you never find anything good really. It's just like, it's more bottle caps, it's more soda, it's more of this. I guess like if I open enough chests, then I'll have a lot of caps and then I can go buy something. But you're never really finding like, oh look, it's a magic bottle cap. But in Tarkov, you do find some magic bottle caps every now and then. The way the flea market works, you find that LEDX and you're just like, I have to get out of here now.
Yeah, you're like, LEDX graphics card, shove it in my asshole. Let's get to extract right now.
Yeah, if when I would play all alone and I would have, I've found 2 LEDXs before by myself, maybe 3, but definitely 2 on multiple occasions. And when you hear someone coming up the stairs or like you hear like a squad like over in the that central building, like the office building, it's like, we have to creep the fuck out of here and get to extract. We've got 2.5 million rubles that we just found, plus all of our gear. Like, I'm carrying way too many valuables right now. It's fun. Yeah. It's a very addictive game. It's good.
I feel like I'm fulfilling a Reddit prophecy here with just talking too much Tarkov right off the bat. They're gonna bitch about this later.
Who knows?
It's been a while since Tarkov has been discussed.
Yeah, we haven't talked Tarkov in like a year.
It's been months and months. Well, yeah, a real long time. Rust was a bigger fad more recently for Kyle in particular. And Woody, you haven't played. You've been on motorcycle and fitness mode for way too long to.
That's about right. Yeah. That's what I've been into lately. Flying too, but I don't talk about it much.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to your motorcycle trip. I'm excited for you. I think that's gonna be a lot of fun.
I'm so looking forward to it. I spent all day obsessing about it. My friend sending me pictures of his new boots that he's gonna wear on his trip with me.
Hell yeah!
When are you going?
June 4th.
Very nice.
What kind of snacks are you going to bring? I'm just test to see how in depth he actually has thought about this because he's been talking about he's obsessing.
I bought them already.
I knew it.
The mini RX protein bars, they're actually not the best in terms of like macros and such, but they hold up really well to like abuse. You know, you can't squish them, you can't melt them, you can't. Do you know what I'm talking about, Kyle? They've like plain packaging and very few ingredients.
The pure protein ones, like the those are the best for macros. You're getting like 20 grams of protein for like somewhere between 170 and 200 calories, depending on which flavor you get.
They do mush. So like for
what they'll mush. Yeah, for sure they'll mush. But I'm saying like he got the right thing. Is if he doesn't want jerky, which he says he doesn't, because they make like those turkey bars that are like 17 grams of protein for like 190 calories or something like that. And you can't mush that shit. It's fucking turkey bar.
Yeah, jerky would be a good slim.
He doesn't like jerky though.
Yeah, that's true. But it would make you feel like a frontiersman.
I got this variety pack. People know these. They put the ingredients right on the front. 3 egg whites, 6 almonds, 4 cashews, 2 dates, no bullshit. Now, it says coconut chocolate, and there's no coconut in that list of ingredients. So maybe a dash of bullshit?
there's some, I won't say bullshit. I'll say there's a bit of tomfoolery. Maybe a level below. A little bit of mischief.
Yeah, these are gonna be fun because you want plenty of carbs. You want calories because you're gonna be riding that motorcycle is physically demanding.
It's not nothing. It's a little stressful. I wonder how much exercise is it? It depends on the day, of course, right? If you're wrestling it up a rocky mountainside, super demanding. If you're just on gravel, maybe like walking in terms of like just walking for 4 hours that day.
Strap on one of these. Strap on a Fitbit or something. Like track your. It'll put it on other workout and like it'll tell you.
That'd be interesting.
Because I've always wondered, like, because I assume there's some core strength going on as far as like keeping it balanced and everything, and of course you got your forearm muscles working with the throttle and all.
His back is always fucking tensed up.
Yeah,
probably squeezing his ass cheeks, hoping the wind doesn't blow him off the highway. all puckered up in fear. Worried his buddy's gonna like lose control and side swipe him into a guardrail.
I like my buddy's adventure at least as much as mine. He can barely ride. He's having trouble.
You keep your distance from him. You know you are.
He doesn't shift that well yet. He just got his helmet, I think today or yesterday. He has it, and his boots came in today, and so he's going to be riding this weekend, and where the practice will start in earnest.
So he's like real green.
Yeah, no license or anything. Yet. He needs to get his license. He's got that schedule.
He's gonna get like fatigued, like 2 days into this, and just like want to go home.
He better bring a lot of fucking Tylenol. It's gonna hurt.
He has 2 months to whip himself into, well, a month and a half to whip himself into riding shape, and I expect him to.
Yeah, he needs to be going on daily rides. Like start off with like some whatever feels comfortable, and then the next day try to push a little further and keep going until he's consistently is able to like knock out 3 or 4 hours without. Because like, look, I've never done it, but I've like spent an afternoon on an ATV or a snowmobile before, and when you get off, it's like, my back is fucked up. I need somebody to walk on it back at the lodge because it's gonna crack like fucking hell.
Stuff, yeah, that's perfect. But he's hitting it though. So his gear came in today. I forget, one of them came in today, right? So we won't judge him for not riding much before his gear.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, his daughter's like not homeschooling, online schooling because of the pandemic. He's going out. He owns a piece of land that he uses for flying and riding his motorcycle ATVs and shit on. So he's putting his daughter on a telephone hotspot to attend her online school while he trains on his motorcycle at the field. If that goes well enough, he's going with me to a national park, and we're going to do a little more hardcore trip and see how that goes, work on the mountains and the trails. He's hitting it. He's going at it.
Good. He better be, because that would be a really awful like first day to the trip to be like, I can't do this anymore. Like you just
like even for me, like at like 2 hours of riding is just like kind of like I'm over it. I'm like I'm ready to stop for like a burger and a beer, man. Like I
that's how I would feel as well. Like 2 hours of doing like I've ridden horses a good bit. I've done a lot of ATVs. I've done a little bit of snowmobile and jet skis and all of those things do the same thing to me because you're like maintaining a position. And just like locked in on something, and especially when you're like focused on something, like I can do it gaming. I can be like playing super seriously gaming and be hunched over my fucking PC for 3 hours, and then realize it all of a sudden, be like, wait, have I even turned my neck? And oh, my neck's fused. Like literally, just if you get in the zone doing anything, you can really fuck yourself up. Like
yeah,
for sure.
So, I'm curious if you've experienced this because I just experienced it for the first time yesterday, where I was doing like forearm exercises, right? Where I was doing like I don't know what you call those, reverse curls or whatever, like heavy weights, like where it's very intense on this muscle on the thumb particularly, and then you go and like sit at a stoplight on a bike and have to hold that. You're just like fuck no.
No, I have had that during the curl though, like where it's like, man, it almost seems like my grip is my weak link on this thing. Sometimes, like
Right.
I'm wanting to, like, this isn't how you curl.
I sound like a bitch, but sometimes I feel my bone. Like sometimes my bone just doesn't feel like it wants to go. I don't know if I need to drink more milk or what.
How much weight are you using?
Like doing that, like I don't know, like 30s or something like that. And you're just like, I feel like my bone is almost like, no, it's not like I'm worried about it's gonna fucking snap or anything, but it's just kind of like, I think my bone hurts. That's not supposed to happen.
Is it on like the outside, like here?
No, it's usually right in the meat. So like I've also got like a wrist injury from a few years ago. So like my like rotation on my right wrist is kind of fucked. Even like shooting some handguns, it's not really a pleasure to do.
Yeah.
Because like, grip angle, like if I have to angle down like that, it automatically just hurts my fucking wrist.
Yep.
Yeah.
That sucks. Because that's, shooting's a big part of what you do.
Yeah, I
Just a little
deserve.
bit.
I was being a fucking retard though. I was riding a mechanical bull in Texas a few years back at NRAM, and somebody told me like, no, this is Dallas, buddy. You ride it. You ride a bull overhand like that. And apparently that is what they do. But my other buddy paid the dude $5 to throw me off at like Mach 3. And that was not a good combo because apparently I just completely shredded that fucking ligament.
Oh,
And,
That
yeah.
sucks.
I didn't know that Dallas had their own style of mechanical bulling.
I think it was talking about real bull riding, not mechanical bulls. I'm
I know, but I figure like if everywhere but Dallas was doing that underhand grip, I trust everywhere else over Dallas.
I only care what Taylor's grandpa thinks about this matter because he is a bull riding aficionado.
He is, and he would probably defer to whoever the top like 5 ranked people were. And I do believe the Brazilians go that lower traditional underhanded grip, and so do the good American. My grandpa is absolutely obsessed with bull riding. Like it's like he finishes like dinner sometimes, and like he just wants to go into like silent grandpa mode, and like he's almost like shuffles, like gets in there and like gets all set up on his comfy couch, and then just like sits there and like. It's a treat to see him enjoy something so much where it's like, damn, it sucks. I'm from a generation that like I need so much stimulation at any given time that like even just sitting and watching like a sport I really enjoy is like, well, but I need to know what's going on with this. Well, what about this? What's another thing? And so like, that's a trait I'm jealous of, and I've thought about in older generations where like you'll look at like an old picture. Does anybody else think like this? Where like you'll look at an old picture of people in like 1904, and it's like, damn, what'd they do the rest of the day? Like what did you went home and like read a book, and like if you read too much, like your parents are probably like, you're rotting your brain with those goddamn books.
I always
like,
I get stuck on the hygiene. I see an old picture, especially like very early, like, hey, this is New York in the 1918s, and there's like a couple cars moving around, a couple horses occupying the same space. Maybe I might have this right. And women dressed in like head to toe dresses, and guys wearing hats and jackets. And I'm like, it's not like it was a lot colder. They're all sweaty. And there's no AC in this nowhere in New York City is there any air conditioning. They're just sweating, and they go from one sweaty hot place to another. It's probably hotter indoors with the lack of circulation.
I bet every fucking it just smelled like dirty pussy all the fucking time. It did. Everybody's always someone's like, "What time would you go back to?" I'm like, "Fucking yesterday, because that's the best fucking time ever to live." Except for what? Right fucking now.
Nah,
right
go way
fucking
back.
now.
Go Jurassic. See something new.
You just get devoured.
Yeah, I probably would.
Some sort of bacteria that doesn't exist anymore would just immediately infect you. You'd have a fever and die in 3 days or some shit.
Pre-polio.
Yeah. God only fucking knows. Like I don't have a polio vaccine. None of us do.
Maybe you would have the more powerful pathogens from being from the future, and you are the reason there are no dinosaurs.
I don't think my pathogens would infect a dinosaur, but I'm just saying, you go back in time to like the Wild West or some shit. Anytime where women wore petticoats, that is some smelly ass. It's not like they shaved their ass cracks either. There's just a bunch of women with some hairy ass cracks who shit in an outhouse and wiped with corn cobs and now there's just like corncob butthole crumbs everywhere, dripping into their pussies and this like growing yeast down there like a fucking bread mill, and everything stinks like BO and pussy and corncob butt crumbs. Everything smells like that.
I'm still thinking of Taylor going back to the Jurassic era and like, oh, hey, Mr. T-Rex, here's a smallpox blanket. Please don't eat me.
Well, no, I would get eaten, and then he would have all my diseases.
Ah, I see.
That's how it would go.
I wonder if Taylor's brain is bigger than a T-Rex.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah,
I mean, it is a big animal.
No, but they were notoriously. I mean, am I mistaking the dinosaurs, or weren't they?
That is
like
the
even
big one, the biggest
even
meat
more,
eater, right?
Like even amongst dinosaurs, didn't they have like a laughably small brain? Like all the other dinosaurs would make fun of them because they couldn't read dinosaurs.
Oh my God. It was the size of 2 or 3 walnuts. We all have larger brains than...
What an idiot.
Speak for yourself.
Well, I don't think Taylor's brain's bigger than our brain, just to be clear.
It might be because my head's bigger.
Wait,
I don't think that's...
My cranial capacity, maybe the CCs. Like if you,
I think it's the same brain. It's just sloshing around and a lot of extra stuff.
why would we have the same size, different size heads and the exact same size brain?
How big do you think your brain is?
Bigger than yours.
There's no way. There's no way you have an extra large brain.
he does.
Oh,
You think he just has more cranial fluid?
I think it's...
You think he has a thicker Homer Simpson
First of all, I
skull?
don't think his head is actually all that bigger than ours.
All right, now we're going to have...
Oh, Kyle, you're just adorable thinking that.
Do you have a tape measure handy?
Kyle, can you move small objects with your mind?
You move an object with your mind, I'll buy it. Do you have a tape measure handy?
You move pieces of paper in a windy room.
In a windy room.
Now you need to get like CAT scans.
Somewhere around here.
Cubic centimeters of your fucking brain.
I have a tape measure I can go get if you have one.
I know I have one of those measuring things, but I don't know where it is.
Fair enough. Another day.
I've used it on my phrenology stream, and I can't find my caliper either.
I made a mistake on T-Rex size, but it still holds. It averaged about half the size of an adult human brain.
Okay.
All right. What are some other
the size of Taylor's?
Yes.
Precisely.
All right. Call it a wrap?
Yep.
Yeah.
Brandon, we really appreciate you coming on, especially on such short notice. I'm glad I was able to get a hold of you. Had a great time. Glad you came on, man.
I appreciate it. It's really awesome. Thanks for reaching out.
Yeah, we got to get Johnny again soon. Where can everybody find you?
Please don't.
All right.
Smartest guest we've ever
Smart
had.
man.
Yeah. This is brilliant. I love that. All right. Well, your links will be in the description, like it or not. PKA 539.
They all link to Hickok's channel.